This video is meant to be watched on mute. Okay, that was a lie. It was actually meant to help me practice meeting deadlines. Which I did. Yay! It came at the cost of 4 hours and 20 minutes of congested 17th century political discourse. By congested, I mean I was getting over a cold the whole time, so the reading is nasally, short of breath, and in places sounds like talking through a mouthful of sand. On the bright side, the gameplay is good quality. Really normal gameplay, but at least it isn't lagged to hell and back. Except for that one time where I broke some gravel and my whole computer froze, and I lost that section of video. What you do next is up to you. You still have time to leave. Last call. The Discourses by Niccolo Machiavelli. Translated by Leslie J. Walker, S.J. Published by Penguin Classics. Discourses on the first 10 books of Titus Livy. Niccolo Machiavelli to Zenobi Buondelmonte and Cosimo Rucellai. Greeting. I am sending you a present which, if it does not come up to the obligation I owe you, is at any rate the best that Niccolo Machiavelli is able to send you, for in it I have set down all that I know and have learnt from a long experience of, and from constantly reading about, political affairs. And since neither you nor anyone else can well expect more from me than this, you will not be disappointed that I am not sending you more. You may perhaps lament my lack of skill, should these my narratives be thin, and also errors of judgment, should I, in discussing things, have in many places made mistakes. If this be so, I know not which of us is less obliged to the other, I to you, for having forced me to write what I should never have written of my own accord, or you to me, for if what I have written fails to satisfy you. Accept it, then, in the manner in which things are accepted amongst friends, by whom the intention of the giver is always more esteemed than the quality of the gift. And believe me when I say that I have in this just one consolation. It is that when I reflect on the many mistakes I may have made in other circumstances, I know that I have made no mistake at any rate in this, that I have chosen to dedicate these my discourses to you, in preference to all others, both because, in doing so, I seem to be showing some gratitude for the benefits received, and also because I seem in this to be departing from the usual practice of authors, which has always been to dedicate their works to some prince, and blinded by ambition and avarice, to praise him for all his virtuous qualities, when they ought to have blamed him for all manner of shameful deeds. So to avoid this mistake, I have chosen not those who are princes, but those who, on account of their innumerable good qualities, deserve to be. Not those who might shower on me rank, honours, and riches, but those who, though unable, would like to do so. For, to judge aright, one should esteem men because they are generous, not because they have the power to be generous, and, in like manner, should admire those who know how to govern a kingdom, not those who, without knowing how, actually govern one. There are, indeed, writers who praise Hero the Syracusian, though but a private person, in preference to Perseus the Macedonian, though he was a king, because Hero, to become a prince, lacked but a principality, whereas the other had no kingly attribute save his kingdom. Entertain yourselves, then, with what you are anxious to get, whether it be good or bad, and, should you be so mistaken as to find my views acceptable, I shall not follow this up with the rest of the history as I promised at the start. Farewell. Book 1. The Development of Rome's Constitution. The Preface. Although owing to the envy inherent in man's nature, it has always been no less dangerous to discover new ways and methods than to set off in search of new seas and unknown lands, because most men are much more ready to belittle than to praise another man's actions. Nonetheless, impelled by the natural desire I have always had to labor, regardless of anything, on that which I believe to be for the common benefit of all, I have decided to enter upon a new way, as yet untrodden by anyone else. And, even if it entails a tiresome and difficult task, it may yet reward me in that there are those who will look kindly on the purpose of these my labors. And if my poor ability, my limited experience of current affairs, my feeble knowledge of antiquity, should render my efforts imperfect and of little worth, they may, none the less, point the way for another of greater ability, capacity for analysis, and judgment, who will achieve my ambition, which, if it does not earn me praise, should not earn me reproaches. When, therefore, I consider in what honour antiquity is held, and how, to cite but one instance, a bit of an old statue has fetched a high price that someone may have it by him to give honour to his house, and that it may be possible for it to be copied by those who are keen on this art, and how the latter then, with great industry, takes pains to reproduce it in all their works, and when, on the other hand, I notice that what history has to say about the highly virtuous actions performed by ancient kingdoms and republics, by their kings, their generals, their citizens, their legislators, and by others who have gone to the trouble of serving their country, is rather admired than imitated, nay, is so shunned by everybody in each little thing they do, that of the virtue of those bygone days there remains no trace, it cannot but fill me at once with astonishment and grief. The more so when I see that in the civic disputes which arise between citizens and the diseases men get, they always have recourse to decisions laid down by the ancients and the prescriptions they drew up. For the civil law is nothing but a collection of decisions made by jurists of old, which the jurists of today have tabulated in an orderly fashion for our instruction. Nor, again, is medicine anything but a record of experiments performed by the doctors of old, upon which the doctors of our day base their prescriptions. In spite of which, in constituting republics, in maintaining states, in governing kingdoms, in forming an army or conducting a war, in dealing with subjects, in extending the empire, one finds neither prince nor republic who repairs to antiquity for examples. This is due, in my opinion, not so much to the weak state of which religion of today has brought the world, or the evil wrought in many provinces and cities of Christendom by ambition conjoined with idleness, as to the lack of a proper appreciation of history, owing to people failing to realize the significance of what they read, and to their having no taste for the delicacies it comprises. Hence it comes about that the great bulk of those who read it take pleasure in hearing of the various incidents which are contained in it, but never think of imitating them, since they hold them to be not merely difficult, but impossible of imitation, as if the heaven, the sun, the elements of man had in their motion, their order, and their potency become different from what they used to be. Since I want to get men out of this wrong way of thinking, I have thought fit to write a commentary on all those books of Titus Livy, which have not by the malignity of time had their continuity broken. It will comprise what I have arrived at by comparing ancient with modern events, and think necessary for the better understanding of them, so that those who read what I have to say may the more easily draw those practical lessons which one should seek to obtain from the study of history. Though the enterprise is difficult, yet, with the help of those who have encouraged me to undertake the task, I think I can carry it out in such a way that there shall remain to another but a short road to traverse in order to reach the place assigned. 1. Concerning the origin of cities in general, and of Rome in particular. Those who read of the origin of the city of Rome, of its legislators, and its constitution, will not be surprised that in this city such great virtue was maintained for so many centuries, and that later on there came into being the empire into which that republic developed. Since this first discourse will deal with its origins, I would point out that all cities are built either by natives of the place in which they are built, or by people from elsewhere. The first case comes about when inhabitants, dispersed in many small communities, find that they cannot enjoy security, since no one community of itself, owing to its position and to the smallness of its numbers, is strong enough to resist the onslaught of an invader, and, when the enemy arrives, there is no time for them to unite for their defense. Or, if there be time, they have to abandon many of their strongholds, and thus at once fall as prey to their enemies. Hence, to escape these dangers, either of their own accord, or at the suggestion of someone of greater authority among them, such communities undertake to live together in some place they have chosen in order to live more conveniently, and the more easily to defend themselves. This was the case with Athens and Venice, among many others. Athens was built under the authority of Theseus for reasons such as these by inhabitants who were dispersed, Venice by numerous peoples who had sought refuge in certain inlets at the top of the Adriatic Sea, that they might escape the wars which daily arose in Italy after the decline of the Roman Empire, owing to the arrival of a new lot of barbarians. There, without any particular person or prince to give them a constitution, they began to live as a community under laws which seemed to them appropriate for their maintenance. And this happened because of the long repose the situation afforded them, in that the sea at their end had no exit, and the peoples who were ravaging Italy had no ships in which to infest them. This being so, a beginning, however small, sufficed to bring them to their present greatness. The second case occurs when a city is built by men of a foreign race. They may either be free men or men dependent on others, as are the colonies sent out either by a republic or a prince to relieve their towns of some of the population, or for the defense of newly acquired territory, which they desire to hold securely and without expense. The Romans built a number of such cities, and this throughout the whole of their empire. Others have been built by a prince, not that he may dwell there, but to enhance his reputation, as the city of Alexandria was built by Alexander. And since such cities are not at the outset free, it very seldom happens that they make great progress, or that of their own doing they come to be reckoned as among capitals of their kingdoms. It was thus that Florence came to be built. For, whether it was built by the soldiers of Sulla, or was built by chance by the inhabitants from the hills of Faesulae, who, relying on the long peace which the world enjoyed under Octavian, came to dwell in the plains above the Arno, it was built under the Roman Empire, and could, at the outset, make no addition to its territory, save such as was allowed by the courtesy of the emperor. Free cities are those which are built by peoples who, either under a prince or of their own accord, are driven by pestilence or famine or war to abandon the land of their birth and to look for new habitation. These may be either cities they find in countries they have occupied and in which they go to dwell, as Moses did, or new cities in which they build, as Ananias did. In this case, the virtue of the builder is discernible in the fortune of what was built, for the city is more or less remarkable according as he is more or less virtuous, who is responsible for the start. This virtue shows itself in two ways: first, in the choice of a site, and secondly, in the drawing up of laws. Since men work either of necessity or by choice, and since there is found to be greater virtue where choice has less say to it, the question arises whether it would not be better to choose a barren place in which to build cities, so that men would have to be industrious and less given to idleness, and so would be more united, because, owing to the poor situation, there would be less occasion for discord, as happened in Ragusa and in many other cities built in such like places. Such a choice would undoubtedly be wiser and more advantageous were men content to earn their own living, and not anxious to lord it over others. Since, however, security for men is impossible unless it be conjoined with power, it is necessary to avoid sterile places, and for cities to be put in very fertile places, where an expansion has taken place owing to the fruitfulness of the land. It may be possible for them both to defend themselves against attack, and to overcome any who stand in the way of the city's greatness. As to the idleness which such a situation may encourage, it must be provided for by laws imposing that need to work in which the situations does not impose. It is advisable here to follow the example of those wise folk who have dwelt in the most beautiful and fertile lands, i.e., in such lands as tend to produce idleness and ineptitude for training in any virtue of any kind, and who, in order to obviate the disasters which idleness induced by the amenities of the land might cause, have imposed the need for training on those who were to become soldiers, and have made this training such that the men there have become better soldiers than in those countries which are rough and stale by nature. A case in point is the kingdom of the Egyptians, which, notwithstanding the amenities of the land, imposed the need to work so successfully by means of laws that it produced the most excellent men, whose names, if they had not been lost in antiquity, would have been even more celebrated than that of Alexander the Great, and then those of many others whose memory is still fresh. So, too, anyone who has reflected on the kingdom of the Sultan, and on the discipline of the Mamelukes, and on that of their troops, before they were wiped out by Selim the Great Turk, might have noted there the many exercises the troops underwent, and might have inferred from this how greatly they feared the idleness to which the benefice of the country might have led if they had not obviated it by very strict laws. I maintain, then, that it is more prudent to place a city in a fertile situation, provided its fertility is kept in due bounds by laws. When Alexander the Great was proposing to build a city that should redound to his credit, Dinocrates, the architect, came to him and suggested that he should build it on Mount Athos, for, besides being a strong place, it could be so fashioned as to give the city a human form, which would be a remarkable thing, a rare thing, and worthy of his greatness. And on what, Alexander asked, would the inhabitants live? Dinocrates replied that he had not thought of this. Whereupon Alexander laughed, and, leaving the mountain alone, built Alexandria where its inhabitants would be glad to live, owing to the richness of the land and to the convenience afforded by the sea and by the Nile. For those, then, who, having examined the question of how Rome came to be built, hold that Ananias was its first founder, it will be a city built by foreigners. But for those who prefer Romulus, it will be a city built by natives of the place. But, whichever be the case, both will recognize that it began as a free city, dependent upon no one, They will also recognize, as we shall presently point out, under what strict discipline it was placed by the laws made by Romulus, Numa, and others, and that, in consequence, neither its fertile situation, the convenience afforded by the sea, its frequent victories, nor the greatness of its empire, were for many centuries able to corrupt it, but that these laws kept it so rich in virtue that there has never been any other city or any other republic so well adorned. Wherefore, since what was done by the city, as Titus Livy records it, was done sometimes in accordance with public enactments, sometimes on the initiative of private individuals, and sometimes within the city, sometimes abroad, I shall begin by discussing such of the events due to public decrees as I shall judge to be more worthy of comment, and with the events shall conjoin their consequences, to which the discourses of the first book, or first part, will be restricted. 2. How many kinds of state there are, and of what kind was that of Rome? I propose to dispense with a discussion of cities which from the outset have been subject to another power, and shall speak only of those which have from the outset been far removed from any kind of external servitude, but instead have from the start been governed in accordance with their own wishes, whether as republics or principalities. As such cities have had diverse origins, so too they have had diverse laws and institutions. For either at the outset, or before very long, to some of them laws have been given by some one person at some one time, as laws were given to the Spartans by Lycurgus, whereas others have acquired them by chance and at different times as occasion arose. This was the case in Rome. Happy indeed should we call that state, which produces a man so prudent that men can live securely under the laws which he prescribes without having to amend them. Sparta, for instance, observed its laws for more than 800 years without corrupting them and without any dangerous disturbance. Unhappy, on the other hand, in some degree, is that city to be deemed which, not having chanced to meet with a prudent organizer, has to reorganize itself. And of such, that is the more unhappy, which is the more remote from order. And that is the more remote from order whose institutions have missed altogether the straight road which leads it to its perfect and true destiny. For it is almost impossible that states of this type should, by any eventuality, be set on the right road again, whereas those which, if their order is not perfect, have made a good beginning and are capable of improvement, may become perfect should something happen which provides the opportunity. It should, however, be noted that they will never introduce order without incurring danger, because few men ever welcome new laws setting up a new order in the state unless necessity makes it clear to them that there is need for such laws, and such a necessity cannot arise without danger. The state may easily be ruined before the new order has been brought to completion. The Republic of Florence bears this out, for owing to what happened at Arezzo in 02, it was reconstituted, and owing to what happened at Prato in 12, its constitution was destroyed. It being now my intention to discuss what were the institutions of the city of Rome, and what 12 conduced it to its perfection, I would remark that those who have written about states say that there are to be found in them one of 3 forms of government, called by them principality, aristocracy, and democracy, and that those who set up a government in any particular state must adopt one of them, as best suits their purpose. Others, and with better judgment many think, say that there are 6 types of government, of which 3 are very bad, and 3 are good in themselves but easily become corrupt, so that they too must be classed as pernicious. Those that are good are the 3 above mentioned. Those that are bad are the other 3 which depend on them, and each of them is so like the one associated with it that it easily passes from one form to the other. For principality easily becomes tyranny. From aristocracy, the transition to oligarchy is an easy one. Democracy is without difficulty converted to anarchy. So that if anyone who is organizing a commonwealth sets up one of the 3 forms of government, he sets up what will last but for a while, since there are no means whereby to prevent it passing into its contrary, on account of the likeness which in such a case virtue has to vice. These variations of government among men are due to chance. For in the beginning of the world, when its inhabitants were few, they lived for a time scattered like the beasts. Then, with the multiplication of their offspring, they drew together, and, in order the better to be able to defend themselves, began to look about for a man stronger and more courageous than the rest, made him their head, and obeyed him. It was thus that men learned how to distinguish what is honest and good from what is pernicious and wicked. For the sight of someone injuring his benefactor evoked in them hatred and sympathy, and they blamed the ungrateful and respected those who showed gratitude, well aware that the same injuries might have been done to themselves. Hence, to prevent evil of this kind, they took to making laws, and to assigning punishments to those who contravened them. Thus the notion of justice came into being. In this way, it came about that, when later on they had to choose a prince, they did not have recourse to the boldest as formerly, but to one who excelled in prudence and justice. But when, at a yet later stage, they began to make the prince hereditary instead of electing him, his heirs soon began to degenerate as compared with their ancestors, and, forsaking virtuous deeds, considered that princes have naught else to do but to surpass other men in extravagance, lasciviousness, and every other form of licentiousness, with the result that the prince came to be hated, and, since he was hated, came to be afraid, and from fear soon passed to offensive action, which quickly brought about tyranny, from which, before long, was begotten the source of their downfall. For tyranny gave rise to conspiracies and plots against princes, organized not by timid and weak men, but by men conspicuous for their liberality, magnanimity, wealth, and ability, for such men could not stand the dishonorable life the prince was leading. The masses, therefore, at instigation of these powerful leaders, took up arms against the prince, and when he had been liquidated, submitted to the authority of those whom they looked upon as their liberators. Hence the latter, to whom the very term sole head had become odious, formed themselves into a government. Moreover, in the beginning, mindful of what they had suffered under a tyranny, they ruled in accordance with the laws which they had made, subordinated to their own convenience to the common advantage, and, both in private matters and public affairs, governed and preserved order with the utmost diligence. But when the administrators passed their descendants who had no experience of the changeability of fortune, had not been through bad times, and instead of remaining content with the civic equality then prevailing, reverted to avarice, ambition, and to seizing other men's womenfolk, they caused government by an aristocracy to become government by an oligarchy, in which civic rights were entirely disregarded, so that, in a short time, there came to pass, in their case, the same thing as happened to the tyrant. For the masses, sick of their government, were ready to help anyone who had any sort of plan for attacking their rulers. And so there soon arose someone who, with the aid of the masses, liquidated them. Then, since the memory of the prince and of the injuries inflicted by him was still fresh, and since, having got rid of the government by the few, they had no desire to return to that of a prince, they turned to a democratic form of government, which they organized in such a way that no sort of authority was vested either in a few powerful men or in a prince. And, since all forms of government are to some extent respected at the outset, this democratic form of government maintained itself for a while, but not for long, especially when the generation that had organized it had passed away. For anarchy quickly supervened, in which no respect was shown either for the individual or for the official, and which was such that, as everyone did what he liked, all sorts of outrages were constantly committed. The outcome was inevitable. Either at the suggestion of some good man, or because this anarchy had got to be got rid of somehow, principality was once again restored, and from this there was, stage by stage, a return to anarchy, by way of the transitions and for the reasons assigned. This, then, is the cycle through which all commonwealths pass, whether they govern themselves or are governed. But rarely do they return to the same form of government, for there can scarce be a state of such vitality that it can undergo often such changes and yet remain in being. What usually happens is that, while in a state of commotion in which it lacks both counsel and strength, a state becomes subject to a neighboring and better organized state. Were it not so, a commonwealth might go on forever passing through these governmental transitions. I maintain, then, that all the forms of government mentioned above are far from satisfactory. The 3 good ones because their life is so short, the 3 bad ones because of their inherent malignity. Hence, prudent legislators, aware of their defects, refrained from adopting as such any one of these forms, and chose instead one that shared in them all, since they thought such a government would be stronger and more stable. For if in one and the same state there was a principality, aristocracy, and democracy, each would keep watch over the other. Lycurgus is one of those who have earned no small measure of praise for constitutions of this kind. For in the laws which he gave to Sparta, he assigned to the kings, to the aristocracy, and to the populace, each its own function, and thus introduced a form of government which lasted for more than 800 years, to his very great credit, and to the tranquillity of that city. It was not so in the case of Solon, who drew up laws for Athens, for he set up merely a democratic form of government, which is so short-lived that he saw before his death the birth of a tyranny under Pisistratus. And though, 40 years later, Pisistratus heirs were expelled, and Athens returned to liberty because it again adopted a democratic form of government in accordance with Solon's laws, it did not retain its liberty for more than 100 years. For, in spite of the fact that many constitutions were made whereby to restrain the arrogance of the upper class and the licentiousness of the general public, for which Solon had made no provision, nonetheless Athens had a very short life as compared with that of Sparta, because with democracy Solon had not blended either princely power or that of aristocracy. But let us come to Rome. In spite of the fact that Rome had no Lycurgus to give it at the outset such a constitution as would ensure it a long life of freedom, yet, owing to the friction between the plebes and the Senate, so many things happened that chance effected would not have been provided by a lawgiver, so that, if Rome did not get fortune's first gift, it got its second. For her early institutions, though defective, were not on wrong lines, and so might pave the way to perfection. For Romulus and the rest of the kings made many good laws quite compatible with freedom. But because their aim was to found a kingdom, not a republic, when the city became free, it lacked many institutions essential to the preservation of liberty, which had to be provided, since they had not been provided by the kings. So when it came to pass that kings lost their sovereignty, for reasons in the manner described earlier in this discourse, those who had expelled them at once appointed 2 consuls to take the place of the king, so that what they expelled was the title of the king, not the royal power. In the Republic, then, at this stage, there were the consuls and the Senate, so that as yet it comprised but 2 of the aforesaid estates, namely principality and aristocracy. It remained to find a place for democracy. This came about when the Roman nobility became so overbearing, for reasons which will be given later, that the populace rose against them, and they were constrained by the fear that they might lose it all, to grant the populace a share in the government, the Senate and the consuls retaining, however, sufficient authority for them to be able to maintain their position in the Republic. It was in this way that tribunes of the plebes came to be appointed, and their appointment did much to stabilize the forms of government in this Republic. For in its government all 3 estates now had a share, and so favored was it by fortune that, though the transition from monarchy to aristocracy and thence to democracy took place by the very stages and for the very reasons laid down earlier in this discourse, nonetheless the granting of authority to the aristocracy did not all abolish altogether the royal estate, nor was the authority of the aristocracy wholly removed when the populace was granted a share in it. On the contrary, the blending of these estates made a perfect commonwealth, and since it was this friction between the plebes and the Senate that brought this perfection about, in the next 2 chapters we shall show more fully how this came to be. What kind of events in Rome gave rise to the creation of the plebes, whereby that republic was made more perfect? All writers on politics have pointed out, and throughout history there are plenty of examples which indicate, that in constituting and legislating for a commonwealth, it must needs be taken for granted that all men are wicked, and that they will always give vent to the malignity that is in their minds when the opportunity offers. That evil dispositions often do not show themselves for a time is due to a hidden cause, which those fail to perceive who have had no experience of the opposite. But in time, which is said to be the father of all truth, it reveals itself. After the expulsion of the Tarquins, there appeared to be in Rome the utmost harmony between the plebes and the Senate. The nobles seemed to have set aside their pride, to have become imbued with the same spirit as the populace, and to be bearable by all, even by the meanest. In this, neither their deception nor the cause of it was apparent so long as the Tarquins lived, for the nobility were afraid of them, and feared that, if they treated the plebes badly, it would not be friendly towards them, but would make common cause with the Tarquins, so they treated the plebes with consideration. But no sooner were the Tarquins dead, and the fears of the nobility removed, than they began to vomit forth against the plebes the poison hidden in their hearts, and to oppress them in every way they could. This bears out what has been said above, namely that men never do good unless necessity drives them to it. But when they are too free to choose and can do just as they please, confusion and disorder become everywhere rampant. Hence it is said that hunger and poverty make men industrious, and that laws make them good. There is no need of legislation so long as things work well without it, but when such customs break down, legislation forthwith becomes necessary. Hence, when the regime of the Tarquins collapsed, and the nobility were no longer kept in check by the fear of them, it became necessary to devise some new institution which should produce the same effect as the Tarquins had done in their time. Wherefore, after many disturbances, rumors, and dangers of scandal had been occasioned by the squabbles between the plebes and the nobility, for the security of the former, tribunes came to be appointed, and were invested with such prerogatives and standing that henceforth they could always between the plebes and the Senate, and to curb the arrogance of the nobility. 4. That discord between the plebes and the Senate of Rome made this republic both free and powerful. I must not fail to discuss the tumults that broke out in Rome between the death of the Tarquins and the creation of the tribunes, nor yet to mention certain facts which militate against the view of those who allege that the Republic of Rome was so tumultuous and so full of confusion that, had not good fortune and military virtue counterbalanced these defects, its condition would have been worse than that of any other republic. I by no means deny that fortune and military organization had a good deal to do with Rome's empire. But it seems to me that this view fails to take account of the fact that where military organization is good, there must needs be good order, and that rarely does it happen that good fortune does not also accompany it. There are also other points to be observed in connection with this city. To me, those who condemn the quarrels between nobles and the plebes seem to be cavilling at the very things that were the primary cause of Rome's retaining her freedom, and that they pay more attention to the noise and clamor resulting from such commotions than to what resulted from them, i.e., to the good effects which they produced. Nor do they realize that in every public there are two different dispositions, that of the populace and that of the upper class, and all that legislation favorable to liberty is brought about by clash between them. It is easy to see that this was the consequence in Rome. For from the days of the Tarquins to those of the Gracchi, which was more than 300 years, tumults in Rome seldom led to banishment, and very seldom to executions. One cannot, therefore, regard such tumults as harmful, nor such a republic as divided, seeing that during so long a period it did not, on account of its discords, send into exile more than 8 or 10 citizens, put very few to death, and did not on many impose fines. Nor can a republic reasonably be stigmatized in any way as disordered in which there occur such striking examples of virtue, since good examples proceed from good education from good laws, and good laws, in this case, from those very tumults which so many inconsiderately condemn. For anyone who studies carefully their result will not find that they occasioned any banishment or act of violence inimical to the common good, but that they led to the laws and institutions whereby the liberties of the public benefited. But someone may object. The means used were extraordinary and almost barbaric. Look how people used to assemble and clamor against the Senate, and how the Senate decried the people, and how men ran helter-skelter about the streets, how the shops were closed, and how the plebes en masse would troop out to Rome, events which terrified, to say the least, anyone who read about them. To which I answer that every city should provide ways and means whereby the ambitions of the populace may find an outlet, especially a city which proposes to avail itself of the populace in important undertakings. The city of Rome was one of those which did provide such ways and means, in that, when the populace wanted a law passed, it either behaved in some such way as we have described, or had refused to enlist for the wars, so that, to placate it, it had to some extent be satisfied. The demands of the free populace, too, are very seldom harmful to liberty, for they are due either to the populace being oppressed, or to the suspicion that it is going to be oppressed, and, should these impressions be false, a remedy is provided in the public platform on which some man of standing can get up, appeal to the crowd, and show that it is mistaken. And though, as Tully remarks, the populace may be ignorant, it is capable of grasping the truth, and readily yields when a man, worthy of confidence, lays the truth before it. Critics, therefore, should be more sparing in finding fault with the government of Rome, and should reflect that excellent results which this public obtained could have been brought about only by excellent causes. Hence, if the tumults led to the creations of the tribunes, tumults deserve the highest praise, since, besides giving the populace a share in the administration, they served as the guardian of Rome in the liberties, as we shall show in the next chapter. 5. Whether the safeguarding of liberty can be more safely entrusted to the populace or to the upper class, and which has the stronger reason for creating disturbances, the have-nots or the haves. Those who have displayed prudence in constituting a republic have looked upon the safeguarding of liberty as one of the most essential things for which they had to provide, and according to the efficiency with which this has been done, liberty has been enjoyed for a longer or shorter time. And since in every republic there is an upper and lower class, it may be asked into whose hands it is best to place the guardianship of liberty. By the Laodiceans, and in our day by Venice, it was entrusted to the nobles, but by the Romans it was entrusted to the plebes. It is necessary, therefore, to inquire which of these republics made the better choice. If we appeal to reason, arguments may be adduced in support of either thesis. But if we ask what the result was, the answer will favor the nobility, for the freedom of Sparta and of Venice lasted longer than did that of Rome. Let us deal first with the appeal to reason. It may be urged, in support of the Roman view, that the guardianship of anything should be placed in the hands of those who are less desirous of appropriating it to their own use. And unquestionably we ask what it is the nobility are after, and what it is the common people are after. It will be seen that in the former there is a great desire to dominate, and in the latter merely the desire to not be dominated. Consequently, the latter will be more keen on liberty, since their hope of usurping dominion over others will be less than in the case of the upper class. So that, if the populace be made guardians of liberty, it is reasonable to suppose that they will take more care of it, and that, since it is impossible for them to usurp power, they will not permit others to do so. On the other hand, the defenders of the Spartan and Venetian system say that to place the guardianship in the hands of the powerful has two good results. First, it satisfies their ambition more, since with this stick in their hands they play a more important part in the republic, and so should be more contented. Secondly, it prevents the restless minds of the plebes from acquiring a sense of power, which is the cause of endless squabbles and trouble in a republic, and is enough to drive the nobility to desperate measures in which course of time have disastrous results. They cite as an instance Rome itself, where, when the plebes through their tribunes got this power into their hands, they were not content with one plebeian council, but wanted to have both, after which they demanded the censorship, the praetorship, and all the other great offices in the city. Nor did this satisfy them, but impelled by the same mad desire, they began later on to worship any man they saw were strong enough to get the better of the nobility. Whence arose the power of Marius and Rome's undoing. It must be confessed, then, if due weight be given to both sides, that it still remains doubtful which to select as the guardians of liberty, for it is impossible to tell which of the two dispositions we find in men is more harmful in a republic, that which seeks to maintain an established position, or that which has none but seeks to acquire it. All things considered, however, and due distinctions being made, we shall arrive in the end at this conclusion. Either you have in mind a republic that looks to founding an empire, as Rome did, or one that is content to maintain the status quo. In the first case, it is necessary to do in all things as Rome did. In the second case, it is possible to imitate Venice and Sparta, as will be explained in the next chapter. Turning now to the question as to which are more harmful in a republic, the have-nots, who wish to have, or the haves, who are afraid of losing what they have. I would point out that when Marcus Menenius was appointed dictator and Marcus Fulvius master of horse, both of them plebeians, in order to investigate certain conspiracies formed in Capua against Rome, the people empowered them to inquire also about those in Rome who, moved by ambition, had sought to obtain the consulship and other posts in the city by other than the accepted methods. To the nobility, it looked as if the authority thus vested in the dictator was a hit at them, so they spread it about in Rome that it was not the nobles who had ambitioned these positions and used out-of-the-way means to get them, but commoners who, having neither blood nor virtue on which to rely, sought to obtain these posts by roundabout methods. And in particular, they accused the dictator of this. So much weight was attached to this accusation that Menenius, having made a speech in which he complained about the calumnies spread by the nobles, resigned the dictatorship, and submitted his actions to the judgment of the people. He defended his own case and was acquitted. At the trial, there arose considerable discussion as to whether the haves or the have-nots were more ambitious, for the appetites of both might easily become the cause of no small disturbance. Actually, however, such disturbances are more often caused by the haves, since the fear of losing what they have arouses in them the same inclination we find in those who want to get more, for men who are inclined to think that they cannot hold securely what they possess unless they get more at others' expense. Furthermore, those who have great possessions can bring about changes with greater effect and greater speed. And, yet again, their corrupt and grasping deportment arouses in the minds of the have-nots the desire to have, either to revenge themselves by disporting them, or that they may again share in those riches and honours in regard to which they deem themselves to have been badly used by the other party. All things considered, therefore, it is clear that it was necessary for Rome's legislators to do one of two things if Rome was to remain tranquil like the aforesaid states: either to emulate the Venetians and not employ its plebes in wars, or, like the Spartans, not to admit foreigners. Rome did both these things, and, by doing so, gave to its plebes alike strength, increase, and endless opportunities for a commotion. On the other hand, had the government of Rome been such as to bring greater tranquillity, there would have ensued this inconvenience, that it would have been weaker, owing to its having cut off the source of supply which enabled it to acquire the greatness at which it arrived. So that, in seeking to remove the causes of tumults, Rome would have removed also the causes of expansion. So in all human affairs, one notices, if one examines them closely, that it is impossible to remove one inconvenience without another emerging. If, then, you want to have a large population, and to provide it with arms so as to establish a great empire, you will have made your population such that you cannot now handle it as you please, while if you keep it either small or unarmed, so as to be able to manage it, and then acquire dominions, either you will lose your hold on it, or it will become so debased that you will be at the mercy of anyone who attacks you. Hence, in all discussions, one should consider which alternatives involve fewer inconveniences, and should adopt this as the better course. For one never finds any issue that is clear-cut and not open to question. Rome might indeed have emulated Sparta, had appointed a prince for life, and have made its senate small, but it would not in that case have been able to avoid increasing its population with a view to establish a great empire, nor would the appointment of a king for life and of a small number of senators have been of much help in the matter of unity. Should, then, any one be about to set up a republic, he should first inquire whether it is to expand, as Rome did, both in dominion and power, or is it to be confined to a narrow limits. In the first case, it is essential to constitute it as Rome was constituted, and to expect commotions and disputes of all kinds, which must be dealt with as best as they can. Because without a large population, and this well armed, such a republic will never be able to grow, or to hold on its own should it grow. In the second case, it might be constituted as Sparta and Venice were, but since expansion is poison to republics of this type, it should use every endeavor to prevent it from expanding. For expansion, when based on a weak republic, simply means ruin. This happened both in Sparta's case and in that of Venice. For of these republics, the first, after having subjugated almost the whole of Greece, revealed, on an occasion of slight importance in itself, how weak its foundation was, since, when Thebes revolted at the instigation of Cleopides, the other cities followed suit, this republic entirely collapsed. In like manner, Venice, having occupied a large part of Italy, most of it not by dint of arms, but of money and astute diplomacy, when its strength was put to the test, lost everything in a single battle. I am firmly convinced, therefore, that to set up a republic which is to last a long time, the way to set it about is to constitute it as Sparta and Venice were constituted, and to place it in a strong position, and so to fortify it, so that no one will dream of taking it by sudden assault. And, on the other hand, not to make it so large as to appear formidable to its neighbors. It should in this way be able to enjoy its form of government for a long time. For war is made on a commonwealth for two reasons. 1, to subjugate it, and 2, for fear of being subjugated by it. Both of these reasons are almost entirely removed by the aforesaid precautions. For if it be difficult to take by assault owing to its being well organized for defense, as I am supposing, rarely or never will it occur to anyone to seize it. And if it be content with its own territory, and it becomes clear by experience that it has no ambitions, it will never occur that someone may make war through fear of himself, especially if by its constitution or by its laws expansion is prohibited. Nor have I the least doubt that, if this balance could be maintained, there would be genuine political life and real tranquillity in such a city. Since, however, all human affairs are ever in a state of flux, and cannot stand still, either there will be improvement or decline, and necessity will lead you to do many things which reason does not recommend. Hence, if a commonwealth be constituted with a view to its maintaining the status quo, but not with a view to expansion, and by necessity it be led to expand, its basic principles will be subverted, and it will soon be faced with ruin. So, too, should heaven, on the other hand, be so kind to it that it has no need to go to war, it will then come about that idleness will either render it effeminate or give rise to factions, and these two things, either in conjunction or separately, will bring about its downfall. Wherefore, since it is impossible, so I hold, to adjust the balance so nicely as to keep things exactly to this middle course, one ought, in constituting a republic, to consider the possibility of its playing a more honorable role, and so to constitute it that, should necessity actually force it to expand, it may be able to retain possession of what it has acquired. Coming back, then, to the first point we raised, I am convinced that the Roman type of constitution should be adopted, not that of any other republic. For to find a middle way between the two extremes I do not think possible. Squabbles between the populace and the Senate should, therefore, be looked upon as an inconvenience which it is necessary to put up with in order to arrive at the greatness of Rome. For besides the reasons already adduced to show that of the authority of the tribunes was essential to the preservation of liberty, it is easy to see what benefit a republic derives when there is an authority that can bring changes in court, which was among the powers vested in the tribunes, as will be shown in the following chapter. 7. How necessary public indictments are for the maintenance of liberty in a republic. No authority more useful and necessary can be granted to those appointed to look after the liberties of a state than that of being able to indict before the people or some magistrate or court such citizens as have committed any offense prejudicial to the freedom of a state. Such an institution has two consequences most useful in a republic. First, for fear of being prosecuted, its citizens attempt nothing prejudicial to the state, and, if they do attempt anything, are suppressed forthwith without respect to persons. Secondly, an outlet is provided for all that feeling which is apt to grow up in cities against some particular citizen, however it comes about. And when, for such ill feeling, there is no normal outlet, recourse is had to abnormal methods likely to bring disaster on the republic as a whole. Hence nothing does so much to stabilize and strengthen a republic as some institution whereby the changeful humors which agitate it are afforded a proper outlet by way of the laws. This can be shown by numerous examples, and especially by the ones that Titus Livy adduces, namely that of Coriolanus. Livy tells us that when the nobility were annoyed with the plebes, because it seemed to them that the plebes had too much authority owing to the appointments of tribunes to protect them, and when, besides this, there was the great scarcity of provisions in Rome, and the Senate had to send to Sicily for corn, Coriolanus, who was hostile to the popular faction, suggested that the time had come to punish the plebes and to deprive them of the authority they had assumed to the prejudice of the nobility. Hence he advised that they should be kept hungry, and that the corn should not be distributed among them. When this came to the ears of the populace, indignation against Coriolanus grew so intense that, as he was leaving the Senate, he would have been killed in the tumult if the tribunes had not cited him to appear in his own defense. One notes in this incident what has been said above, namely, how useful and necessary it is for republics to provide a legal outlet for the anger which the general public has conceived against a particular citizen. Because when no such normal means are available, recourse is had to abnormal means, which unquestionably have a worse effect than does the normal method. The reason is that, though wrong may be done when a citizen is punished in the normal way, scarce any disorder, or none at all, is brought about in the republic. For in carrying out the sentence, no appeal is made either to private or foreign forces, and it is these that entail the downfall of civic liberties. On the contrary, such force is employed by public authority, which functions with specified limits, and does not overstep them, go on to do other things which ruin the public. There is no need to corroborate this view by citing further examples from olden times in addition to that of Coriolanus. In his regard, however, all should reflect on the evils that might have ensued in the Roman Republic had he tumultuously been put to death. For this would have given rise to private feuding, which would have aroused fear, and fear would have led to defensive actions. This to the procuring of partisans. Partisans would have meant the formation of factions in the city, and factions would have brought about its downfall. As, however, the matter was settled by persons vested with the requisite authority, no opening was provided for the evils that might have resulted had the matter been settled by private authority. In our own times, we have seen disturbances introduced to the Republic of Florence owing to the inability of the masses to find a normal outlet for the animus aroused by one of its own citizens. As for the instance happened at the time when Francesco Valori's standing in the city was akin to that of a prince, he was regarded by many as an ambitious man, likely, owing to his audacity and animosity, to resorting to unconstitutional methods. As there was no way of resisting him, save by forming a rival party, it came about that he began to collect supporters to defend himself, since he had nothing to be afraid of unless extraordinary steps were taken. On the other hand, since his opponents no ordinary means of suppressing him were available, they made up their minds to use other means, and eventually took up arms. Had it in this case been possible to oppose Valori by constitutional methods, an end would have been put to his authority without harm to anybody but himself. But since it had to be done by unconstitutional methods, harm resulted not only to him, but to many other noble citizens. One might also cite, in support of the conclusion just reached, an incident that also happened in Florence. It concerns Piero Soderini, and was entirely due to the absence in this republic of any means whereby legal action might be taken against the ambition displayed by powerful citizens. For to indict a powerful citizen before 8 judges is inadequate. There should have been plenty of judges, for the few always act as the few are wont to act. Had this been the case, the citizens would either have indicted him, if his conduct had been bad, and in this way would have found an outlet for the animosity, without getting a Spanish army to intervene, or, if his conduct had not been bad, would not have dared to take action against him, for fear that they themselves should be indicted. Thus, in either case, the appetite which occasioned the trouble would have ceased to operate. We thus reach the conclusion that, whenever one finds outside forces called in by a party of men residing in a city, it may be taken for granted that this is due to a defect in its constitution, in that it comprises no institution which provides an outlet for the malignant humours to which men are prone, without their taking unconstitutional action. Adequate provision for this is made when there are many judges before whom indictments may be made, and when judgeship is looked upon as an honourable post. Such matters were so well provided for in Rome that in the great disputes which arose between the Senate and the plebs, never did either the Senate, the plebs, or any other private citizen contemplate the calling in of outside forces, because, there being a remedy at home, there was no need to seek one abroad. And though the examples already cited should suffice to prove my case, I'm going to give you yet another, taken from Titus Livy's history. In it, he relates how in Clusium, in those days the most noble city in Tuscany, a sister of Arun's had been violated by Lucumon, and how Arun's, unable to obtain justice owing to the power of her ravisher, went to the Gauls, who then controlled the province we now call Lombardy, and besought them to bring armed forces to Clusium, pointing out that it would be to their own advantage to avenge the injustice done to him, and how, if Aruns had seen how to obtain justice by appeal to the city's laws, he would not have invoked barbarian forces. But if such indictments are of advantage to a republic, calumny is not only useless, but harmful, as we shall show in the next chapter. 8. Calumnies are as injurious to republics as public indictments are useful. Although the virtue of Furius Camillus, who had freed Rome of the yoke of the Gauls, had caused all the citizens of Rome to give him precedence, without its appearing to them that by doing so they were diminishing their own repute or rank, nonetheless Manlius Capitolinus could not bear that so much honor and glory should be ascribed to Camillus, since it seemed to him that his own merits were as great as those of Camillus, since it was he who had saved the capital, nor was he inferior to Camillus in other praiseworthy military exploits. Consequently, so fraught was he with envy, that he could not remain tranquil while Camillus had such glory, but, realizing that he could not sow discord among the patricians, he turned to the plebs, and disseminated among them divers sinister rumors. Among other things, he said that the treasure which had been collected to give to the Gauls had not been given to them, but had been appropriated by private citizens, and that, if it could be recovered, it might be used to the advantage of the public, either in lessening the taxation of the plebs, or in the discharge of certain private debts. This speech had a considerable effect on the plebs, who began to hold meetings and to raise numerous tumults in the city as it pleased them. This displeased the Senate, to whom it appeared to be a serious matter and dangerous, so they appointed a dictator who should take cognizance of the situation and restrain the impetuosity of Manlius. The dictator accordingly cited Manlius to appear in public, where they confronted one another, the dictator surrounded by the nobles, and Manlius surrounded by the plebeians. Manlius was asked to state in whose hands the treasure was of which he had spoken, for the Senate was as desirous to be informed of this as was the plebs. In his reply, Manlius gave no details, but evaded the issue, saying that it was unnecessary to tell them what they already knew, so the dictator sent him to prison. It is clear from this incident in what the destination calumnies should be held in free cities and in all other forms of society, and how, with a view to checking them, no institution which serves this end should be neglected. Nor for their prevention can there be anything better than an institution which provides adequate facilities for charges to be brought, because indictments are as helpful to republics as calumnies are as harmful. The difference between them is this. There is no need of witnesses or of any other corroboration of the facts to set calumnies going, so that anybody can be calumniated by anybody else. But one cannot in this way be indicted, for indictments must be corroborated, and circumstances be adduced to prove the truth of the indictment. Indictments are made before magistrates, before the people, and before courts. Calumnies are circulated in the squares and the arcades. Calumnies are more prevalent in cities in which less use is made of public accusations, and in which less provision has been made for receiving them. He, therefore, who constitutes a republic should do it in such a way that charges may be brought against any citizen without fear of any kind without respect to persons. Where provisions for this has been made, and due recourse is had to it, calumniators should be severely punished, nor can they complain of such punishment, since they had an opportunity to make charges openly against whom those they calumniate in private. But where adequate provision for this has not been made, there invariably ensue considerable disorders. For calumnies do not castigate citizens, they do but exasperate them. And since hate is more quickly aroused than is fear, they think, when exasperated, how to get their own back for what has been said against them. This eventuality, as has been said, was adequately provided for in Rome, but was ever badly provided for in our city of Florence. And, as in Rome such provision did much good, the lack of it in Florence did much harm. Anyone who reads the history of that city will notice how at all times calumnies have been spread against such of its citizens as were employed in important public affairs. Of one they said that he had embezzled the public funds, of another that he had failed some undertaking because he had been bribed, of yet another that through ambition he had caused such and such an inconvenience. It thus came about that hatred arose on all sides, whence came divisions, from divisions factions, and from factions ruin. Whereas, if in Florence provision had been made for the accusing of citizens and for the punishment of calumniators, there would not have been ensued the innumerable scandals that did ensue. For citizens, whether condemned or acquitted, would not have been able to harm the city, and there would have been fewer people indicted than there were calumniated. Since, as I have said, it is not possible to bring an indictment against anyone as it is to calumniate anyone. Calumnies, too, are among the various things of which citizens have availed themselves in order to acquire greatness, and are very effective when employed against powerful citizens who stand in the way of one's plans, because by playing up to the populace and in confirming the poor view it takes of such men, one can make it one's friend. Of this it would be possible to adduce numerous examples, but I propose to confine myself to just one. The Florentine army was encamped about Lucca, under the command of Messer Giovanni Guicidardini, its commissary. Owing to either its mismanagement or misfortune, the taking of that city did not come about. Anyhow, whichever was the case, Messer Giovanni took the blame for it, since it was said that he had been suborned by the Lucchese. This calumny, fostered by his enemies, almost drove Messer Giovanni to utter despair, for although to justify himself, he offered to place himself in the hands of the captain, he none the less was unable to ever justify himself, since in that republic there were no means of doing so. This gave rise to considerable indignation alike among Messer Giovanni's friends, who comprised most people of standing, and among those who desired to introduce innovations in Florence. The affair, for this reasons, and others like it, grew to such dimensions that it led to the downfall of that republic. Manlius Capitolinus, then, was a calumniator, not an accuser, and the Romans have shown us in this case precisely how calumniators should be punished. They should be made to bring a formal charge, and when the charge is borne out by the facts, should be rewarded, or at any rate not punished, but when it is not borne out by the facts, they should be punished, as Manlius was. 9. That it is necessary to be the sole authority if one would constitute a republic afresh, or would reform it thoroughly regardless of its ancient institutions. To some it will appear strange that I have got so far in my discussion of Roman history without having made any mention of the founders of that republic, or of either its religious or its military institutions. Hence, that I may not keep the minds of those who are anxious to hear about such things any longer in suspense, let me say that many perchance will think it a bad precedent that the founder of a civic state, such as Romulus, should first have killed his brother, and then have acquiesced in the death of Titus Tatius the Sabine, who he had chosen as his colleague in the kingdom. They will urge that, if such actions be justifiable, ambitious citizens who are eager to govern will follow the example of their prince and use violence against those who are opposed to their authority, a view that will hold good provided we leave out of considerations the end which Romulus had in committing these murders. one should take it as a general rule that rarely, if ever, does it happen that a state, whether it be a republic or a kingdom, is either well ordered at the outset or radically transformed vis-a-vis its old institutions, unless this be done by one person. It is likewise essential that there should be but one person upon whose mind and methods depends any similar process of organization. Wherefore, the prudent organizer of a state whose intention it is to govern not in his own interests, but for the common good, and not in the interests of his successors, but for the sake of that fatherland which is common to all, should contrive to be alone in his authority. Nor will any reasonable man blame him for taking any action, however extraordinary, which may be of service in the organizing of a kingdom or the constituting of a republic. It is a sound maxim that reprehensible actions may be justified by their effects, and that when the effect is good, as it was in the case of Romulus, it always justifies the action. For it is the man who uses violence to spoil things, not the man who uses it to mend them, that is blameworthy. The organizer of a state ought further to have sufficient prudence and virtue, not to bequeath the authority he has presumed to any other person. For, seeing that men are more prone to evil than good, his successor might well make ambitious use of that which he has used virtuously. Furthermore, though but one person suffices for the purpose of organization, what he has organized will not last long if it continues to rest on the shoulders of one man, but may well last if many remain in charge, and many look to its maintenance. Because though the many are incompetent to draw up a constitution, since diversity of opinion will prevent them from discovering how best to do it, yet when they realize it has been done, they will not agree to abandon it. That Romulus was a man of this character, that for the death of his brother and of his colleague he deserves to be excused, and that what he did was done for the common good and not to satisfy his personal ambition, is shown by his having at once instituted a senate, with which he consulted and with whose views his decisions were in accord. Also, a careful consideration of the authority which Romulus reserved to himself will show that all he reserved to himself was the command of the army in time of war and the convoking of the Senate. It is clear, too, that when the Tarquins were expelled and Rome became free, none of its ancient institutions were changed, save that, in lieu of a permanent king, there were appointed each year 2 consuls. This shows that the original institutions of this city as a whole were more in conformity with a political and self-governing state than with absolutism or tyranny. I might adduce in support of what I have just said in numerous examples. For example, Moses, Lycurgus, Solon, and other founders of kingdoms and republics who assumed authority that they might formulate laws to the common good. But this I propose to omit since it is well known. I shall adduce but one further example, not so celebrated, but worth considering by those who are contemplating the drawing up of good laws. It is this: Agis, king of Sparta, was considered how to confine the activities of the Spartans to the limits originally set for them by the laws of Lycurgus, because it seemed to him that it was owing to their having deviated from them in part that this city had lost a good deal of its ancient virtue, and, in consequence, a good deal of its power and of its empire. He was, however, while his project was still in the initial stage, killed by the Spartan Ephorus, who took him to be a man who was out to set up a tyranny. But Cleomenes, his successor in that kingdom, having learned from some records and writings of Agis which he had discovered, what was the latter's true mind and intention, determined to pursue the same plan. He realized, however, that he could not do this for the good of his country unless he became the sole authority there. And, since it seemed to him impossible, owing to a man's ambitions, to help the many against the will of the few, he took a suitable opportunity and had all the Ephorus killed and anybody else who might obstruct him. He then renewed in their entirety the laws of Lycurgus. By doing so, he gave a fresh life to Sparta, and his reputation might thereby have become as great as that of Lycurgus, if it had not been for the power of the Macedonians and the weakness of other Greek republics. For, after Sparta had thus been reorganized, it was attacked by the Macedonians, and since his forces proved to be inferior, and it could get no outside help, it was defeated, with the result that Cleomenes' plans, however just and praiseworthy, were never brought to completion. All things considered, therefore, I conclude that it is necessary to be the sole authority if one is to organize a state, and that Romulus's actions in regard to the death of Remus and Titus Tatius is excusable, not blameworthy. 10. Those who set up a tyranny are no less blameworthy than are the founders of a republic or a kingdom praiseworthy. Of all men that are praised, those are praised most who have played the chief part in founding a religion. Next come those who have founded either republics or kingdoms. After them, in the order of celebrities, are ranked army commanders who have added to the extent of their own dominions, or to that of their countries. with whom may be conjoined men of letters of many kinds, each who are celebrated according to their status. Some modicum of praise is also ascribed to any man who excels in some art and in the practice of it, and of these the number is legion. On the other hand, those are held to be infamous and detestable, who extirpate religion, subvert kingdoms and republics, make war on virtue, on letters, and on any art that brings advantage and honor to the human race, i.e., the profane, the violent, the ignorant, the worthless, the idle, the coward. Nor will there be any one, be he foolish or wise, wicked or good, who, if called upon to choose between these two classes of men, will not praise the one who calls for praise and blame the one that calls for blame. And yet, notwithstanding this, almost all men, deceived by the false semblance of good and the false semblance of renown, allow themselves to either wilfully or ignorantly slip into the ranks of those who deserve blame rather than praise, and when they might have founded a republic or a kingdom to their immortal honor, turn their thoughts to tyranny, and fail to see what fame, what glory, security, tranquillity, conjoined with peace of mind, they are missing by adopting this course, and what infamy, scorn, abhorrence, danger, and disquiet they are incurring. Nor is it possible for anybody, whether he be but a private citizen living in some republic, or has been fortunate enough or virtuous enough to have become a prince, to read history and to make use of the records of ancient deeds, without preferring, if he be a private citizen, to conduct himself in his fatherland rather as Scipio did than as Caesar did, or, if he be a prince, as did Agesilaus, Timilian, and Dion, rather than did Nabis, Phalaris, and Dionysius. For he could not but see how strongly the latter are dismissed with scorn, and how highly the former are praised. He would also notice that Timoleon and the like had no less authority in their respective countries than had Dionysius or Phalaris in theirs, and would observe that they enjoyed far greater security. Nor should anyone be deceived by Caesar's renown when he finds writers extolling him before others, for those who praise him have either been corrupted by his fortune or overawed by the long continuance of the empire, which, since it was ruled under that name, did not permit writers to speak freely of him. If, however, anyone desires to know what writers would have said had they been free, he has but to look at what they say of Catiline. For Caesar is the more blameworthy of the two, in that he who has done wrong is more blameworthy than he who has but desired to do wrong. Or, again, let him look at the praise bestowed on Brutus. Caesar they could not find fault with on account of his power, so they cry up his enemy. Let he who has become a prince in a republic consider after Rome became an empire, how much more praise is due to those emperors who acted like good princes in accordance with the laws, than to those who acted otherwise. It will be found that Titus, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antonius, and Marcus had no need of soldiers to form a praetorian guard, nor of the multitude of legions to protect them, for their defense lay in their habits, the goodwill of the people, and the affection of the Senate. It will be seen, too, in the case of Caligula, Nero, Vitellius, and other bad emperors, how it availed them little to have armies from the east and from the west to save them from the enemies they had made by their bad habits and their evil life. If the history of these emperors be pondered well, it should serve as a striking lesson to any prince, and should teach him to distinguish between the ways of renown and of infamy, the ways of security and of fear. For of the 26 emperors, from Caesar to Maximinus, 16 were assassinated, and only 10 died a natural death. And if some of those who were killed were good men, as Galba and Pertinax were, their death was due to the corruption which their predecessors had introduced among their troops. While if among those who died ordinary deaths there was a wicked man, like Cerberus, it must be put down to his great good luck and to his virtue, two things of which few men enjoy both. It will be seen, too, from a perusal of their history on what principle a good kingdom should rest. For all the emperors who acquired imperial power by inheritance were bad men, with the exception of Titus. Those who acquired it through adoption were all good, like the 5 counting from Nerva to Marcus, and when it fell to their heirs, a period of decadence again ensued. Let a prince put before himself the period from Nerva to Marcus, and let him compare it with the preceding period, and with that which came after, and then let him decide in which he would rather have been born, and during which he would have been chosen to be emperor. What he will find when good princes were ruling is a prince securely reigning among subjects no less secure, a world replete with peace and justice. He will see the Senate's authority respected, the magistrates honored, rich citizens enjoying their wealth, nobility, and virtue held in the highest esteem, and everything working smoothly and going well. He will notice, on the other hand, the absence of any rancor, any licentiousness, corruption, or ambition, and that in this golden age everyone is free to hold and defend his own opinion. He will behold, in short, the world triumphant, its prince glorious and respected by all, and the people fond of him and secure under his rule. If he then looks attentively at the times of the emperors, he will find them distraught with wars, torn by sedition, brutal alike in peace and in war, princes frequently killed by assassins, civil wars and foreign wars constantly occurring, Italy in travail and ever a prey to fresh misfortunes, its cities demolished and pillaged. He will see Rome burnt, its capital demolished by its own citizens, ancient temples lying desolate, religious rites grown corrupt, adultery rampant throughout the city. He will find the sea covered with exiles and the rocks stained with blood. In Rome he will see countless atrocities perpetrated, rank, riches, the honors men have won, and above all virtues, looked down upon as a capital crime. He will find calumniators rewarded, servants suborned to turn against their masters, freed men turn against their patrons, and those who lack enemies attacked by their friends. He will thus happily learn how much Rome, Italy, and the world owed to Caesar. There can be no question that every human being will be afraid to imitate the bad times, and will be imbued with an ardent desire to emulate the good. And should a good prince seek world renown, he should most certainly covet possession of a city that has become corrupt, not with Caesar to complete its spoliation, but with Romulus to reform it. Nor, in the very truth, can the heavens afford men a better opportunity of acquiring renown, nor can men desire anything better than this. And if, in order to reform a city, one were obliged to give up the principate, someone who did not reform it in order not to fall from that rank would have some excuse. There is, however, no excuse if one can both keep the principate and reform the city. In conclusion, then, let those to whom the heavens grant such opportunities reflect that two courses are open to them, either so to behave that in life they rest secure and in death become renowned, or so to behave that in life they are in continual straits, and in death leave behind an imperishable record of their infamy. Religion. 11. Concerning the religion of the Romans. Though the first person to give Rome a constitution was Romulus, to whom as a daughter it owed its birth and its education, yet since heaven did not deem the institutions of Romulus adequate for so great an empire, it inspired the Roman Senate to choose Numa Pompilius as Romulus's successor, so that the things which he had left undone might be instituted by Numa. Numa, finding the people ferocious and desiring to reduce them to civic obedience by means of the arts of peace, turned to religion as the instrument necessary above all others for the maintenance of a civilized state, and so constituted that there was never for so many centuries so great a fear of God as there was in this republic. It was religion that facilitated whatever enterprise the Senate and the great men of Rome designed to undertake. Whoever runs through the vast number of exploits performed by the people of Rome as a whole, or by many of the Romans individually, will see that its citizens were more afraid of breaking an oath than of breaking the law, since they held in higher esteem the power of God than the power of man. This is clearly seen in the case of Scipio and of Manlius Torquatus, for after the defeat which Hannibal had inflicted on the Romans at Cannae, many of the citizens got together and, despairing of their fatherland, decided to abandon Italy and to transfer themselves to Sicily. When Scipio heard of this, he sought them out, and sword in hand, forced them to swear that they would not abandon their country. Again, Lucius Manlius, the father of Titus Manlius, afterwards called the Torquatus, had been indicted by Marcus Pomponius, but the plebeian tribune. Before the case came up for trial, Titus went to Marcus, threatened to kill him if he did not swear to withdraw the charge against his father, and forced him to take an oath to this effect. Having taken the oath out of fear, Marcus withdrew the charge. Thus were those citizens, whom neither love for their country nor the laws of their country sufficed to keep in Italy, kept there by an oath which they had been forced to take, and thus did a tribune set aside the hatred which he had for the father, and the injustice which the son had done to him, together with his honor, for the sake of the oath he had taken, all of which was due nothing else but the religion which Numa had introduced into that city. It will also be seen by those who pay attention to Roman history how much religion helped in the control of the armies, in encouraging the plebes, in producing good men, and in shaming the bad, so that if it were a question of the ruler to whom Rome was more indebted, Romulus or Numa, I think, should easily obtain the first place. For where there is religion, it is easy to teach men to use arms, but where there are arms, but no religion, it is with difficulty that it can be introduced. Thus, one sees that in establishing the Senate and introducing other civic and military institutions, Romulus did not find it necessary to appeal to divine authority, but to Numa it was so necessary that he pretended to have private conferences with a nymph, who advised him about the advice he should give to his people. This was because he wanted to introduce new institutions to which the city was unaccustomed, and doubted whether his own authority would suffice. Nor, in fact, was there ever a legislator who, in introducing extraordinary laws to a people, did not have recourse to God, for otherwise they would not have been accepted, since many benefits of which a prudent man is aware are not so evident to reason that he can convince others of them. Hence, wise men, in order to escape this difficulty, have recourse to God. So Lycurgus did, so did Solon, and so have many others done who have had the same end in view. Marveling, therefore, at Numa's goodness and prudence, the Roman people accepted all his decisions. True, the times were so impregnated with a religious spirit, and the men with whom he had to deal are so stupid that they contributed very much to facilitate his designs, and made it easy for him to impress on them any new form. Doubtless, too, anyone seeking to establish a republic at the present time would find it easier to do so among uncultured men of the mountains than among dwellers in cities where civilization is corrupt. Just as a sculptor will more easily carve a beautiful statue from rough marble than from marble already spoiled by a bungling workman. All things considered, therefore, I conclude that the religion introduced by Numa was among the primary causes of Roman success, for this entailed good institutions. Good institutions led to good fortune, and from good fortune arose the happy results of undertakings. And as the observance of divine worship is the cause of greatness in republics, so the neglect of it is the cause of their ruin. Because, where the fear of God is wanting, it comes about either that a kingdom is ruined, or that it is kept going by fear of the prince, which makes up for the lack of religion. And because princes are short-lived, it may well happen that when a kingdom loses its prince, it loses also the virtue of its prince. Hence, kingdoms which depend on the virtue of one man do not last long, because they lose their virtue when his life is spent, and it seldom happens that it is revived by his successor. For, as Dante has wisely remarked, rarely to the branches does human worth ascend, for 'tis the will of its donor that men may recognize it as his gift. The security of a republic or of a kingdom, therefore, does not depend on its ruler governing it prudently during his lifetime, but upon his ordering it that, after its death, he may maintain itself in being. And though it is easier to persuade rude men to adopt a new institution or a new standpoint, it does not follow that it is impossible to persuade civilized men to do so, i.e., those who do not look upon themselves as rude men. It did not seem to the people of Florence that they were either ignorant or rude, yet they were persuaded by Friar Girolamo Savonarola that he had conversed with God. I do not propose to decide whether it was so or not, because of so great a man one ought to speak with reverence, but I do say that vast numbers believed it was so, without having seen him do anything out of the common whereby to make him believe them. For his life, his teaching, and the topic on which he preached were sufficient to make them trust him. Let no one despair, then, of being able to effect that which has been effected by others. For, as we have said in our preface, men are born and live and die in an order which remains ever the same. 12. How important it is to take account of religion, and how Italy has been ruined for lack of it, thanks to the Roman Church. Those princes and those republics which desire to remain free from corruption should above all else maintain incorrupt the ceremonies of their religion, and should hold them always in veneration. For there can be no surer indication of the decline of a country than to see divine worship neglected. This is easy to understand, provided one knows on what basis the religion of a man's homeland is founded. For every religion has the basis of its life rooted in some one of its main institutions. Thus, religious life among the Gentiles was based on the responses given by oracles, and upon a body of soothsayers and diviners. All the rest of its ceremonies, sacrifices, and rites depended on these, for it was easy to believe that the God who can predict your future, be it good or evil, could also bring it about. Hence there came to be temples in which the gods were venerated by sacrifices, supplications, and ceremonies of all kinds, and also the oracle of Delos, the temple of Jupiter Ammon, and other well-known oracles, which filled the world with wonder and devotion. But when the oracles began to say what was pleasing to the powerful, and this deception was discovered by the people, they became incredulous and inclined to subvert any good institution. The rulers of a republic, or of a kingdom, therefore, should uphold the basic principles of the religion which they practice in, and if this be done, it will be easy for them to keep their commonwealth religions, and, in consequence, good and united. They should also foster and encourage everything likely to be of help to this end, even though they be convinced that it is quite fallacious. And the more should they do this in the greater of their prudence, and the more they know of the natural laws. It was owing to wise men having taken due note of this that belief in miracles arose, and that miracles are held in high esteem even by religions that are false. For to whatever they owed their religion, sensible men made much of them, and their authority caused everyone to believe them. There were plenty of such miracles in Rome, among them one that happened when the Roman soldiers were sacking the city of Veii, and some of them went to the temple of Juno, and addressing her image, said, "Do you want to come to Rome?" To some it seemed that she nodded, to others that she answered yes. The reason was that the men were so deeply imbued with religion, for, as Livy points out, on entering the temple, they did not create a disturbance, but behaved devoutly and displayed the greatest reverence. Hence it seemed to them that they heard the answer they wanted the goddess to give, and had taken for granted when they approached her. Such beliefs and credulity was studiously fostered and encouraged by Camillus and by the rest of the city's rulers. If such a religious spirit had been kept up by the rulers of the Christian commonwealth, as was ordained for us by its founder, Christian states and republics would have been much more united and much more happy than they are. Nor, if one would form a conjecture as to the causes of its decline, can one do better than look at those people who live in the immediate neighborhood of the Church of Rome, which is the head of our religion, and see how there is less religion among them than elsewhere. Indeed, should anyone reflect on a religion as it was when founded, and then see how different the present usage is, he would undoubtedly come to the conclusion that it is approaching either ruin or a scourge. Many are of the opinion that the property of Italian cities is due to the Church of Rome. I disagree, and against this view shall adduce such reasons as are necessary, 2 of them so potent that, in my opinion, it is impossible to gainsay them. The first is that, owing to the bad example set by the court of Rome, Italy has lost all devotion and all religion. Attendant upon this are innumerable inconveniences and innumerable disorders. For as, where there is religion, it may be taken for granted that all is going well, so where religion is wanting, one may take for granted the opposite. The first debt which we Italians owe to the Church and to the priests, therefore, is that we have become irreligious and perverse. But we owe them a yet greater debt, which is the second cause of our ruin. It is the Church that has kept and keeps Italy divided. Now, of a truth, no country has ever been united and happy, unless the whole of it has been under the jurisdiction of one republic or one prince, as has happened to France and Spain. And the reason why Italy is not in the same position, i.e., why there is not one republic or one prince ruling there, is due entirely to the Church. For though the Church has its headquarters in Italy and has temporal power, neither its power nor its virtue has been sufficiently great for it to be able to assert power in Italy and become its leader. Nor yet, on the other hand, has it been so weak that it could not, when afraid of losing its dominion over all things temporal, call upon one of the powers to defend it against an Italian state that had become too powerful. There is abundant evidence of this in times gone by. For instance, with the help of Charles the Great, it drove out the Lombards, who had established a sort of kingship over the whole of Italy. So, too, in our own day, it stripped Venice of its power with the help of France, and later on drove out the French with the help of the Swiss. The Church, then, has neither been able to occupy the whole of Italy, nor has it allowed anyone else to occupy it. Consequently, it has been the cause why Italy has never come under one head, but has been under many princes and signory, by whom such disunion and such weakness has been brought about, that it has now become the prey, not only of barbarian potentates, but of any one who attacks it, for which our Italians have to thank the Church and nobody else. Should anyone want to prove the truth of this by actual experience, he would need to have power that he could send to the Roman court, together with the authority it has in Italy, to dwell in the territories of the Swiss, who are the only people who today, with respect both to religion and to military institutions, live as the ancients did. He would then find that the evil ways of this court would cause before long more disorders in that country than any other events at any time whatsoever has been able to bring about. 13. What use the Romans made of religion in reorganizing the city, in prosecuting their enterprises, and in composing tumults. It does not seem to me foreign to my purpose to adduce some examples of how the Romans used religion in reforming their city, and in prosecuting their wars. In Titus Livy, there are many examples of this, but I shall be content with the following. The Roman people, having created tribunes with consular power, all of whom, save one, were plebeians, there occurred in that year pestilence and famine, and certain prodigies took place. Availing themselves of this opportunity, in the next appointment of tribunes, the nobles said that the gods were angry with Rome for having abused the majesty of her authority, and that the only way to placate them was to restore the election of tribunes to its proper position. The result was that the plebes, terrified by this appeal to religion, appointed only nobles as tribunes. One notes also in the siege of the city of Veii how the army leaders used religion in order to keep the troops keyed up for attack. During the year, the Alban Lake had risen in an extraordinary way, and the Roman soldiers, tired of the long siege, were desirous of returning to Rome when it was discovered that Apollo and certain other oracles had said that the city of Veii would be taken in the year in which the Lake Alba overflowed. This report made the soldiers endure the fatigues of the siege, since they now felt sure that they would capture the town. Contentedly, therefore, they went on with the attack until Camillus was made dictator and took the city after it had been besieged for 10 years. Thus, religion, when properly used, helped both towards the taking of a city and towards the restoring of the tribunate to the nobility, which it would in both cases have been difficult to carry out save by these means. I must not omit to add yet another relevant example. There had arisen in Rome a number of tumults occasioned by Terentillus, a tribune, who wanted to propose a certain law, for reasons which will be given later in their proper place. One of the first remedies the nobility used was religion, of which they availed themselves in 2 ways. First, they got someone to look up the Sibylline books, which told them, so they said, that owing to sedition, the city would be in danger of losing its liberties that very year. Though the tribunes exposed the fraud, it none the less put such fear into the breasts of the plebes that they refrained from following their lead. Another way in which they used religion was when one Appius Herdonius, with a crowd of exiles and slaves, numbering 4,000 men, seized the capital by night, which made people afraid lest the Aequae and the Volsci, Rome's perpetual enemies, should come and capture Rome. In spite of this, the tribunes obstinately persisted in pushing forward the Terentilian law, alleging that the aforesaid attack was a fabrication, and that it was not true. Then from the Senate came one Publius Riberius, a grave man and a citizen of considerable authority, who, in a speech that was half friendly, half threatening, pointed out the dangers to the city and the opportuneness of their demand to such effect that he got the plebes to swear to abide by the decision of the consul, with the result that the now obedient plebes recovered in the capital by force. However, in the course of the attack, Publius Valerius, the consul, was killed, and forthwith Titus Quintus was reappointed in his stead. So the latter, giving the plebes no time to rest or think of the Terentilian law, bade them go forth against the Volsci, alleging that by the oath they made not abandon the consul, they were obliged to follow him. The tribunes objected on this the ground that the oaths had been given to the dead consul and not to him. Nonetheless, Titus Livy shows how the plebes, out of reverence for religion, preferred rather to obey the consul than to believe the tribunes, and on behalf of the ancient religions uses the words, "Not as yet was there that negligence of the gods which now prevails in the world, nor did the individual put upon oaths and laws his own interpretation." This made the tribunes afraid lest they should now lose the whole of their standing, so they agreed to remain obedient to the consul and not raise the question of the Terentilian law for a year, and the consuls agreed not to take the plebes off to the war for a year. Religion thus enabled the Senate to overcome these difficulties, which otherwise would never have succeeded in doing. 14. The Romans interpreted their auspices in accordance with their needs, were wise enough to ostensibly observe religion when forced to ignore it, and punished those who were so rash as to disparage it. Auguries were not only in large part the basis of the ancient religion of the Gentiles, as we have remarked in a previous discourse, but they also contributed to the well-being of the Roman Republic. Hence the Romans took more care in regard to them than in regard to any other institution in that republic. They made use of them in the election of consuls, in entering upon military enterprises, in leading forth their armies, on engaging battles, and in all their important enterprises, whether civic or military. Neither would they set forth an expedition until they had convinced the troops that the gods had promised them victory. Among other exponents of augury, they had in their armies certain officials concerned with the taking of auspices, who were called poultrymen. And whenever they had to fix the day for an engagement with the enemy, they requested the poultrymen take the auspices. If the poultry pecked, the augury was good, and they fought. If they didn't peck, they abstained from battle. Nevertheless, when reason told them that a thing had to be done, they did it anyhow, even should the auspices be adverse. But so adroit were they in words and actions at giving things a twist that they did not appear to have done anything disparaging to religion. Adroitness of this kind was used by Papirius, the consul, in an important battle which he fought with the Samnites, after which the latter were left extremely weak and dispirited. For, when the Papyrus was encamped opposite to the Samnites, and it seemed to him that in battle he would certainly win, in order that he might choose the day for this, he told the poultrymen to take the auspices. But the poultry did not peck. Observing, however, the army's great eagerness to fight, and that alike the commander and all the troops thought they would win, the head poultryman, in order to not deprive the army of so good an opportunity for the work in hand, sent word to the consul that the result of the auspices had been favorable. So Papyrus ordered the troops to fall in. But, meanwhile, some of the poultrymen let it out to some soldiers that the poultry had not pecked, and they told Spurius Papyrus, the consul's nephew, who passed it on to the consul. Whereupon the consul told him to mind his own business and to mind it well, and that, as for himself and the army, the auspices had been good, and that if the poultryman had told a lie, that was his lookout. that the results should agree with the prognostication. He then told the legates to put the poultrymen in the forefront of the battle, whence it came about that, when they attacked the enemy, the head poultryman was accidentally killed by a javelin thrown by a Roman soldier. When the consul heard of this, he said that all was going well, thanks to the gods, for by the death of this liar the army had been purged of any blame and any wrath which it had incurred in the sight of the gods. Thus, through knowing how to accommodate nicely his plans to the auspices, he engaged the enemy and beat them without the army suspecting that he had in any way neglected what was prescribed by their religion. In Sicily, during the First Punic War, Appius Pulcher acted very differently. When about to engage with the Carthaginian army, he had the auspices taken by the poultrymen, and when they reported that the poultry would not peck, he exclaimed, "Let's see if they won't drink," and had them thrown in the sea. He then made the attack and lost the day. For when he was condemned at Rome and Papyrus honored, he not so much because the one had been victorious and the other lost, as because the one, in contravening the auspices, had been prudent, and the other rash. Nor did this custom of consulting the auspices tend to produce any results save to cause the troops to go confidently into battle, the which confidence almost always leads to victory. Nor yet was it only the Romans who used it, but also foreigners, of which I think I will give an example in the following chapter. 15. The Samnites had recourse to religion as a last resort when their affairs were going badly. After the Samnites had been defeated several times by the Romans and had finally been destroyed in Tuscany, their army and its officers killed, their allies, such as the Tuscans, Gauls, and Umbrians, conquered, they could rely now neither on their strength nor on that of others. Yet they did not withdraw from the war. So far were they from becoming weary of defending liberty even without success, and so much did they prefer to be beaten than to not try to win. They determined, therefore, to make a final effort. And since they knew it was necessary to instill into the minds of the soldiers an obstinate will to conquer, and that, to instill it, there were no better means than religion, they decided on the advice of Ulvius Pacius, their priest, to revive one of their ancient sacrifices. The ritual they observed was as follows. Having offered a solemn sacrifice, and made all the officers of the army stand between the dead victims and the flame-lit altars, and swear that they would never abandon the fight, they called up the soldiers one by one, made them stand between the altars in the midst of a number of centurions with drawn swords in their hands, and first of all swear that they would not reveal anything which they saw or observed. They then made them promise the gods, with curses and the most terrible incantations, that they would be ready to go wherever the generals ordered, that they would never flee from battle, and that they would kill anyone whom they saw running away. And if they did not do this, they prayed that the curse might fall on the heads of their family and on their children. Some of them, terrified, were reluctant to take the oath, and were at once killed by the centurions. All those who came after them, frightened by the ferocity of the spectacle, then took the oath. To make this, their assemblage of 40,000 men, yet more magnificent, they clad half of them in white, with crests and plumes on their helmets, and thus arrayed, the army took up its position near Aquilonia. Papyrus went to meet them, and, to encourage his troops, told them that crests do not cause wounds, and the Roman javelin goes through painted and gilded shields. Then, in order to dispel any false impression his own troops might have formed of the enemy owing to the oath they had taken, he said that its effect would be to make them afraid, not to strengthen them, since at one and the same time they were afraid of their fellow citizens, of the gods, and of the enemy. When the engagement took place, the Samnites were overcome, because the virtue of the Romans and the fear caused by past defeats more than counterbalanced any obstinacy they might have derived from the virtue of religion, and from the oath they had taken. Nevertheless, it is clear that to them there did not appear to be anything else to which they could have recourse, or any other remedy they could try in hope of recovering the virtue they had lost. This bears striking witness to the magnitude of that confidence which religion gives when properly used. And though, perhaps, it might have been better to discuss the question under the head of foreign affairs, yet it is concerned with one of the most important institutions of the Roman Republic, and so seems to me to belong here, since otherwise I should have to deal with this topic in parts and to return to it several times. The transition from servitude to freedom. 16. A people accustomed to live under a prince, should they by some eventuality become free, will with difficulty maintain their freedom. How difficult it is for a people accustomed to living under a prince to preserve their liberty, should they by some accident acquire it, as Rome did after the expulsion of the Tarquins, is shown by numerous examples which may be studied in the historical records of ancient times. That there should be such a difficulty is reasonable, for such a people differs in no wise from wild animals, which, though by nature fierce and accustomed to the woods, has been brought up in captivity and servitude, and is then loose to roam the countryside at will, where, being unaccustomed to seeking its own food, and discovering no place in which it can find refuge, it becomes the prey of the first comer who seeks to chain it up again. The same thing happens to a people which has been accustomed to living under foreign rulers, and so has taken no thought for either public defense or offense, and is acquainted with no princes, nor yet are any acquainted with it. It forthwith returns to the yoke, and oftentimes to a heavier one than that which a while back it threw off its neck. This difficulty may occur, no matter how free the material be from corruption. But, since a people which has become wholly corrupt cannot even for a brief space, no, not even for a moment, enjoy its freedom, as we shall show later, we shall confine ourselves in the present discourse to peoples in whom corruption has not yet advanced too far, and in whom there is still more goodness than rottenness. In addition to the difficulty already mentioned there, is yet another. It is that the government of a state which has become free evokes factions which are hostile, not factions which are friendly. To such hostile factions will belong all those who held preferment under the tyrannical government, and grew fat on the riches of its prince, since, now that they are deprived of these emoluments, they cannot live contented, but are compelled, each of them, to try and restore the tyranny in order to regain their authority. Nor, as I have said, will such a government acquire supporters who are friendly, because a self-governing state assigns honors and rewards only for honest and determined reasons, and, apart from this, rewards and honors no one. And when one acquires honors or advantages which appear to have been deserved, one does not acknowledge any obligation towards those responsible for the remuneration. Furthermore, that common advantage which results from the self-governing state is not recognized by anybody so long as it is possessed. The possibility of enjoying what one has freely and without incurring suspicion, for instance, the assurance that one's wife and children will be respected, the absence of fear for oneself, for no one admits that he incurs an obligation to another merely because that order has done him no wrong. It is, then, as I have said, the government of a state which is free and has been newly formed will evoke hostile factions, but not friendly factions. If, then, one desires to remedy these difficulties, and to cure the disorders which the aforesaid difficulties bring about, there is no way more efficient, more sure, more safe, or more necessary, than to kill the sons of Brutus, who, as history shows, would not together with other Roman youths have been induced to conspire against their country, if it had not been that, under consuls, they could not attain to an outstanding position, as they could under the kings. So that the freedom of the people was, from their point of view, but servitude. He then who sets out to govern the masses, whether in a free state or in a principality, and does not secure himself against those who are hostile to the new order, is setting up a form of government which will be but short-lived. True, I look upon those rulers as unhappy who, to make their government secure, have to adopt abnormal methods, because they find the masses hostile. For he who has but the few as his enemies can easily, and without much scandal, make himself secure. But he who has the public as a whole for his enemy can never make himself secure, and the greater his cruelty, the weaker does his regime become. In such a case, the best remedy he can adopt is to make the populace his friend. Though to speak now of a prince, now of a republic, is to distort the plan of this discourse. I propose, none the less, to talk of princes, that I may not have to return to this topic. If, then, a prince wants to make sure of a populace that might be hostile to him, I speak of such princes as have become tyrants in their own country, what I say is that he ought first to ask what it is that the people desire, and that he will always find that they desire two things. 1. To avenge themselves against the persons who have been the cause of their servitude. 2. To regain their freedom. The first of these demands that the prince can satisfy entirely, the second in part. Of the first demand, there is an example much to the point. When Clearchus, tyrant of Heraclea, was in exile, it happened that in Heraclea a controversy arose between its populace and the upper class, who were in the weaker position, and so decided to support Clearchus, and, despite the popular feeling, swore to bring him back and to deprive the populace of its freedom. It thus came about that Clearchus found himself between an arrogant upper class, which he could in no way either satisfy or correct, and a raving populace who could not stand having lost its freedom. He decided, therefore, at one stroke, to free himself of the vexations caused by the leading men, and to win over the populace. So, choosing a suitable opportunity, he cut to pieces all the nobles, to the immense satisfaction of the popular party, and in this way satisfied one of the demands of the populace, namely, the demand for vengeance. As to the second popular demand, the restoration of freedom, since this the prince is unable to satisfy, he should inquire as to the grounds on which the demand for freedom is based. He will find that a small section of the populace desire to be free in order to obtain authority over others, but that the vast bulk of those who demand freedom desire but to live in security. For in all states, whatever be their form of government, The real rulers do not amount to more than 40 or 50 citizens, and since this is a small number, it is an easy thing to make yourself secure in their regard, either by doing away with them, or by granting them such a share of honors according to their standing, as will, for the most part, satisfy them. As for the rest, who demand but to live in security, they can easily be satisfied by introducing such institutions and laws as shall, in conjunction with the power of the prince, make for the security of the public as a whole. When a prince does this, and the people see that on no occasion does he break such laws, in a short time they will begin to live in security and contentment. This is exemplified by the Kingdom of France, in which people live in security simply because its kings are pledged to observe numerous laws on which the security of all their people depends. It was the intention of the founder of this state that its kings should do as they thought fit in regard to the use of arms and to finance, but that in other respects they should act as the laws required. That prince, therefore, or that republic, which has not made its government secure at the outset, must take the first opportunity of doing so, as the Romans did. He who fails to do this will repent too late of having omitted to do what he ought to have done. Thus, since the Roman people were not yet corrupt when they regained their freedom, they were able to maintain it when the sons of Brutus were dead, and there was an end of the Tarquins, by means of those methods of government and those institutions which are discussed elsewhere. On the other hand, had this people already become corrupt, neither in Rome nor anywhere else would remedies adequate for its maintenance have been found, as will be shown in the next chapter. 17. A corrupted people, having acquired liberty, can maintain it only with the greatest difficulty. In Rome, it was inevitable, in my opinion, that either the kings should be removed, or that in a very short time the state would have become weak and of no account. Because, if one considers how corrupt the kings had become, it is clear that in the course of 2 or 3 generations, the corruption inherent in the kingship would have begun to spread to the members, and when the members had become corrupt, it would no longer have been possible to reform them. But, since the head was lost while the trunk remained whole, it was easily possible to recover a free and ordered mode of life. It should be assumed, then, as a basic and established principle that to a state which has been under a prince and has become corrupt, freedom cannot be restored even if the prince and the whole of his stock be wiped out. On the contrary, what will happen is that one prince will wipe out another, and without the creation of a new lord, it will never settle down, unless, indeed, the goodness of some one man, conjoined with the virtue, should keep it free. Such freedom, however, will last only so long as he lives. This happened to Syracuse in the case of Dion and Timoleon, whose virtue was such that on both occasions the city remained free so long as they lived, but when they were dead, returned to its ancient tyranny. Nor can any better example of this be found than in Rome, which, when the Tarquins were expelled, was able forthwith both to acquire and to maintain its liberty. Yet, when Caesar was killed, and Gaius Caligula and Nero were killed, and the whole of Caesar's stock was exterminated, it was not only unable to ever maintain liberty, but could not even make a start. Results so diverse in one and the same city are caused by not else but that in the time of the Tarquins and the Roman populace was not yet corrupt, but in the later period was extremely corrupt. For in the former case, in order to stiffen the people up and keep them averse to a king, it sufficed to make them swear never to consent to any king ruling in Rome. But in the other period, the authority and severity of Brutus, backed by all the legions of the East, did not suffice to keep them disposed to desire that liberty to be maintained, which he, after the manner of the first Brutus, had introduced. This was due to the corruption with which the Marian faction had impregnated the populace. For, when Caesar became the head of this faction, he so successfully blinded the masses that they were unaware of the yoke which they themselves had placed on their necks. Though the example of Rome is preferable to, say, any other, yet I propose to add to it further examples with which those who live at the present time will be familiar. I assert, then, that nothing that befell Milan or Naples, however grave and however violent in character, could ever bring them freedom, since their members were wholly corrupt. This is apparent after the death of Filippo Visconti, for, though it was proposed to introduce freedom in Milan, it could not be done, nor could any means of maintaining it be devised. Rome, then, was extremely lucky in that its kings quickly became corrupt, with the result that they were expelled before their corruption had penetrated to the bowels of that city. This absence of corruption was, in fact, the reason why the numerous tumults which took place in Rome, instigated by men of good intentions, did no harm, but, on the contrary, were an advantage to that republic. It is possible, then, to arrive at this conclusion. When the material is not corrupt, Tumults and other troubles do not harm, but when it is corrupt, good legislation is of no avail, unless it be initiated by someone who is so extremely strong a position that he can enforce obedience until such a time as the material has become good. Whether this has ever happened, or whether it is possible for it to happen, I do not know. For, as I have just said, it is clear that if in a state which is on decline owing to the corruption of its material, a renaissance is ever to be brought about, it will be by the virtue of some one person who is then living, not by the virtue of the public as a whole, that good institutions are kept up. And as soon as such person dead, it will relapse into their former habits. This happened at Thebes, which, thanks to the virtue of Epaminondas, successfully maintained a republican form of government so long as he lived, but, on his death, forthwith returned to its former disorderly state. The reason is that no individual can possibly live long enough for a state which has long had bad customs to acquire good ones. Unless a man, living for a very long time, or one virtuous man succeeded by another, organize it on their passing way. As we have said, there would be a collapse, unless the Renaissance is brought about at a considerable risk, and with no small bloodshedding. For the corruption of this kind and ineptitude for a free mode of life is due to the inequality one finds in a city, and to restore equality it is necessary to take steps which are by no means normal, and that few people either know how to do or are ready to do, a point which will be dealt with in detail in another place. 18. How, in corrupt cities, a free government can be maintained where it exists, or be established where it does not exist. It will not, I think, be foreign to my purpose, nor contrary to the plan of my previous discourse, to consider whether in a corrupt city it is possible to maintain a free government where it exists, and whether, when there has been none, it can be set up. In regard to this question, I maintain that in either case it will be a very difficult thing to do. It is, moreover, almost impossible to lay down rules, for the method to be adopted will of necessity depend on the degree of corruption. Nonetheless, since it is well to take account of all cases, I do not propose to shelve the question. I suppose, then, an exceedingly corrupt state, whereby the difficulty will clearly be intensified, since in it there will be found neither laws nor institutions which will suffice to check widespread corruption. Because, just as for the maintenance of good customs, laws are required, so if laws are to be observed, there is need of good customs. Furthermore, institutions and laws made in the early days of a republic, when men were good, no longer serve their purpose when men have become bad. And if by any chance the laws of the state are changed, there will never, or but rarely, be a change in its institutions. The result is that new laws are ineffectual, because the institutions, which remain constant, corrupt them. In order to make this point more clear, I would point out that in Rome there was a constitution regulating its government, or rather its form of government, and then laws enabling the magistrates to keep their citizens in order. To the constitution determining its form of government pertained the authority vested in the people, the Senate, the tribunes, and in the consuls, the method of applying it, and of appointing to magisterial posts, and its legislative procedure. These institutions underwent little or no change in the course of events, whereas there were changes in the laws which kept the citizens in order. There was, for instance, the law concerning adultery, the sumptuary law, a law concerning ambition, and many others. These laws were introduced step by step as the citizens became corrupt, but since the institutions determining its form of government remained unchanged, and when corruption had set in, were no longer good, these modifications of the laws did not suffice to keep men good, though they might have helped had the introduction of new laws been accompanied by modification of the institutions. That it is true to say that such institutions will not be good in a corrupt state is clearly seen in two important cases, in the appointing of magistrates and in the making of laws. The Roman people had never given the consulate or any other important office in the city except to such as had applied for the post. This institution was at the outside good, because only such citizens applied for posts as judged themselves worthy to fill them, and to be rejected was looked upon as ignominious, so that everyone behaved well in order to be judged worthy. This procedure, when the city became corrupt, was extremely harmful, because not those who had more virtue, but those who had more power, applied for magistrates, and the powerless, though virtuous, refrained from applying through fear. This inconvenience did not come about all at once, but by stages, as is the case with all inconveniences. For when the Romans had conquered Africa and Asia, and had reduced the greater part of Greece to subjection, they had become secure as to their liberty, nor had they any more enemies whom there was ground to fear. This sense of security, and this weakness on the part of their enemies, caused the Roman people in appointing the consulate to not consider a man's virtue, but his popularity. This drew to that office men who knew better how to get round men, not those who knew better how to conquer enemies. They then turned from those who had more popularity and gave it to those who had more power. Thus, owing to the defectiveness of this institution, when it came about, the good men were wholly excluded from consular rank. Again, a tribune or any other citizen could propose to the people a law, in regard to which every citizen was entitled to speak either in favor of it or against it, prior to a decision being reached. This institution was good so long as the citizens were good, because it is always a good thing that anyone anxious to serve the public should be able to propose his plan. It is also a good thing that everyone should be at liberty to express his opinion on it, so that when the people have heard what each has to say, they may choose the best plan. But, when the citizens had become perverse, this institution became a nuisance, because only the powerful proposed laws, and this for the sake not of their common liberties, but to augment their own power. And against such projects no one durst speak for fear of such folk, with the result that the people were induced, either by deceit or by force, to adopt measures which spelt their own ruin. In order to maintain Rome's liberty, therefore, when corruption had set in, it was necessary, in the course of its development, to introduce new institutions, just as there had been made new laws. For different institutions and different procedure should be prescribed for the governed according as they are good or bad, since similar forms cannot subsist in matter which are disposed to be in a contrary matter. Now, defective institutions must either be renovated at all at once, as soon as the decline from goodness is noticed, or little by little before they become known to everybody. Neither of which courses is possible, I maintain. For if the renovation is to take place little by little, there is need of someone who shall see the inconvenience coming, while yet it is far off and in its infancy. But it may quite easily happen in the estate that no such person will ever arise, or should he arise in point of fact, that he will never be able to persuade others to see things as he does himself. For men accustomed to a certain mode of life are reluctant to change it, especially when they have not themselves noticed the evil in question, but have had their attention called to it by conjectures. With regard to modifying institutions all at once, when everybody realizes that they are no good, I would point out that though it is easy to recognize their futility, it is not easy to correct it. For, to do this, normal methods will not suffice, now that normal methods are bad. Hence, it is necessary to resort to extraordinary methods, such as the use of force and an appeal to arms. And, before doing anything, to become a prince in this state, so that one can dispose it as it thinks fits. But to reconstitute political life in a state presupposes a good man, whereas to have recourse to violence in order to make oneself a prince in a republic supposes a bad man. Hence, very rarely will there be found a good man ready to use bad methods in order to make himself a prince, though with a good end in view, nor yet a bad man who, having become a prince, is ready to do the right thing, and to whose mind it will occur to use well that authority which he has acquired by bad means. It is on account of all this that it is difficult, or rather impossible, either to maintain a republican form of government in states which have become corrupt, or to create such a form afresh. Should a republic simply have to be created or to be maintained, it would be necessary to introduce into it a form of government akin rather to a monarchy than to a democracy, so that those men whose arrogance is such that they cannot be corrected by legal process may yet be restrained to some extent by a quasi-regal power. To try to make them become good in any other way would be either a most brutal or an impossible undertaking, the kind of thing that Cleomenes did, as I said above. For that he might rule alone, he killed the Ephors, and for the same reasons Romulus killed his brother, and Titus Tatius killed the Sabine, and afterwards both of them made good use of their authority. It should, however, be noted that neither one nor the other had subjects steeped in corruption, which in this chapter we have taken as the basis of our argument, so that both were able to resolve on such steps, and having done so, to camouflage their plan. Sundry reflections on the kings of Rome. 19. A weak prince who succeeds an outstanding prince can hold his own, but a weak prince who succeeds another weak prince cannot hold any kingdom. The virtue and the methods of Romulus, Numa, and Tullus, the first 3 kings of Rome, show how extremely fortunate Rome was to have had first a fierce and warlike king, then a peaceful and religious one, and thirdly a king with the military ardor of Romulus, the lover of war rather than peace. For it was essential to Rome in its early days that there should arise a legislator to give it a civic constitution, and it was also necessary that there should be others who would again display the virtue of Romulus, since, otherwise, the city would have become effeminate and have fallen prey to its neighbors. In which connection it may be noted that a prince who is less virtuous than his predecessor can hold a state thanks to the virtue of its previous ruler and can enjoy the fruits of his labors. But, should he happen to live a long time, or should there not arise another who again displays the virtue of the first, the kingdom must needs be ruined. And, conversely, if of 2 princes who come one after another, both are conspicuous for virtue, it is frequently found that they perform magnificent exploits, and that their fame reaches to the uppermost limits of the heavens. David, no doubt, was a very fine man, alike as soldier, teacher, and judge, and his virtue was such that, having beaten and conquered all his neighbors, he left to his young son, Solomon, a peaceful kingdom, which he could maintain by peaceful instead of warlike methods, and there enjoy the happily the fruits of his father's virtue. He could not, however, leave it just so to Rehoboam, his young son, who, since he lacked his grandfather's virtue, and also his father's good fortune, with difficulty remained heir to a 6th part of the kingdom. Bajazet, Sultan of the Turks, a man who loved peace more than war, was able to enjoy the fruits of his father, Mahomet's labors, for the latter, like David, had defeated his neighbors, and left him with a strong kingdom, which he could easily maintain by peaceful methods. Had, however, his son, Selim, the present ruler, been like his father, not like his grandfather, this kingdom would have been ruined. Actually, however, he seems to be out to excel the glory of his grandfather. I claim, then, that in view of these examples, that a weak prince who succeeds an able prince can hold his own, but that if a weak prince who succeeds another weak prince, he cannot keep any kingdom going, unless, as in France, there are ancient institutions which keep it going. By weak princes, I mean those who are not prepared for war. I conclude with these remarks. The virtue of Romulus was so great that he made it possible for Numa Pompilius to rule for many years by peaceful methods. He was then succeeded by Tullus, whose repute for ferocity rivaled that of Romulus. Then came Uncus, whose natural talents were such that he could avail himself of peace and also carry on war. At first he was inclined to keep the ways of peace, but when one fine day he discovered that his neighbors thought him effeminate and held him in little esteem, he had once decided that, if he wanted to keep Rome, he must resort to war and emulate Romulus rather than Numa. From these examples, let all princes who have dominions learn that, if they emulate Numa, they will hold them or fail to hold them according to the times or the fortune that befalls them. Whereas if they emulate Romulus, and, like him, rely both on prudence and on arms, they will hold them in any case, unless some obstinate and overwhelming force takes them away. It is highly probable that if it had not been Rome's lot to have in her third king a man who knew how to use armed forces to maintain her reputation, she would never, or would with the utmost difficulty, have established her position, nor would she have succeeded in effecting what she did effect. Thus, while Rome was subject to kings, she was exposed to dangers that might have ruined her had she been under a weak or malevolent king. 20. 2 virtuous princes, of whom one immediately succeeds the other, do great things. And, as in well-ordered republics there is of necessity such a virtuous succession, their acquisitions and their increase are also great. When Rome got rid of her kings, and with them vanished the dangers entailed by the accession of a weak or a bad king, for the sovereign power was now vested in consuls, who acquired it not by hereditary or by trickery, or by violence inspired by ambition, but came into this power by the free votes of the people, and withal were very able men. Under their virtuous rule, Rome thrived, and fortune favored her time and again, so that she attained to her highest pitch of greatness in as many years again as she had been subject to kings. How this came about is clear, for if the immediate succession of one virtuous prince by another suffices for the conquest of the world, as it did in the case of Philip of Macedon and Alexander the Great, a republic should be all the more successful, since, thanks to its practice of electing its rulers, it has not been merely a succession of 2 highly virtuous rulers, but an infinite number each succeeding the other, and this virtuous succession may always be kept up in a well-ordered republic. 21. Princes and republics which have not their own armed forces are highly reprehensible. Present-day princes and modern republics, which have not their own troops for offense and defense, ought to be ashamed of themselves. They should consider the example set by Tullus, and should ascribe to this defect not to lack of men fit to become soldiers, but to their own fault in that they have neglected to train men to be soldiers. Rome had been at peace for 40 years when Tullus succeeded to that kingdom, and he found there no man who had ever been to the wars. Nonetheless, when he was making plans for war, he did not consider making use of the Samnites, or of the Tuscans, or of others who were accustomed to the use of arms, but decided, like a prudent man, to avail himself of his own people, and so great was his virtue that in the brief space under his rule he was able to make excellent soldiers. It is indeed the truest of truths that if, where there are men, there are not soldiers, it is their ruler's fault, not the fault of the situation or of nature. Of this there is quite a recent instance, for everyone knows how short time ago the King of England attacked the Kingdom of France, and took with him none but his own people as troops. It being more than 30 years since his kingdom had been engaged in war, there were neither soldiers nor officers who had ever seen military service. Yet, with such troops the king did not hesitate to attack a kingdom in which there were plenty of officers, and of good troops who had been continuously under arms in wars in Italy. All this was due to the king's being a prudent man, and to his kingdom being in good order, for in times of peace it had not dropped the institutions associated with war. When the Thebians, Cleopatus and Epaminondas, had liberated thieves and delivered it from servitude under the Spartan Empire, they found themselves in a city accustomed to servitude and amidst an effeminate populace. Yet such was their virtue that they did not hesitate to put the populace under arms, nor with such troops to scour the countryside in search of the Spartan army, which they defeated. With reference to this, a writer says that these two showed in a short time that it was not only in Lacedaemon that the warriors are born, but wherever men are born, provided there be those who know how to give them military training, as we have seen that Tullus did in the case of the Romans. This view could not be expressed better than it is by Virgil, nor does any remark put it so neatly as he does when he says of Tullus, "And his slothful men will Tullus rouse to arms." 22. What is worthy of note in the case of the 3 Roman Horiaci and of the 3 Alban Curiati? Tullus, king of Rome, and Metius, king of Alba, made a pact to the effect that whichever these 2 sets of 3 men should win, their people would become lords over the other people. All the Alban Curiati were killed, and of the Roman Horiati only 1 survived. Consequently, Metius, the Alban king, together with his people, became subject to the Romans. When the victorious Horiatus returned to Rome, he met one of his sisters, who was married to one of the 3 Curiati who had been slain. She was bewailing her husband's death, so he killed her. For this delinquency, Horiatus was brought to trial, and after much disputing was set free, not so much on account of his merits as on account of his father's intercession. There are 3 things to be noted here. 1. That never should one risk the whole of one's fortune on the success of but a part of one's forces. 2. That in assigning rewards and punishments in a well-ordered city, never should blameworthy actions be counterbalanced by deserts. And 3. That it is never wise to adopt a course if there is reason to doubt, or if there be doubt, whether the other party will observe his engagements. For that one city should become subject to another is a matter of such consequence, that it was incredible that any king or any people should have rested content if the issue depended on 3 of their citizens being vanquished. This is illustrated by the conduct of Metius, who, when the Romans won, at once admitted his own defeat and promised obedience to Tullus. Yet, in the first expedition which these Romans undertook against the Venetes, it is found contriving how to let them down, like a man who comes to see too late how rash is the course he had adopted. In regards to this third point, enough has been said, so in the next 2 chapters I shall speak only of the other 2 points. 23. That one should not stake the whole of one's fortune except on the whole of one's forces, and that, consequently, it is frequently harmful to defend passes. It has never been thought a wise course to risk the whole of your fortune without employing all your forces. This may be done in several ways. One way is to act as Tullus and Metius did when they entrusted the whole of their country's fortune and the virtue of all the troops each of them had in his army to the virtue and fortune of 3 of their citizens, who came to but a tiny fraction of the forces each had at his disposal. Nor did they realize that in adopting such a course they were trading as of no account all the pains to which their ancestors had put themselves in order to so organize the commonwealth that it might enjoy a long life of freedom, and that the citizens of each might themselves be the defenders of their freedom, for it lay within the power of so few to lose it. Then these kings could hardly have done anything more stupid. Those also almost always incur an inconvenience of this kind, who, when the enemy is at hand, decide to hold difficult positions and to defend passes, for such a decision is almost always harmful unless the difficult position is such that you can conveniently hold it with all your forces. In that case, this course should not be adopted. But if the place is so awkward that it will not hold all your forces, such a course is dangerous. What leads me to think so is that those who have been attacked by a powerful foe in a land surrounded by mountains and in an alpine terrain have never attempted to engage the enemy in their passes and their mountains, but have gone forth from them to meet him beyond them, or, when reluctant to do this, have awaited him behind their mountains, but in open country, not in the country of the alpine type. The reasons for this are, as has been said, that it is not easy to bring many men to the defense of an alpine terrain, both because there is not enough for them to live on for very long, and because the place is being confined and capable of holding but a few, it is not possible to withstand an enemy who comes with a large force to attack it. And for the enemy to come with a large force is easy, since his purpose is to get through, not to make it a stronghold. Nor is it possible for the defender to wait in a force, since he does not know when the enemy intends to pass that way, and so must find accommodation for a lengthy period in places which I am supposing to be both confined and sterile. When, therefore, the pass which you propose to hold, and on which your people and your army were relying, has been lost, your people, and what remains of your forces, will more often than not be so filled with terror that they will give up without awaiting a further chance of putting their valor to the test. You will thus have lost your whole fortune, though you have employed but a part of your forces. Everybody knows how difficult Hannibal found it to cross the Alps, which separate Lombardy from Gaul, and again how difficult he found it to cross those which separate Lombardy from Tuscany. Yet the Romans, in spite of this, awaited him first on the Ticinus, and afterwards on the plain of Arezzo, for they preferred their army be wiped out by the enemy in a place where it had a chance of winning, rather than lead it up to the Alps to be destroyed by the malignant situation. He who reads with appreciation history as a whole will find that very few generals of any virtuosity have attempted to hold such passes, both for the aforesaid reasons, and because it is impossible to close them all. For in the mountains, as in open country, they are not the only commonly frequented routes, but many others, which, if not known to foreigners, are known to peasants, whose help you can always enlist in any place to the discomfiture of your opponent. Of this, a quite recent example may be cited. In 1515, when Francis, King of France, was intending to cross into Italy in order to regain control of Lombardy, the chief objections raised by those who were averse to the undertaking was that the Swiss would be a menace to the passes over their mountains. But experience showed that the objection was without foundation, for, avoiding the 2 or 3 places which the Swiss were guarding, the king came by another route of which they were unaware, and it was in Italy and down on them before they knew of it. Whereupon the Swiss, in their alarm, retreated on Milan, and the whole population of Lombardy came out to welcome the French forces when they found they were mistaken in thinking that the French would be held up in their mountains. 24. Well-ordered republics, in assigning rewards and punishments, never balance one against the other. Very great were the merits of Horatius, by whose virtue the Curiaci had been overcome. Yet so abominable was his crime of killing his sister, and so distressed were the Romans by this murder, that they tried him for his life, despite his deserts which were both great and recent. Superficially, this would seem to be an instance of the ingratitude of the populace. But if one examines the case more carefully, bearing in mind the kind of institutions that a republic should have, it will be seen that the populace was more to blame for letting him off than for wanting to condemn him. The reason is that no well-ordered republic allows the demerits of its citizens to be cancelled out by their merits. But, having prescribed rewards for a good deed, and punishments for a bad one, and having rewarded someone for doing well, if that same person afterwards does wrong, it punishes him, regardless of any of the good deeds he has done. And, when such ordinances are duly observed, the city long enjoys freedom, but otherwise will always be ruined. Because if a citizen who has rendered some signal service to the state acquire thereby not merely the repute which the affair has brought him, but is emboldened to expect that he can do wrong with impunity, he will soon become so insolent that civic light in such a state will disappear. It is highly necessary, therefore, that if a punishment is to be assigned for evil deeds, rewards should be made for good ones, as actually was the case in Rome. Even though a republic be poor and able to give but little, it should not withhold that little, because every little gift awarded to someone in recognition of services however great will always be highly esteemed and treasured by the recipient. The story of Horatius Cocles and that of Mucius Scaevola is well known. The first held the enemy in check on a bridge until at length it was cut down. The other burnt the hand that had erred when he was going to assassinate Porsenna, king of the Tuscans. For these two deeds of outstanding merit, they each received a public grant of 2½ acres of land. The story of Menelaus Capitolinus is also noteworthy, for having saved the capital from the Gauls, who were encamped before it, his fellow citizens, who were being besieged together with him, gave him a small measure of corn. This reward was considerable in view of the fortunes then current in Rome. It was also such that, when Menelaus, out of envy or because his nature was bad, started a sedition in Rome and tried to win over the populace, not the least attention was paid to his merits, but he was thrown headlong from the capital which he had once saved with such renown. The introduction of new forms of government. 25. He who proposes to change an old established form of government in a free city should retain at least the shadow of its ancient customs. He who desires or proposes to change the form of government in a state and wishes it to be acceptable and to be able to maintain it to everyone's satisfaction, must needs retain at least the shadow of its ancient customs, so that institutions may not appear to its people to have been changed, though, in point of fact, the new institutions may be radically different from old ones. This he must do because men in general are as much affected by what a thing appears to be as by what it is. Indeed, they are frequently influenced more by appearances than by reality. For this reason, the Romans, on acquiring freedom, recognized the need of this from the start, and when in place of a king they appointed 2 consuls, they decided that the latter should not have more than 12 lictors, so as not to exceed the number which had ministered to the kings. Furthermore, since when a commemorative sacrifice was offered, it could only be offered by the king in person, they did not wish the absence of the kings to arouse in people a desire for anything pertaining to the past. They appointed a master of ceremonies, whom they called the sacrificial king, and put him under the high priest. It thus came about that the populace were content with this sacrifice, and had no occasion, for lack of a king, to desire that he should return. This should be noted by all who contemplate abolishing an ancient form of constitution in a city and setting up a new and free form, because, since novelties cause men to change their minds, you should see to it that changes retain as much as possible of what is old, and that if changes are made in number, the authority and the period of office of the magistrates, they should retain the traditional names. This, as I have said, should be observed by one who proposes to set up a political regime, whether by way of a republic or by way of a monarchy. But he who proposes to set up a despotism, or what writers call tyranny, must renovate everything, as will be said in the next chapter. 26. In a city or province which he has seized, a new prince should make everything new. Should anyone become the ruler either of a city or of a state, especially if he has no sure footing in it, and it is suited neither for the civic life characteristics of a monarchy, nor yet that of a republic, the best thing he can do in order to retain such a principality, given that he be a new prince, is to organize everything in that state afresh, e.g., in its cities to appoint new governors with new titles and a new authority, the governors themselves being new men, to make the rich poor and the poor rich, as did David when he became king, who filled the hungry with good things and the rich sent empty away, as well as to build new cities, to destroy those already built, and to move the inhabitants from one place to another far distant from it. In short, to leave nothing of that province intact, and nothing in it, neither rank nor institutions, nor form of government, nor wealth, except it be held by such as recognize that it comes from you. His aim should be to emulate Philip of Macedon, the father of Alexander, who started as a little king, by these methods made himself prince of Greece. Of him, a writer says that he moved men away from province to province as shepherds move their sheep. Such methods are exceedingly cruel, and are repugnant to any community, not only to a Christian one, but to any composed of men. It behooves, therefore, every man to shun them, and to prefer rather to live as private citizens than as a king with such a ruination of men to his score. Nonetheless, for that sort of man who is unwilling to take up this first course of well-doing, it is expedient, should he wish to hold what he has, to enter on the path of wrong-doing. Actually, however, most men prefer to steer a middle course, which is very harmful, for they know not how to be wholly good, nor yet wholly bad, as in the next chapter will be shown by means of an example. 27. Very rarely do men know how to be either wholly good or wholly bad. Pope Julius II, on going to Bologna in 1505 to expel from that state the house of the Bentivogli, who had held that city as a principality for 100 years, resolved also to remove Giovanpaolo Baglioni from Perugia, where he was ruling as a tyrant, for the Pope had sworn to be rid of all tyrants who had seized the estates of the Church. Being thus minded, and for this purpose, as everyone knew, he hurried to Perugia, and did not wait for the army which was to protect him before entering the city, but entered unarmed, in spite of the fact that Giovampagolo was there in person, with a strong body of troops which he had collected for his defence. Carried away by that impetuosity which characterized all his actions, he thus placed himself and the simple guard he had with him in the hands of his enemy, yet took his enemy away with him, and left it in the city a governor who should be responsible to the church. Prudent men who were with the Pope were astonished at the Pope's rashness and at the cowardice displayed by Giovampagolo, nor could they understand how it came about that the latter did not acquire perpetual fame by getting rid of his enemy at a single stroke and enriching himself with the booty. For with the Pope were all the cardinals in all their splendor. They could not believe that it was any good motive or his conscience that held him back, for the heart of a criminal who had committed incest with his own sister and to gain the throne had put to death his cousins and his nephews could scarce be influenced by any pious consideration. So they concluded that it must be due to men not knowing how to be either magnificently bad or perfectly good, and that, since evil deeds have a certain grandeur and are open-handed in their way, Giovampagolo was incapable of performing them. Thus, Giovampagolo, who had thought nothing of incest or of publicly murdering his relatives, knew not how, or better, did not dare to avail himself with an excellent opportunity to do what would have caused everyone to admire his courage and would have gained him immortal fame, since he would have been the first to show prelates how little men are respected who live and rule as they do, and would have done a thing the greatness of which would have obliterated any infamy or any danger that might arise from it. Ingratitude. 28. What made the Romans less ungrateful to their citizens than were the Athenians? Whoever reads of the doings of republics will find that in all of them some sort of ingratitude in the way in which they deal with their citizens, but in Rome will find less than in Athens, and perhaps less than in any other republic. If one inquires how this comes about in the case of Rome and Athens, I believe that it was due to Rome's having less ground for mistrusting her citizens than had Athens. For in Rome, one sees that from the expulsion of the kings to the time of Sulla and Marius, she was never deprived of liberty by any of her citizens, so that in her case there was no great reason to be suspicious of them, and, in consequence, rashly to give them offence. The contrary was noticeable in the case of Athens, for it was deprived of liberty by Pisistratus during his most flourishing period, owing to its mistaken notion of what was good for it. Thus, when it again became free, mindful of the injuries done to it and of its past certitude, it very quickly became vengeful, not only when its citizens made mistakes, but even in the semblance of mistakes. Hence the banishment and execution of so many of its citizens. Hence the institution of ostracism and other forms of violence used at various times in that city against the upper class. Quite rightly do writers on civic government say that peoples bite more savagely when they have just recovered their liberty than when they have had it for some time. In view, therefore, of what has been said, one can neither blame Athens nor praise Rome for what happened, but should ascribe it simply to necessity, a necessity that was brought about in these cities by events which differed in kind. For if one looks into things closely, one will see that if Rome had been deprived of her liberty as Athens was, she would not have shown more respect for her citizens than did Athens. This becomes highly probable if we bear in mind what occurred after the expulsion of the kings in the case of Collatinus and the Publius Valerius, of whom the first, although he was one of those who had helped to liberate Rome, was banished simply because he bore the name of Tarquin, while the second narrowly escaped being made an exile merely because he became a suspect on account of a house he had built on the Calaean hill. The mistrust and the severity which Rome displayed against these two men leads one to think that Rome would have shown the same ingratitude as Athens, had she, like Athens in her early days and before she grew, been injured by her own citizens. That there may be no need to return to this question of ingratitude, I shall make such further remarks as are necessary in the next chapter. 29. Which is more ungrateful, a people or a prince? With respect to the topic under discussion, it seems to me relevant to inquire whether ingratitude is better exemplified by a people or by a prince. The better to discuss this, I premise that the vice of ingratitude arises either from avarice or from suspicion. For when a people or a prince has entrusted the command of an important enterprise to one of their generals, and he is victorious and so acquires much glory, that prince or that people is under an obligation to reward him for this. Hence, if, instead of rewarding him, they are discourteous to give him offence, and it be avarice that moves them to it, in that it is greed that restrains them from giving effect to their desire to satisfy him, in acting thus they commit an error for which there is no excuse, and which is attended with lasting infamy. Yet there are found many princes who offend in this way. Cornelius Tacitus tells us the cause of this when he says, "One is more inclined to repay injuries than benefits, for it is burdensome to grant favors, but revenge is profitable." But when their motive for not rewarding him, or rather for giving him offense, is not avarice but suspicion, there is in that case some excuse for both a people and a prince. Of ingratitude arising from this causes numerous examples are to be found in history. For the general who, by his valor, has extended his lord's dominions, vanquished his enemies, won glory for himself and riches for his troops, must needs acquire such a reputation alike with his troops, with the enemy, and with prince's own subjects, that the victory may not look so good to the lord under whose orders he had acted. And because men are by nature both ambitious and suspicious, and know not how to use moderation where their fortunes are concerned, it is impossible that the suspicion aroused in a prince after the victory of one of his generals should not be increased by any arrogance in manner of speech displayed by the man himself. This being so, the prince cannot but look to his own security, and to this end consider putting him to death or depriving him of the standing he has thus obtained with his army and with his people by industriously pointing out that the victory was not gained by the general's valor, but by luck, or by the cowardice of the enemy, or by the prudence of other officers associated with him and in the action. When Vespasian, then in Judea, was proclaimed emperor by his army, Antonius Primus, who found himself with another army in Illyria, took Vespasian's part and came to Italy to attack Vitellius, who was ruling in Rome. With the utmost virtuosity, he broke two of Vitellius's armies and occupied Rome. Hence, Mucianus, Vespasian's deputy, found that through Antonius's valor everything had been acquired and all the difficulties overcome. The reward which Antonius got was at once to be deprived of his command of the army by Mucianus, and step by step to be reduced to a position of no authority in Rome. When he went to see Vespasian, who was still in Asia, his reputation was such that before long he became just a nobody and died in despair. History is full of such cases. Everybody at present alive knows how in our time, Gonsalvo Ferrante, when fighting against the French in the kingdom of Naples, on behalf of Ferdinand, king of Aragon, by his industry and valor conquered and overcame that kingdom, and how the reward he got for that victory was that, when Ferdinand left Aragon and came to Naples, he relieved him of his command of that army in the field, then took from him the fortress and brought him with him to Spain, where shortly afterwards he died in ignominy. The natural suspicion is, therefore, in princes so intense that there is no defense against it, and it is impossible for princes to show gratitude to those who by victory have made great conquests under the flag of their prince. Since a prince cannot help himself in this matter, it is not to be marveled at, nor is it a matter more worthy of remark, if a people cannot help itself, because a city in which freedom prevails has two ends in view. One is to enlarge its dominions, the other is to keep itself free. In both it can err by excess. The errors made in expanding will be discussed in their proper place. The errors made in the cause of liberty are, among others, these: giving offense to citizens who should be rewarded, and suspecting of citizens in whom confidence should be placed. Both lines of conduct in a republic, which is already corrupt, may occasion great evils, and the coming of tyranny is thereby often accelerated, as it happened in Rome when Caesar took by force what ingratitude had denied to him. Nevertheless, in a republic which is not corrupt, they are highly beneficial and promote the cause of freedom, for owing to the fear of punishment, men stay better and less ambitious for a longer time. Of all peoples who have ever had an empire, Rome was the least ungrateful for the reasons cited above. Of its ingratitude, but one instance can be cited, that of Scipio. For Coriolanus and Camillus were banished on account of the injuries which in each case they had done to the plebes. Moreover, though each one of them was not pardoned, owing to his having always maintained a hostile attitude towards the populace, the other was not only recalled, but during the rest of his life he was treated like a prince. The ingratitude with which Scipio was treated, on the other hand, arose from the suspicion which the citizens began to have of him, but which they had not felt towards others. This was due to the greatness of the enemy which Scipio had defeated, to the reputation which he had acquired by his victory after so long and dangerous a war, to the speed with which he had gained it, and to the favours which his youth, his prudence, and other remarkable virtues were winning for him. All of this was so striking that, to say the least, the magistrates grew afraid of his authority. This displeased the wise heads, since it was a thing to do which Rome was unused to. So extraordinary, indeed, did his career seem to be that Cato the Elder, reputedly a holy man, was the first to criticize him on the ground that the city could not be called free in which there was a citizen of whom the magistrate was afraid. Hence, if the people of Rome took in this matter the same view as Cato, there is some excuse for them, as I have said above of those people and those princes whose ingratitude is due to suspicion. In bringing this discord to a close, then, I say that since this vice of ingratitude is occasioned either by avarice or by suspicion, it will be found that peoples never display it owing to avarice, and that owing to suspicion they display it much more rarely than do princes, because peoples have less ground for suspicion, as will be explained later. 30. What steps should be taken by a prince or by a republic to avoid this vice of ingratitude, and what should be done by a general or by a citizen who does not want to suffer from it? To avoid the necessity of having to spend his life suspecting people and displaying ingratitude, a prince should go in person on any expedition, as in the beginning the Roman emperors did, as in our day the Turk does, and as courageous princes both have done and still do. Because if they win, both the glory and the territory gained is wholly theirs. But if they are not there, the glory is another's, and they feel the glory of that other. They cannot make the use of the acquisition until they obliterate a glory which they did not know how to acquire. So they become ungrateful and unjust, and thus unquestionably lose more than they gain. But when they stay idly at home, owing to the negligence or lack of prudence, and send a general in their stead, I have no maxim to give them other than that which they find out for themselves. But to the general I would point out that, since he cannot, in my opinion, escape the jaws of ingratitude, he should do one of two things. Either he should, immediately after the victory, quit the army and place himself in the hands of his prince, abstaining from any act savouring of arrogance or ambition, so that his prince may have no ground for suspicion, and in consequence will either reward him, or at least refrain from harming him. Or, if this does not appear to him to be the thing to do, let him strenuously do just the opposite, i.e., use every means he thinks appropriate to make the acquisition his own and not his prince's, ingratiate himself with his soldiers and with his subjects, enter into friendly relations with neighboring powers, put his own men in possession of fortresses, corrupt the leading officers of his army, and make sure of those whom he cannot corrupt, and in such like ways seek to punish his master for the ingratitude he might perhaps display towards him. There are no other alternatives. But, as he has already been remarked, people know not how to be either wholly bad or wholly good. Hence it always happens that after a victory, generals are loath at once to give up their command, and find it impossible to behave modestly, yet hesitate to resort to violent measures which may win him honor, so that, owing to the ambiguity of their position, while they hesitate and doubt, they are overcome. For a public which desires to avoid the vice of ingratitude, it is not possible to prescribe the same remedies as for a prince, i.e., that they should accompany, not send out, expeditions, for they are obliged to put up one of their citizens in command. The remedy I should prescribe in their case, therefore, is that they should keep to the methods used by the Republic of Rome, methods which caused it to display less ingratitude than any other. This was the result of the way in which it was governed, for in time of war it availed itself of everybody in the city, whether they were nobles or not nobles, and in consequence there was always found in Rome, at any given epoch, so many virtuous men, with various victories to their name, that the people had no cause to be dubious in regard to any of them, since there were so many that one looked after the other. In fact, so carefully did they maintain their integrity, and so studious were they to avoid the least semblance of ambition, lest it should cause the populace to attack them as ambitious persons, that, when there came to be a dictator, he acquired far more fame the sooner he resigned. Wherefore, since behavior of this kind could not render men suspect, they did not invoke ingratitude. A republic, then, which does not want to have ground for ingratitude, should be governed as Rome was governed. And a citizen who wishes to escape the jaws of ingratitude should keep within the bounds to which Roman citizens kept. 31. Roman generals were never punished with extreme severity for their mistakes, nor yet were they ever punished for ignorance or bad judgment, even though it caused harm to the Republic. The Romans, as we have said in an earlier discourse, were not only less ungrateful than other republics, they were also more considerate and more careful in punishing the commanders of armies than was any other republic. For even if they had made a mistake with evil intent, their punishment was still humane, while if it was due to ignorance, the Romans did not punish, but rewarded and honored the person concerned. This mode of procedure met with their approval because it held it to be of supreme importance to those who commanded their armies, that in mind they should be free and unembarrassed, and should not have the concern themselves with irrelevant matters in arriving at their decisions, for they did not wish to add fresh difficulties and dangers to what was already a difficult and dangerous task. Since, were they thus encumbered, there would be none who would ever act virtuously. Take, for instance, the army they sent against Philip of Macedonia in Greece, or against Hannibal in Italy, or against the peoples whom they first conquered. The commander who was put in charge of such an expedition had enough to do with the cares attendant upon such a grave and highly important undertaking. Now, if to such cares had been added the recollection of the cases in which the Romans had crucified or otherwise put to death those who had lost the day, it would have been impossible for a general, with such a prospect in mind, to give his whole attention to the matter at hand. It was held, therefore, that to such men the ignominy of having lost would have been a sufficient punishment, so they preferred not to alarm them by imposing other and greater punishments. Here is an example of such an error, which was not committed through arrogance. Sergius and Verginius were encamped before Veii, each in charge of a section of the army. Sergius was on route along which the Tuscans might come to attack him. Verginius was on the other side of the city. What happened was that, when Sergius was attacked by the Falisci and other tribes, he let himself be put to rout rather than ask Verginius for help, and on his part, Verginius, anticipating Sergius's humiliation, preferred to witness his country's dishonor and the destruction of Sergius's army rather than come to his assistance. It was a case of obvious misconduct of which notice must be taken, and one that would give a bad impression of a Roman Republic if neither of the two commanders had been punished. Actually, whereas any other republic would have inflicted capital punishment, Rome imposed on them a fine. This was not because their offenses did not merit a greater punishment, but because the Romans preferred in this case, for the aforesaid reasons, to abide by their ancient customs. Of errors due to ignorance, there is no finer example than that of Varro, owing to whose rashness the Romans were routed by Hannibal at Cannae, whereby the freedom of the Republic was endangered. Nonetheless, because he was guilty of ignorance, not malice, not only did they not punish him, but they honored him, and everyone of senatorial rank went to meet him on his return to Rome. Since on the battle they could scarce congratulate him, they congratulated him on his return and on his refusal to regard Rome's situation as desperate. When the papyrus cursor wanted to put Fabius to death for having engaged the Samnites contrary to his orders, among other arguments he used by Fabius's father to combat the dictator's obstinacy, he urged him that when defeats had been incurred by their commanders, the Roman people had never done what Papyrus wanted to do on the occasion of a victory. 32. Neither a republic nor a prince should put off conferring benefits on people until danger is at hand. Admittedly, the Romans were fortunate in that they managed to be generous to the populace when danger arose. Thus, when Porsenna came to attack Rome to restore the Tarquins, and the Senate doubted whether the plebes would not prefer to welcome back the kings rather than go to war, for security's sake, it remitted on the duty on salt and other burdens, alleging that the poor did enough to help the public cause by bringing up their children, and admittedly, by conferring this benefit, it induced them to stand siege, hunger, and war. Let no one, however, relying on this case, put off making sure of the populace until the time of danger arrives, because he may not, as the Romans did, succeed in this. For the people as a whole will not consider that they owe this benefit to you, but rather to your enemies, and since they cannot but fear that, when the need has passed, you may deprive them of what you have been compelled to give, will in no way feel obliged to you. The reason why the Romans turned this question to good account was because the government was new and not yet stabilized. The populace had seen how laws had already been made to their advantage, for instance, the right of appealing to the plebes, so that it was possible to persuade it that this benefit had been conferred not so much because the enemy were at their gates, as because the Senate was inclined to confer benefits on it. Besides this, it still retained a vivid recollection of the kings, by whom it had been downtrodden and maltreated. But since such causes are rarely operative, it will rarely happen that such remedies are of avail. Hence, every government, whether it be republican or of a princely type, should consider beforehand what adverse times may befall him, and on what people it may have to rely in times of adversity, and should, in its dealings with them, act in that way in which it judges it will be compelled to act should misfortune befall. A government which acts otherwise, whether it be a prince or a republic, but especially if it be a prince, i.e., a government which thinks that it is only when danger has arisen that it should win men over by the conferring of benefits, is mistaken. For not only will it fail to win them over, but it will hasten its own ruin. The use and abuse of dictatorship. 33. When either within a state or against a state an inconvenience has made headway, the safer course is to temporize, not to suppress it. When the Roman Republic grew in reputation, power, and dominion, its neighbors, who had not at first thought this new republic would do them much harm, began too late to realize their mistake, and, with a view to remedying what they had not remedied at the outset, they formed a league of full 40 people against Rome. Whereupon, from among the remedies which they were accustomed to use when danger was imminent, the Romans chose to appoint a dictator, i.e., to give power to some one man to make decisions without consulting others, and to carry them out without anyone having the right to appeal. This remedy not only proved useful at the time, and enabled them to overcome the dangers until threatening, but was always of the greatest help in all those eventualities which from time to time betokened ill to the Republic as its empire grew. In regard to such events, the first thing to notice is that when an inconvenience which has arisen within a republic, or is affecting it adversely owing either to internal or external causes, has become so great that everybody begins to get alarmed, by far the safer course is to temporize in its regard, and to not not to try to eradicate it straight away. For, as usual, those who try to suppress it cause it to grow stronger and speed up the evils which they anticipate and dread. Events of this kind are far more often due in a republic to internal causes than to an external, for in it very often either a citizen is allowed to acquire more power than is reasonable, or corruption is introduced in the administration of some law on which the nerve and lifeblood of freedom depends. And this blunder is allowed to go on till it reaches such a pass that to attempt to remedy it is more harmful than to let it take its course. To discern such inconveniences in their natural stage, it is the more difficult the more men are by nature inclined to look with favour on new enterprises, a favour which is likely to be bestowed, above all else, on enterprises which seem to have in them a certain virility, and which are taken up by young men. For, if in a republic there appears some youth of noble birth and outstanding virtue, the eyes of every citizen at once turn towards him, and without further consideration they agree to show him honour, so that, if in him there is a spark of ambition, the favours bestowed on him by natural conjoin with these events to place in him such a position that, when the citizens come to see their mistake, there is but small chance of their putting it right, and any attempt to apply such remedies as they have does but tend to establish more quickly his power. Of this it would be impossible to adduce plenty of instances, but I propose only to give one from our city, Cosimo de' Medici, with whom the greatness of the house of Medici in this city acquired great repute thanks to the favours gained by his own prudence and through the ignorance of the citizens. He thus began to arouse alarm for the security of its government, with the result that his fellow citizens thought it dangerous to touch him, and still the more dangerous to let him alone. But there lived in those days one, Niccolo da Uzzano, who was looked on as an expert in politics. He had made the first of the above mistakes, in that he had not recognized the danger to which Cosimo's reputation might lead, but while he lived he never allowed the second one to be made, that is, that anyone should attempt to get rid of him, since he was convinced that such an attempt would mean the utter ruin of their government, as in fact it was seen to do after his death. For the citizens who survived him failed to follow his advice, grew bold in their opposition to Cosimo, and drove him out of Florence. It thus came about that his faction, resenting this injustice, recalled him shortly afterwards, and made him the prince of that republic, a rank to which he would never have been able to rise except for this open opposition. The same thing happened at Rome, in the case of Caesar, whose virtue won for him such favour with Pompey and the others that before long this favour gave him place to fear, to which Cicero bears witness when he says that Pompey had too late begun to fear Caesar. This fear caused people to look for remedies, but the remedies they applied did but accelerate the ruin of their republic. I claim, therefore, that since it is difficult to recognize such evils in the initial stage, owing to the false impression new enterprises would make on you at the outset, when they are recognized, the wiser course is to temporize rather than to oppress them by force. Because, if one temporizes, either the trouble disappears of its own accord, or at least disaster is postponed for a considerable time. In all such matters, rulers who plan to remedy the evils, or to attack them, direct by means of force, should keep their eyes open, lest, instead of causing them to decrease, they cause them to increase, and in the belief that they are repelled, make them grow, as if one should suffocate a plant by sprinkling it with water. Rather should the strength of the disease be considered well, and if you see that you can cure it, you should set about it without further ado, but otherwise should let it be, and in no wise interfere, lest that happen, which, as we have said above, happened to Rome's neighbours, for whom it would have been safer, when Rome's power had grown too strong, to have sought by peaceful methods to placate it and hold it back, rather than by preparing for war to make Rome think out new institutions and new plans for her defence. For by this league of theirs, all they did was to make the Romans more united, more on their guard, and more keen on finding new devices whereby the more quickly to increase their power, among which was the appointment of a dictator, whereby the Romans were enabled not only to overcome their present dangers, but to obviate a multitude of evils which would have befallen that republic had not this remedy been available. 34. Dictatorial authority did good, not harm, to the Republic of Rome. It is the authority which the citizens arrogate to themselves, not that granted by free suffrage, that is harmful to civic life. Those Romans who were responsible for the institution of a dictatorship in Rome are condemned by some Roman writers who find in the dictatorship the cause which eventually led to tyranny in Rome. They point out that the person who became its first tyrant had authority therein virtue of his title as dictator, and assert that, if it had not been for this, Caesar would not have succeeded under any other public title in making his tyranny look honest and above board. This case, however, was not well examined by the person who held this view, and the view has been accepted without without good ground, for it was neither the name nor the rank of the dictator that made Rome servile, but the loss of authority of which the citizens were deprived by the length of his rule. If in Rome there had been no such rank, the dictator would have found some other, for it is easy for force to acquire a title, but not for a title to acquire force. It is clear that the dictatorship, so long as it was bestowed in accordance with public institutions, and not assumed by the dictator on his own authority, was always of benefit to the state. For it is magistrates that are made, and the authority that is given in irregular ways, that is produced to a republic, not that which is given in the ordinary way, as is clear from the fact that during a very long period in Rome's history, no dictator ever did anything but good to that republic. The reasons for this are obvious. First, if a citizen is to do harm and is to obtain extraordinary authority, he must have many attributes which in a republic that is not corrupt it will be impossible for him to acquire. For he will need to be very rich, and to have numerous adherents and partisans, which he cannot have so long as the laws are observed, and, even if he had them, men of this kind are so dreaded that the people would not freely vote for him. Furthermore, a dictator was appointed for a limited time, and for the purpose of dealing solely with such matters as had led to the appointment. He had authority to make what decisions he thought fit in order to meet a definite and urgent danger, and to do this without consultation, and anyone he punished had no right of appeal. But he could do nothing to diminish the constitutional position of the government, as would have been the case if he could have taken away the authority vested in the Senate or in the people, or have abolished the ancient institutions of a city and made new ones. Wherefore, in view of the short duration of the dictatorship, of the limited authority in which the dictator possessed, and of the fact that the Roman people were not corrupt, it was impossible for the dictator to overstep his terms of reference and to do the state harm. On the contrary, experience has shown that the dictatorship was always useful. Actually, then, of Rome's various institutions, this is the one that deserves to be considered and ranked among those to which the greatness of Rome's vast empire was due. For without such institutions, cities will with difficulty find a way out of abnormal situations, for the institutions normally used by republics are slow in functioning. No assembly nor magistrate can do everything alone. In many cases they have to consult one another, and to reconcile their diverse views takes time. Where there is questions of remedying a situation which will not brook delay, such a procedure is most dangerous. Republics, therefore, ought to have among their institutions some device akin to this. The Republic of Venice, which ranks high among modern republics, has deserved a few of its citizens to deal with urgent questions with regard to which, if they all agree, can make decisions without reference to any other body. Whereas in a republic in which no such provision is made, it is necessary either to stand by the Constitution and be ruined, or to violate it and not be ruined. But that events should happen in a republic which have to be dealt with by extraordinary measures is not desirable, for though the extraordinary measures may do good at the time, the precedent thus established is bad, since it sanctions the use of dispensing with constitutional methods for a good purpose, and thereby makes it possible, on some plausible pretext, to dispense with them for a good purpose. No republic is ever perfect, unless by its laws it has provided for all contingencies, and for every eventuality has provided a remedy and determined the method of applying it. In conclusion, then, I claim that republics which, when in imminent danger, have recourse neither to a dictatorship nor to some form of authority analogous to it, will always be ruined when grave misfortune befalls them. In the matter of this new institution, the great wisdom which the Romans displayed in the method of electing to it is to be noted. For, since the appointment of a dictator was in a way a reflection of the consuls, who, though at the head of the state, had to obey like everyone else, and since it was assumed that this might arouse resentment among the citizens, the Romans decided that the power to appoint a dictator should lie with the consuls, for they thought that, when circumstances became such that Rome had need of this royal prerogative, they would have to make the appointment of their own accord, and since they themselves had made the appointment, it would pain them less, because wounds and other ills which are inflicted of one's own accord and choices grieve you much less than those that are inflicted on you by others. Besides, during the last period, instead of appointing a dictator, the Romans used to invest the consul with the dictator authority, with the words, "Let the consul see to it that the republic takes no harm." I close with a remark relevant to the matter that we are discussing. It was Rome's neighbors who, in their desire to crush her, caused her to set up institutions which not only enabled her to defend herself, but also to attack them with greater force, counsel, and authority. 35. How it came about that the appointment of the decemviri in Rome was harmful to that republic, in spite of their having been appointed by free and public suffrage. To what was said in the preceding discourse, as to the authority which is seized with violence, not that which is obtained by suffrage, being harmful to republics, the election of the 10 citizens which the Roman people instituted that they might draw up laws for Rome, appears to be incompatible, for in course of time they became tyrants, and regardless of everybody and everything, deprived Rome of her liberty. The way in which the authority was conferred, and the period for which it was granted, must here be taken into account. For when unrestricted authority is given for a long time, or by a long time I mean a year or more, it may always be dangerous, and will produce good or bad effects according to those to whom it is given are evil or good. Now, if we look at the authority which the 10 had, and at that which the dictators had, it will be seen the authority of the 10 was incomparably greater. For, when a dictator was appointed, the tribunes, the consuls, the senate, with their respective powers, remained. Nor could the dictator take them away. He had indeed the power to deprive any one person of the consulate or of his senatorial rank, but he could not annul a decree of the Senate, nor could he make new laws. The result was that, as the authority of the Senate, the consuls and the tribunes still stood, they came to be, as it were, his guardians, to see that he kept to the straight path. Quite the contrary happened when the 10 were appointed, for the appointment of consuls and tribunes was suspended, and the 10 were given power to make laws and in general to act as if they were the Roman people, so that finding themselves on their own, without consuls, without tribunes, and without there being any appeal to the people, and that in consequence there was no one to look after them, they were able, in their second year, urged on by the ambition of Appius, to become arrogant. It should be noted, then, that in saying that authority granted by free suffrage never harms any republic, it is presumed that a people is never persuaded to give it except under certain conditions and for a specified time. But, when whether by mistake or owing to some other contributory cause, a republic is persuaded to give it imprudently, in the way in which the Roman people gave it to the 10, the same thing will happen as happened in their case. This is easily proved if we consider what causes kept dictators good and what made the 10 bad, and if we consider further how those states which are looked upon as well-ordered acted when they gave a long-termed authority, as the Spartans did to their kings, and as the Venetians do to their doges. For it would appear that in both these cases, supervisors were appointed to see that they should not be able to abuse their authority. Nor to the autocrat is it of any consequence whether the material be corrupt, for the absolute power will very soon corrupt it by making friends and partisans. Nor yet does it hurt him to be poor with or without lineage, for riches and every other advantage will at once accrue to him, as will be shown when we come to discuss in detail the aforesaid decemviri. 36. Citizens who have held higher posts should not disdain to accept lower. In the consulship of Marcus Fabius and Menelaus, the Romans gained a most glorious victory over the Ventes and the Etruscans, in which Quintus Fabius, the consul's brother, was killed. Quintus had been consul in the previous year. It may be seen from this how well the institutions of the city were adapted to make it great, and how mistaken are other republics which dispense with this procedure. For though the Romans had great esteem for glory, yet they did not deem it an unworthy thing to obey one who had previously been under your command, nor to serve in an army of which they had formerly been commanders-in-chief. In the views, institutions, and practice of citizens in our day, this custom is reversed. Venice even makes the mistake of thinking that a citizen who has held high office should be ashamed to accept a lower, and the state is content that he should decline to accept it. This course, though it may be honorable from the standpoint of a private citizen, is of no use whatsoever from the public standpoint. For a republic rightly places more hope and confidence in a citizen who from a high command descends to a lower, than in one who from a lower command rises to a higher, since on the latter they cannot reasonably rely unless in his entourage they see men so respected and of such virtue that by their advice and authority his inexperience may be corrected. Had there been in Rome the custom which obtains in Venice and in other modern republics and kingdoms, that a person who had once been a consul would never want to serve in the army except as a consul, numberless events might have happened which would have endangered its freedom, both through the mistakes which the new men would have made, and through the ambition to which they could have the better given rein, had they not had around them men in whose presence they were afraid to do wrong. For in that case they would have been more free, might have used their power to their detriment of the public. The road to ruin. 37. On the troubles to which the agrarian laws gave rise in Rome, and how great is the trouble given in a republic by passing a law that is too retrospective and contravenes an ancient custom of the city. Ancient writers were of the opinion that men are wont to get annoyed with adversity and fed up with prosperity, both of which passions give rise to the same effects. For, whenever there is no need for men to fight, they fight for ambition's sake, and so powerful is the sway that ambition exercises over the human heart that it never relinquishes them, no matter how high they have risen. The reason is that nature has so constituted men that, Though all things are objects of desire, not all things are attainable, so that desire always exceeds the power of attainment, with the result that men are ill content with what they possess, and their present state brings them little satisfaction. Hence arise the vicissitudes of their fortune. For, since some desire to have more, and others are afraid to lose what they have already acquired, enmities and wars are begotten, and this brings about the ruin of one province and the exaltation of its rival. I have made these preliminary remarks because the Roman plebes were not content with having made their position secure in regard to the nobles by the creation of the tribunes, which necessity constrained them to demand, but having acquired them, at once began to quarrel with the nobles out of ambition, and to demand also a share in the distribution of honours and of property, than which the man esteems nothing more highly. This grew into a disease, which led to the dispute about the agrarian law, and in the end caused the destruction of the republic. Now, inasmuch as well-ordered republics have to keep the public rich but their citizens poor, it looks as if in the city of Rome this law was defective, either because it had not been so made at the outset as to prevent the need of going back on it, or because the making of it had been so long deferred that to deal now with an old difficulty gave trouble, or because, though well drawn up at the outset, in practice it had become corrupted. Anyhow, it came about that whenever this law was mentioned in Rome, everything was turned topsy-turvy in that city. The provisions made by this law fell under two heads. It provided first that no citizen should be allowed to possess above so many acres of land, and secondly, that all the lands that were taken from an enemy should be divided among the Roman people. This gave offense to the nobility in two ways. For those who possessed more land than the law allowed, and they were the greater part of the nobility, were to be deprived of the overplus, and the sharing of enemy goods among the plebes put a stop to their chance of enriching themselves. Wherefore, since these provisions gave offense to powerful men, it seemed to them that in opposing the law they were acting in the public interest. Whenever the question cropped up, the whole city was turned topsy-turvy, as has been said. Patiently and industriously the nobles sought to put the matter off, either by setting out with an army for foreign parts, or by setting up another tribune against the tribune who proposed the law, or sometimes by a partial concession, or again by sending a colony out to the place where the land was to be distributed. This happened, for instance, in regard to the lands around the Antium, which had given rise to a controversy about laws. For a colony drawn from Rome was sent there, to which the lands in that neighborhood were assigned. In regard to this, Titus Livy makes a remark worth mentioning. He says that in Rome it was difficult to get men to put their names down to go with the colony, and observes that the plebes were much more keen on voicing in Rome their desire for things than they were in taking possession of them at Antium. Dissatisfaction with this law for a time went on causing trouble in Rome, until the Romans began to lead their armies to the more remote parts of Italy, and beyond it, when for some time it seems to have ceased. This was because the lands which the enemies of Rome possessed, being far away from where any of its plebes lived, and in places where it was not easy to cultivate them, the plebes came to be less keen on having them, and again because the Romans were less severe in punishing their enemies by such deprivations, and because, when they did despoil a place of the lands in its neighborhood, they were distributed among the colonists. This being so, the agrarian law lay dormant until the time of the Gracchi, and when they raised it again, it spelt the complete destruction of Rome's liberty. For by that time, the power of its adversaries was twice as great, and, as a result, the mutual hatred existent between the plebes and the Senate was so intense that it led to armed conflict and bloodshed, in which neither moderation nor respect for civic customs was shown, so that the public magistrates, being unable to find a remedy, and none of the factions having any longer any confidence in them, recourse was had to private remedies, and each party began to look out for some chief to head and defend it. In this scandal and disorder the plebes took the first step by staking its reputation on Marius, to such effect that it made him 4 times consul. His consulship was in fact continuous except for short intervals, and this enabled him on his own authority to appoint himself consul on 3 other occasions. As the nobility had no other remedy whereby to counteract this pest, they took to backing Sulla, and when he was made the head of their party, civil war broke out, and in it, after much bloodshed and many changes of fortune, the nobility got the upper hand. These animosities were revived in the time of Caesar and Pompey, for when Caesar became head of the Marian party and Pompey the head of Sulla's, they came to blows, and Caesar got the best of it, and so became Rome's first tyrant, after which that city never again recovered its liberties. Such, then, was the beginning, and such the end of the agrarian law. Elsewhere we have shown that it was enmity between the Senate and the populace of Rome that kept Rome free, because it was owing to this that laws were made in favor of liberty. and though with this conclusion the results of the agrarian law may seem to be incompatible, I must confess that I am not on this account inclined to change my opinion, for so great is the ambition of the great that unless in a city they are kept down by various ways and means, that city will soon be brought to ruin. Hence, if it was fully 300 years before the agrarian law led to the servitude of Rome, it would perchance have led to servitude much sooner, had not the plebes, by means of this law and by other demands prompted by their appetites, always kept the ambition of the nobles in check. It is also clear from this that men set much greater store on property than on honors, for the Roman nobility always gave way to the plebes in the matter of honors without causing serious troubles. But when it came to property, so great was the obstinacy with which they defended it, that in order to satisfy their appetites, the plebes had recourse to those irregular means which have been mentioned above. To this disorderly conduct they were moved by the Gracchi, whose intention is more praiseworthy than was their prudence. For to seek to remove a disorder which has grown to inveterate in a commonwealth by making a law that is too retrospective is not a wise course to adopt, and, as has been explained at length above, serves but to accelerate the evil to which the disorder is urging you on. Whereas by temporizing, either the evil will be postponed, or by this means it will in course of time spend itself before it reaches a head. 38. Weak republics suffer from irresolution and cannot reach decisions, and when they do arrive at one, it is due rather to necessity than to choice. When there was a very great pestilence in Rome, and for with reason it seemed to be to the Volsci and the Aequi that the time had come for them to be able to overcome Rome, these two people got together a very big army, attacked the Latins and the Hernici, and laid waste to their territory, so that they were forced to turn to Rome and to beg the Romans to defend them. The Romans, burdened by the epidemic, replied that the Latins and the Hernici had better look to their own defense, using their own forces, since they were unable to defend them. This shows how the generosity and the prudence of the Roman Senate, and how, whatever happened, it always wanted to take the lead in the decisions which those dependent on it had to make, and how it was never ashamed to adopt a course which was contrary to its usual procedure, and to other decisions it had made, when necessity required it. I say this because on other occasions the same Senate had forbidden these people to arm in their own defense, so that by a Senate less prudent than was this, it would have been regarded as a loss of dignity to allow them thus to defend themselves. The Roman Senate, however, always faced facts as they should be faced, and always took the lesser evil to be the better alternative. For, bad as it felt to not be able to defend its own subjects, and bad as it felt to be that the subjects should have recourse to arms without them, nonetheless, for the reasons given, and many others that are obvious, recognizing that with the enemy at their doors, they must needs fly to arms in any case, it did the honorable thing, preferring that what they had to do should be done with Rome's permission, so that having disobeyed, because needs must, they should not get into the habit of disobeying by choice. But though it would seem that this alternative ought to be adopted by any republic, the fact remains that weak and ill-advised republics neither know how to adopt it, nor how to derive honor from such occasions of necessity. Duke Valentine had taken Faenza and made Bologna submit to his terms. Then, since he wanted to return to Rome via Tuscany, he sent one of his men to Florence to ask for leave for himself and his army to pass through. A consultation was held in Florence as to what should be done in this matter, and no one advised that leave should be granted. Now, this was not in accord with Roman procedure, for the Duke had armed forces of very great strength, whereas the Florentines were so badly armed that they could not prevent his passage. Hence, it would have accorded far better with their honor to have seemed to allow his passage of their own accord, rather than be forced into it. For, whereas it brought on them nothing but shame, there would have been less of it had they managed to things differently. But the worst thing about weak republics is that they are irresolute, so that all the choices they make, they are forced to make, and if they should happen to do the right thing, it is force, not their own good sense, that makes them do it. I will give two examples, which occurred in our day to the government of our city. In 1500, King Louis XII of France, having retaken Milan, was ready to restore Pisa for the 50,000 ducats which had been promised to him by the Florentines on its recovery. So he sent his armies to Pisa under the command of Monsieur de Beaumont, who, though a Frenchman, was none the less a man in whom the Florentines had considerable trust. The army and its commander took up a position between Cascina and Pisa, that they might proceed to attack its walls. While waiting a day or so to prepare for the attack, Pisan envoys came to Beaumont and offered to surrender the city to the French troops on these terms. He was to promise, on the king's word, not to hand the city over to the Florentines for 4 months. This offer was turned down altogether by the Florentines, so that the net result was a journey to lay siege to Pisa and their departure in shame. The only reason for declining this offer was that the Florentines did not trust the king's word. Their policy had been so weak that they had been forced to put themselves in the king's hands, yet they did not trust him, nor did they see that it was better for the king to be in Pisa than to hand that city over, or by failing to do so, to disclose his intentions, than for him to promise it them when he hadn't yet got it, for them to be forced to pay for their promises. Hence, they would have done much better to have agreed to Beaumont's taking it under whatever conditions. A similar incident occurred afterwards in 1502, when Arezzo was in revolt, and the kings of France sent Monsieur Imbalt with a French army to the help of the Florentines. Having reached the neighborhood of Arezzo, he began before long to discuss terms with the people of Arezzo, who were ready to surrender the town under certain conditions, just as the Pisans had been. In Florence, the offer was turned down. When Monsieur Imbalt saw this, it seemed to him that the Florentines had not shown much sense, so he began to discuss terms on his own account, without informing the commissioners. In this he was so successful that a treaty was made to his liking, under which he entered Arezzo with his army, and gave the Florentines to understand that they were mad and had no understanding of the way of the world. If they wanted Arezzo, they should apply to the king, who was in a better position to give it them now that his army was in the city than when it was outside. In Florence, there was no end to the cutting remarks, and the vituperation showered on Imbalt. Nor did it stop until at length they realized that, if Beaumont had been like Imbalt, they might have had Pisa as well as Arezzo. In regard, then, to the question under discussion, irresolute republics never choose the right alternative unless they are driven to it, for their weakness does not allow them to arrive at a decision where there is any doubt, and unless this doubt is removed by some compelling act of violence, they remain ever in suspense. 39. To different peoples, the same sort of thing is often found to happen. If the present be compared with the remote past, it is easily seen that in all cities and in all people there are the same desires and the same passions as there always were, so that if one examines with diligence the past, it is easy to foresee the future of any commonwealth, and to apply those remedies which were used of old, or if one does not find that remedies were used, to devise new ones owing to the similarity between events. But since such studies are neglected, and what is read is not understood, or if it be understood, is not applied in practice by those who rule, the consequence is that similar troubles occur at all times. Since the city of Florence, after 94, lost part of its dominions, e.g. Pisa and other towns, it had to make war on those who had occupied them, and, because those who had occupied them were powerful, the result of the war was considerable expense and no fruit. From the expense there resulted heavy taxation, and from the heavy taxation endless complaints by the populace. Since this war was administered by a magistracy consisting of 10 citizens, called the 10 of War, the public in general began to be disgusted with it, and that there was responsible both for the war and for the expense. They were convinced, then, that if this magistracy was abolished, there would be an end to the war. So, when the time came to re-elect it, instead of making new appointments, they let it lapse, and entrusted their affairs to the Signoria. This decision was so disastrous that not only did it fail to stop the war, as the public in general had expected, but it removed the very men who had been administering it wisely, and led to such confusion that, in addition to Pisa, Arezzo was lost, and many other places. Consequently, the people repented their mistakes, and since the cause of the trouble was the malady, not the doctor, they reappointed the magistracy of the 10. The same passion was aroused in Rome by the title of the consul. For, when the people saw one war following on another, and that they never got any rest, they ought to have ascribed it to the ambition of neighbors who were seeking to crush them, whereas they thought it was due to the ambition of the nobles, who, unable to chastise the plebes within the state where they were protected by the power of the tribunes, were anxious for them to be led forth under the consuls so that they might oppress them where there was no one to help. For this reason they thought it necessary either to abolish the consuls or to so regulate their power that they should have no authority over the populace either abroad or at home. The first to propose such a law was Terentius, a tribune. He had proposed that 5 men should be appointed to investigate the consular power and to set limits for it. This incensed the nobles, not a little, for it looked to them as if the majesty of the government would vanish altogether, and that to the nobility there would no longer remain any status in the republic. The obstinacy of the tribunes was none the less such that the title or consul was abolished, and, after certain other ordinances had been made, they were at length content to appoint tribunes with consular power instead of consuls, so that what they had really hated was the title rather than the authority of the consuls. The custom was observed for a long time, but at length, realizing their mistakes, they again appointed consuls, just as the Florentines returned to the 10. Sundry reflections based on the decemvirate. 40. The appointment of the decemvirate in Rome, and what is noteworthy about it, in which will be considered, among other things, how such an incident may lead either to a republic's salvation or to its subjugation. Since I am proposing to discuss in detail the events which led to the appointment of the decemvirate in Rome, it will not be amiss, I think, first to state all that followed on such an appointment, and then to discuss such points as are noteworthy in the behavior of those concerned. And there are many worthy of a careful consideration, alike by those whose aim is to maintain the freedom of a republic, and by those whose plan is to bring it into subjugation. For such a discussion will bring to light many mistakes made by the Senate and the people, which were prejudicial to liberty, and many mistakes made by Appius, the head of the decemvirate, which were prejudicial to the tyranny which he was proposing to set up in Rome. After many disputes and much conflict between the Senate and the populace in Rome in regard to the drawing up of new laws whereby the freedom of that state might be the better stabilized, it was agreed to send Spurius Potimus with 2 other citizens to Athens for copies of the law which Solon had given to that city, so that upon them they might base the Roman laws. After their return from this journey, the next step was to appoint men for the purpose of examining and codifying these laws. 10 citizens were appointed for a year, among them Appius Claudius, a sagacious man, but restless. That they might draw up these laws without reference to anyone else, all other magistrates in Rome were suspended, in particular the tribunes and the consul. The right of appeal to the people was also suspended, with the result that his magistracy came to all intents and purposes to be a princedom in Rome. Whereupon, so favored was Appius by the plebs that the whole authority of his colleagues came to be vested in him. For so popular had he made himself by the attitude he adopted, that it looked as if, in some extraordinary way, he had suddenly acquired a new nature and a new character, for up to this moment he had been a cruel persecutor of the plebs. The 10 governed at first with due decorum, and had no more than 12 lictors, who marched in front of the decemvir, who was acting as president, and although they had absolute authority, when they had to punish a citizen for homicide, they cited him to appear before the people, and left it to them to pronounce judgment. Their laws they wrote on 10 tables, and before they were confirmed, they set them before the public, so that everyone might read and discuss them to see if there were any defects, with a view to their being amended before the laws were ratified. Apropos of this, Appius caused a rumor to spread through Rome to the effect that, if to these 10 tables 2 more were added, it would make the codex complete. This suggestion provided the populace with an opportunity to reappoint the 10 for another year, to which they readily agreed, because consuls would not in that case be reappointed, and because they thought they could get along without tribunes, now that they themselves were judging causes, as had been said above. When, then, the decision had been taken to reappoint the 10, all the nobility were keen on getting these honors, with Appius among the foremost, and such was the goodwill he displayed towards the plebs during his election campaign that his colleagues began to grow suspicious of him. They thought that in view of his great arrogance, this hail fellow well-met attitude could scarce be genuine. Hesitating to oppose him openly, they decided to do it by artifice. So, though he was junior to all in appointed time, they authorized him to propose the future 10 to the people, thinking that, like others, he would observe the conventions and not propose himself, since in Rome this was not done, and was looked on as not quite the thing. Appius, however, seized what was meant to be an obstacle as an opportunity, and put his own name at the head of the list, to the astonishment and the consternation of all the nobility, and after it placed 9 other names suited to his purpose. This fresh appointment, made for another year, began to show the people and the nobility the error of their ways, for at once Appius dropped the disguise he had been wearing, and began to display his innate arrogance. Nor was it long before his colleagues took up the same line. To overawe the people and the Senate, they appointed 120 lictors instead of the usual 12. Fear at this juncture was shared by all alike. Then the 10 began to play up to the Senate and to ill-treat the plebs, and should anyone who had been ill-treated by the one appeal to the other, he was treated worse on appeal than in the first instance, so that the plebs, realizing their mistake, began in their sore affliction to look to the nobles in the hope of regaining a breath of liberty from the source from which they had so dreaded servitude that they had brought to the state to this pass. But to the nobility their affliction was a pleasing sight, for it was likely that, disgusted with the present situation, they would want the consuls back. When the second year came to an end, the 2 tables of laws were ready, but had not been published. This provided the 10 with an excuse for continuing their magistracy, and they began to act with violence in order to maintain their status. They made youthful nobles their satellites, and bestowed on them the goods of those they had condemned, with which gifts the youth were corrupted and preferred the license for themselves to liberty for all. It happened at this juncture that the Sabines and the Volsci started to make war on the Romans, and the fear which resulted was such that the Ten began to realize the weakness of their status, for without the Senate they could not make preparations for war, and if they summoned the Senate it looked as if they would lose their position. Actually, necessity drove them to adopt this later course. When the senators had assembled, many of them spoke against the arrogance of the Tens, particularly Valerius and Horatius, and there would have been an end altogether to their authority if the Senate, out of envy for the plebes, had not wanted to show its power, for they thought that, if the Ten resigned the magistracy of its own accord, they might be able to prevent the reappointment of tribunes of the plebes. They decided, therefore, on war. 2 armies set out, led in part by members of the Ten. Appius remained behind to govern the city. It thus came about that he fell in love with Virginia, whom he was intending to seize by force, but her father, Virginius, killed her in order to save her from this. Disturbances followed, alike in Rome and in the armies, which joined with what was left of the Roman plebes and retired to Monsacar, where they remained until the Ten gave up their magistracy, and tribunes and consuls were appointed, and Rome recovered her form of ancient liberty. In the incidences here related, it should, therefore, be noticed first of all that the inconvenience involved in the establishments of this tyranny was due to the same causes as are most tyrannies that are set up in cities, namely to the excessive demand of the people for freedom and to the excessive demand to dominate on the part of nobles. For, when they fail to agree in making a law conducive to liberty, and instead one or other of the parties uses its weight to support a particular person, tyranny at once arises. The populace and the nobility in Rome agreed to appoint the Ten, and to invest them with such great authority, owing to the desire which each party had, one to get rid of the consular rank, and the other to get rid of the tribunate. When they had been appointed, it seemed to the plebes that Appius had become a demagogue, and was out to down the nobility. The populace turned to him and gave him its support. But when a people is induced to make the mistake of holding someone in high esteem because he is down on those with whom they hold in detestation, that someone has his wits about him, it will always happen that a tyranny will arise in that city, for he will wait until 41. A sudden transition from humility to pride, or from kindness to cruelty, without appropriate steps in between, is both imprudent and futile. Among other stupid things which Apius did in order to maintain his tyranny, his too sudden change from one character to another is of no small amount. He did well in being so astute as to deceive the plebs by pretending that he was a man of the people. He also effectively employed the means he used to get the decemviri to re-elect. He did well, too, in being so bold as again to stand for office, contrary to the expectation of the nobility. He did well again to appoint colleagues that suited his purpose. But though in this he did well, he did not do at all well, as I have pointed out above, in suddenly changing his character from that of a friend of the plebs to that of an open enemy, from being humane to being arrogant, from being easygoing to being difficult, and doing this so quickly that no one had any excuse for failing to recognize the crookedness of his mind. For he who has at one time seemed to be good, and proposes for his own purposes to become bad, should make the change by appropriate stages, so adapting his conduct to circumstances that, before the change in character has robbed you of your old supporters, it may have brought you so many new ones that your power will not be lessened. Otherwise you will find yourself at large without friends, and so will be undone. 42. How easily men may be corrupted. It should be noted, too, in the affair of the decemviri, how easily men are corrupted and in nature become transformed, however good they may be and however well taught. Consider, for instance, how the young men whom Apius chose as a bodyguard soon became the friends of tyranny, for the sake of the small advantages which accrued, and how Quintus Fabius, one of the second 10, though an excellent fellow, was after a while blinded by a little ambition, and, under the evil influence of Apius, changed his good habits for bad, and became like him. Due to consideration of this will cause all legislators, whether in a republic or a kingdom, to become all the more ready to restrain human appetites and to deprive them of all hope of doing wrong with impunity. 43. Those who fight for glory's sake make good and faithful soldiers. Another point to be considered in the connection with the above discourse is what a difference there is between a consented army, which fights for the glory of the thing, and one that is ill-disposed and fights to help on someone's ambitions. For, whereas the Roman armies were accustomed to being victorious under the consuls, under the decemviri they always lost. This shows, among other things, the reason why mercenary troops are useless, for they have no cause to stand firm when attacked, apart from the small pay which you give them. And this reason is not, and cannot be, sufficient to make them loyal, nor to make them so much your friends that they should want to die for you. For in armies in which there is no affection for him in whom they are fighting, such as would make them his partisans, it will be impossible for them to ever have virtue enough to withstand even a moderately valorous foe, since neither the requisite love nor the requisite enthusiasm can be aroused except in your own subjects. It is necessary if one desires to retain a form of state, i.e., desires to uphold either a republic or a kingdom, to arm oneself with one's own subjects, as it is manifest that all have done who by means of armies have reaped great profit. Under the 10, the Roman armies had the same valor as before, but because they had not the same disposition towards their rulers, they did not produce the same effect as usual. Whereas soon as the administration of the 10 was abolished, they began to fight as free men. They recovered the same old spirit, and in consequence their attacks produced the same happy results as they had always done. 44. A crowd is useless without a head, nor should it first use threats and then appeal for the requisite authority. The plebes of Rome, owing to what had happened to Virginia, withdrew under arms to Mons-Sacar. The Senate sent messengers to inquire by what authority they had deserted their officers and retired to the mountains, and so great was the respect with which the plebes had for the authority of the Senate that, since they had none of their leaders with them, no one ventured to reply. Not, says Titus Livy, that they lacked material for a reply, but that they lacked the men to make it. This shows at once how useless a crowd is without a head. Virginius recognized this confusion, and by his instructions 20 military tribunes were elected, that the plebes might have leaders who could discuss matters with the Senate and come to some agreement. When they asked what Valerius and Horatius should be sent to them, that they might explain what they wanted, they declined to go until the 10 had been deprived of their magistracy. When they arrived at the mountain where the plebes were assembled, they were told that what the plebes wanted was the appointment of plebeian tribunes, by the right of appeal from any magistrate to the people, and the handing over to them all of the 10, whom they proposed to burn alive. Valerius and Horatius approved their first demands, but depreciated the last as barbarous, remarking You contemn cruelty, yet lapse into cruelty. They recommended to them to drop the question of the 10 and to look instead to the re-establishment of their own authority and power, for afterwards they would not lack the means of obtaining satisfaction. This teaches us plainly how stupid and foolish it is, when asking for something, to announce, "I propose to do such and such a wrong thing with it," for one should not declare one's intentions, but should seek to get what one desires anyhow. There is, for instance, no need in asking someone for a weapon to say, "I propose to kill you with it," since you can satisfy your appetite once you have the weapon in your hands. 45. It is a bad precedent to break a new law, especially if the legislator himself does it, and to daily inflict fresh injuries on a city is most harmful to him that governs it. When agreement has been reached, and Rome has returned to its ancient form of government, Virginius cited Appius to appear before the people to defend his case. He appeared in the company of many nobles. Virginius ordered him to be put in prison. Appius began to protest loudly, and appealed to the people. Virginius said that he was not worthy to have the right of appeal, since he had abolished it, or to have as his defenders a people whom he had ill-treated. Appius replied that the people ought not to violate the right of appeal, which they had been so keen on instituting. He was none the less imprisoned, and killed himself before the trial came on. Appius, by his wicked life, no doubt merited the severest punishments, but it scarce accorded with the civic custom to violate the law, especially a law that had just been made. For I do not think a worse example can be set in a republic than to make a law and to not observe it, and when it is not observed by the man who made it so much more worse. But after 94, the government of Florence was reconstituted with the aid of Friar Girolamo Savonarola, whose writings attested the learning, prudence, and virtue of his mind. For the security of the citizens, he had made, among other constitutions, a law which allowed an appeal to the people from a judgment which, in cases of treason, the Eight and the Signoria had passed. He had advocated this law for some time, and with the greatest difficulty got it accepted. Shortly after it had been sanctioned, it happened that 5 citizens were condemned to death by the Signoria for treason. When they wished to appeal, they were not allowed to do so, and the law was not observed. This did more to lessen the reputation of the friar than anything else that befell him, for if the right to appeal was worth having, he ought to have seen that it was observed. If it was not worth having, he should not have forced it through. The event attracted more notice in that this friar was in not one of the many sermons which he had preached after the law had been broken, ever condemned the breach or offer any excuse. For, since it suited his purpose to condemn it, he was unwilling, and to excuse it he was unable. Since this made it plain to all that at the heart he was an ambitious party man, it ruined his reputation and brought on him much reproach. It is considerable harm to a state to arouse every day fresh discontent in the minds of your citizens by inflicting fresh injuries on this or that person, as happened in Rome after the fall of the Decemviri. For all 10 of them, and other citizens besides, were at various times accused and condemned, so the whole nobility was in a state of extreme terror, since they thought there would be no end to such condemnations until the whole of the nobility was destroyed. This would have caused great inconveniences in the city if Marcus Duilius, a tribune, had not made provision against it by issuing an edict which made it unlawful for anyone to cite or accuse any Roman citizen for the space of a year, whereby the whole nobility was reassured. This shows how harmful it is to a republic or to a prince to keep in the mind of their subjects in suspense and fear by continually inflicting punishment and giving it offense. Than this there is unquestionably no practice more pernicious, for when men begin to suspect that evil may befall them, they take any means to protect themselves and grow more bold, and less restrained in attempting a revolution. It is necessary, therefore, either to never to injure someone, or if to inflict the injuries at one go, and then to reassure men and give them grounds to expect peace and security. The popular demand for a share in government. 46. Men pass from one ambition to another, and having first striven against ill-treatment, inflict it next upon others. When the Roman people recovered its liberty and returned to its pristine state, which was now the greater in that many new laws had been made whereby its power was strengthened, it looked as if Rome, for the time being, would be tranquil. Experience, however, showed that this was not to be, for daily fresh tumults and fresh discords arose. How this came about, Titus Livy has cleverly explained. Hence it seems to me relevant to cite here his remarks on that point. He says that either the populace or the nobility always became arrogant when the other party was humbled, that when the plebes were quiet and kept its place, the young nobles began to treat it badly, and that the tribunes could do little to mend matters because violence was being used also against them. On the other hand, though to the rest of the nobility it seemed that their young men were going too far, it was none the less to their liking that, if excess had to be committed, their own men should commit it rather than the plebes. Thus the desire for liberty caused each party to oppress the other in so far as it got the upper hand, and the sequence in which these events occur is such that men seek first to be free from apprehension, and then make others apprehensive, and that the injuries of which they had riddled themselves they proceeded to inflict on others. It was as if it were necessary either to treat others ill, or to be ill-treated. In this we see one of the ways in which republics come to be dissolved, and how men pass from one ambition to another. And how true is the saying, which Sallust puts into the mouth of Caesar, that all bad examples arise from good beginnings. The first thing which these citizens who live ambitiously in the republic seek is, as I have said, not to be ill-treated, neither by private persons, nor yet by the magistrates. To obtain this security, they form friendships by ways seemingly honest, such as giving pecuniary assistance or protection against the powerful, and since this appears to be a virtuous act, everyone is easily deceived and so does nothing about it, with the result that such men, persevering in meeting no obstacle, acquire a position of which private citizens are afraid and which the magistrates respect. When they have risen thus far, and no obstacle has yet been placed in the way of their greatness, they arrive ultimately at a position which it is very dangerous to assail for the reasons I have already given, namely the danger of removing an inconvenience from a state in which it has already grown to considerable dimensions, so that in the end it comes to this: either you must look for a way of removing the person concerned with imminent danger of your ruin, or you must let him go on, with the prospect of manifest servitude, unless death or some accident sets you free. For when a man has reached the stage at which both the citizens and the magistrates are afraid of offending him and his friends, it is not very difficult after that for them to do just what they please and to give offense in their own turn. A republic, therefore, ought to have some institution whereby to prevent its citizens from doing wrong under pretense of doing right, and to see that their popularity is helpful and not harmful to liberty, a point which we shall discuss further in its proper place. 47. Though men make mistakes about things in general, they do not make mistakes about particulars. The Roman people, as I have already said, came to look on the consular office as a nuisance, and wished this office to be thrown open to the plebeians, or, alternatively, that the authority of the consuls should be reduced. To prevent the authority of the consuls from being sullied by the adoption of either of these alternatives, the nobility suggested a middle course, and agreed to the appointment of 4 tribunes with consular power, who might either be plebeians or nobles. With this the plebes were consent, since it was tantamount to abolishing the consulate, and in the highest office of the state they had a share. An event now took place which is noteworthy. When it came to electing these tribunes, though they might have elected plebeians in all cases, all those the Roman people elected were nobles. On this Titus Livy remarks that the result of these elections shows that the attitude adopted in the struggle for liberty and honor was different from that adopted when the struggle was over and gave place to unbiased judgment. If one asks how this could have come about, I believe it came about because men make quite a number of mistakes about things in general, but not so many about particulars. In general, the Roman plebes thought that they deserved the consulate because they were the more numerous party in the city, because it was they who had been exposed to greater danger in the wars, because it was they who by brawn and muscle had kept Rome free and made it powerful, and since, I have said, this desire appeared to them reasonable, they were determined to acquire this authority by some means or other. But when it came to deciding which particular members of their party to elect, they recognized their weakness and judged that no one of them was worthy of that which all of them, taken together, had seemed to be worthy, so that, being ashamed of their own people, they had recourse to those who were worthy of the office. It is no wonder Titus Livy is astonished at this decision, and remarks, "Where, today, will you find in anyone that modesty, fairness, and high-mindedness which the whole people then displayed?" In confirmation of this may be adduced another notable instance which occurred in Capua after Hannibal had been routed by the Romans at Cannae. By this disaster the whole of Italy was stirred, and Capua was again on the brink of tumult, owing to the hatred which existed between the populace and the Senate. Pacuvius Calavius, who at the time was the city's chief magistrate and realized the danger the city was in, considered how best he could use his position in order to reconcile the plebes with the nobility. This was the plan he adopted. He summoned the Senate, told them of the hatred which the populace had for them, and that this meant they were in danger of being killed and of the cities being handed over to Hannibal. So sorry was the plight the Romans were in. He added then that, if they would leave it to him to deal with the matter, he would do it in such a way that they should again be reunited. but he proposed to lock them up in the palace, and in order to save them, to appeal to the power which the populace would thus have of chastising them. The senators yielded to his advice, so when he had locked the Senate up in the palace, he called a meeting of the populace, and told them that the time had come when they could humble the pride of the nobility and obtain vengeance for the injuries done to them, since the whole Senate was locked up in his custody. He was sure, however, that they would not want their cities to remain without a government, so that if they proposed to kill the old senators, it would be necessary to appoint new ones. With this end in view, he had put the names of all the senators in a bag, from which he would proceed to draw them in their presence. He would then put to death those whose names had been drawn, one after the other, as soon as they had found for each a successor. He then began by drawing out one name. On hearing the man's name, an uproar was raised, and they called him a proud and cruel and arrogant fellow. Pacuvius then called on them to appoint someone in his stead, whereupon the shouting subsided altogether, and after a pause, one of the plebes was nominated. At his name some began to hiss, some to laugh, some to abuse him in one way, some in another, and so it went on, time upon time, till all who had been nominated had been judged to be unworthy of senatorial rank. Pacuvius then took occasion to remark, "Since you think the city cannot get on without a senate, but are not agreed as to who should replace the old senators, I think the best thing is for you to become reconciled. For the fear which has been hanging over the senators will have so humiliated them that you will find them in now considerateness for which you have been looking elsewhere." To this they agreed, and unity in this institution was thus brought about, so that the mistake they had been making was discovered as soon as they were forced to get down to particulars. Other mistakes that are made by the populace in judging of things of the other properties of things in general also vanish when they come to study them in detail. After 1494, when those who had been princes in Florence were expelled from that city, and there were no proper government, but rather a state in which anarchy and ambition were commingling, and public business was going from bad to worse, many belonging to the popular party, seeing the city going to ruin, and discerning no other cause for it, laid the blame on those powerful citizens who had fomented the disturbances that they might be able to set up the kind of state they wanted and take away liberty. They advocated these views in the colonnades and squares, spoke ill of many citizens, and threatened that if ever they got into the Signoria, they would show them their mistakes and would chastise them. It has often happened that a man of this sort has risen to the highest office, and, when he has got there, has looked at things more closely, and so has come to recognize the source of the disorders and the dangers which they entail, and the difficulty of putting matters right. Realizing that it is circumstances, not men, that have brought the disorders about, he has then quickly changed both his mind and his line of conduct. For acquaintance with things in detail has removed the wrong impression that had been taken for granted when only general considerations were taken into account. Consequently, those who have heard such a one speak when he was a private person, and later on have noticed how silent he remained when he held high office, have ascribed this not to his better acquaintance with affairs, but to his having been suborned and corrupted by the great. It is the sort of thing that happens to many, and on many occasions. Hence the proverb which says, "He is of a different opinion in the marketplace from what he is in the palace." In view of all that has been said in this discourse, it should be clear, then, that it is possible to make the populace open its eyes as soon as a way can be found of making it see that it is a mistake to generalize, and that it ought to get down to particulars, as Pacuvius made it do in Capua, and the Senate in Rome. We may infer, I think, too, that a wise man will not ignore public opinion in regard to particular matters, such as the distribution of offices and preferments. For here the populace, when left to itself, does not make mistakes, or if sometimes it does, its mistakes are rare in comparison with those that it would occur if the few had to make such a distribution. Nor will it be superfluous, I think, for me to point out that in the next chapter, the means taken by the Senate to delude the populace when it was making its appointments. 48. To prevent an official appointment being given to a base and wicked fellow, either an exceedingly base and wicked man should be put forward as a candidate, or an exceedingly noble and good man. When half the Senate expected that the plebes would be made tribunes with consular power, it adopted one of these two expedients. Either it put forward as candidates the most reputable men in Rome, or, on the other hand, it took a suitable means to suborn them some rascally and insignificant plebeians and cause them to mingle with the plebeians of higher standing, who in the ordinary course would stand as candidates, so that they should stand as candidates together. This second expedient made the plebes ashamed to give the man the office, when the first made them ashamed not to give it. This all bears out the proposition laid out in the preceding discourse, that if the populace makes mistakes about generalities, it does not make mistakes about particulars. 49. If those city-states, which from the outset have been free, as Rome was, find it difficult to formulate laws whereby to maintain liberty, those which have just been servile are faced with a quasi-impossibility. How difficult is it in constituting a republic to foresee all the laws required for the maintenance of liberty is clearly shown in the development of the Roman Republic, in which, notwithstanding that many laws were laid down first by Romulus, then by Numa, Tullus Hostilius, and Servius, and finally by the 10 citizens appointed for this purpose, in the managing of this city new needs continually cropped up, and it was necessary to introduce new institutions. An instance of this occurred when they instituted censors. This was one of those provisions which helped to keep Rome free, at a time when it was actually enjoying freedom. For in that the censors became arbiters of Roman customs, they constituted a very powerful instrument which the Romans used in order to postpone the advent of corruption. At the outset, however, they made a serious mistake in the creating of this magistracy, in that the censors were appointed for 5 years. But before very long, this was corrected by the prudence of the dictator, Mamercus, who by new law reduced the term of their office to 18 months. This the censors, who were on the watch, took so ill that they deprived Mamercus of his senatorial rank, an action of which both the plebes and the patricians strongly disapproved. That history does not tell us whether Mamercus was able to do anything to defend himself is due either to an omission on the part of the historians, or to Rome's institutions being in this respect defective. For it is not well that the procedure of a republic should be such that a citizen can be impugned without redress for promulgating a law in conformity with civic life and liberty. But to return to the question at issue in this discourse, I say that in the creation of this new magistracy, the point to notice is that, if in a state which has been free from the outset, and had directed in its own affairs, as Rome did, there was great difficulty in devising good laws whereby to maintain liberty, it is no wonder that a city which at the outset was in servitude to another should find it not merely difficult, but impossible, ever to draw up a constitution that will enable it to enjoy tranquillity on the conduct of its affairs. This is illustrated by what happened to the city of Florence, which, owing to its having been at the outset under the dominion of the Roman Empire, and to its having always lived under foreign rule, remained for a time abject and without thought for its own condition. Later, however, when it got the time to breathe, it began to make its own institutions, but found it impossible to make good ones, for they were mixed up with the old ones, which were bad. It carried on thus for 200 years, of which there are reliable records, without ever getting a form of government such as would entitle it rightly to be called a republic. The difficulty which it experienced, all states experience which have had a like beginning, and although time and again ample authority was given by free and public suffrage to a few of its citizens to reform it, they never used it to draw up a constitution to the common advantage, but always in the interests of their own party, with the result that not order, but greater disorder, was brought about in that city. Take, for instance, one particular point. I maintain that one of the things that has to be taken into account by one who is drawing up a constitution or a republic is the question into the hands of what men should authority to inflict punishment on its citizens be placed. Rome's institution here was a good one, for an appeal to the people was ordinarily allowed, and if an important case arose in which to defer action, pending to appeal was dangerous, and they had to recourse to a dictator who dealt with it straight away. But to this remedy they never had recourse, unless driven to it by necessity, whereas Florence and other cities which came into being the same way, being servile, vested this authority in a foreigner, who fulfilled this function as his prince should direct. When, later on, they obtained their freedom, they continued to give this authority to a foreigner whom they called the captain, which was a most pernicious practice, seeing how easily such an official could be corrupted by powerful citizens. But later still, owing to a change in the form of government, a change took place in this institution, and they appointed 8 citizens to fulfill the function of the captain. This institution was bad and became worse, for reasons which have been given elsewhere, namely that the few were always the servants of the few, and that these were the more powerful men. Against this abuse the city of Venice has safeguarded itself by having 10 citizens who are empowered to punish any citizen without appeal, and lest the 10 should not suffice for the punishing of the powerful, though they have authority to do this, they have set up the tribunal of 40, and yet further have decided that the court of rogation, which is the greater council, shall have power to punish them, so that there is no shortage of judges there to keep the powerful in check, given that there be no shortage of accusers. Seeing, then, that in Rome, which had its own constitution drawn up by so many wise men, there were ever arising fresh causes which forced it to introduce new institutions in support of the liberties it enjoyed, it is no wonder that in other cities, which were more lacking in order at the start, there should arise such difficulties that they can never be constituted aright. The management of the populace. 50. No one department and no one official in a state should be able to hold up proceedings. When Titus Quintus Cincinnatus and Gaius Julius Mento were consuls in Rome, they fell out, and thus stopped all proceedings in that republic. When the Senate, seeing this, advised the appointment of a dictator to do what the quarrel between the consuls prevented them from doing, the consuls, though they disagreed in everything else, were in agreement about just one thing, not wanting to appoint a dictator. So the Senate, having no other remedy, had recourse to the tribunes for help, who, with the authority of the Senate behind them, forced the consuls to submit. Here should be noted first the utility of the tribunate, for it was useful not only in bridling the ambition of the powerful, which militated against the plebes, but also in bridling the ambition which they displayed one against the other. Secondly, it is to be noted that in a state there should never be an institution which allows the few to decide on any matter which in the ordinary course of things is essential to the maintenance of the commonwealth. For instance, if you empower a council to distribute preferments and emoluments, or magistracy to administer some department, it is expedient either to make it necessary for them to take action, or to arrange for someone else to have the power and duty of acting, should they be unwilling to act. Otherwise, the institution will be defective and dangerous, as it would have been in Rome if it had not been possible to overcome the obstinacy of the consuls by the authority of their tribunes. In the Republic of Venice, the Great Council distributes preferments and emoluments, and at times it has happened that at their general meeting, owing either to annoyance or to a misapprehension, they failed to appoint successors to some of the city's magistrates, and to those who administered their dominions elsewhere. This caused much disorder, because all at once subject territories and the city itself lacked legally constituted judges. Nor was there any redress so long as this council at its general meeting remained dissatisfied and failed to realize its mistake. This inconvenience would have reduced that city to sore straits if some prudent citizens had not met the case by passing on a suitable occasion a law prohibiting all magistrates from vacating any office to which they had been, or should be appointed within and without the city, till they had been relieved and their successors appointed. This council was thus deprived of the privilege of being able to hold up public business to the danger of the republic. 51. A republic or prince should ostensibly do out of generosity what necessity constrains them to do. Prudent men always and in all their actions make a favor of doing things even though they would of necessity be constrained to do them anyhow. The Roman Senate made good use of prudence, deciding to use public money to pay men on military service. It had been the custom for soldiers to pay their own expenses, but the Senate saw that in such case they could not make war for long, and so, in consequence, would neither be able to lay siege to towns, nor to lead their armies far afield. Since therefore they thought it necessary to be able to do both these things, they decided that the troops should be paid a stipend, but did it in such a way that they made a favor of doing what necessity had constrained them to do. So acceptable was this gift to the plebes that Rome went mad with delight, for it seemed to them that they had received a great benefaction, which they had never expected, and which they would never have asked for themselves. And though the tribunes tried hard to remove this impression, pointing out that this would increase the burden on the plebes instead of lightening it, since it would be necessary to levy taxes to be able to defray the cost. Nonetheless, they were quite unable to prevent the plebes welcoming the change. It was made the more welcome, too, by the way in which the taxes were distributed, for those imposed on the nobility were heavier and greater, and they had to be paid first. 52. The safer and less scandalous way to repress the arrogance of one who has risen to power in a republic is to forestall him in the methods he uses to come by this power. We have seen in the last chapter what credit the nobility acquired when the plebes, by their seeming bounty of granting the soldiers pay, and by the way in which taxes were levied. Had the nobility kept up this practice, they would have prevented any tumult in the city, would have deprived the tribunes of the credit they had with the plebes, and so would have deprived them of their authority. For certainly in the republic, and especially in a corrupt republic, there cannot be a better, less scandalous, or easier way of thwarting the ambitions of any citizens than by forestalling him in the routes he traverses to get to the goal he proposes to reach. If this method had been adopted by the enemies of Cosimo de' Medici, it would have been much better than driving him out of the city, for had his competitors among the citizens adopted his style and played up to the populace, they would have taken out of his hands the weapon which availed him the most, and there would have been no tumults and no violence. Piero Soderini had acquired a great repute in the city of Florence simply by using this method, i.e. playing up to the public, who thus came to look upon him as a man who was devoted to the liberty of the city. It certainly would have been much easier, much more honest, less dangerous, and less harmful to the republic had those citizens who were envious of his greatness forestalled the method by which he made himself great, instead of opposing him in such a way that they ruined him themselves, and, in doing so, brought ruin also on everybody else in the republic. For if they had taken from his hands the weapon he used to make strong this disposition, which they could have easily done, they would have been able to oppose him on all councils and in all public debates, without incurring suspicion and without regard for anybody. And should anyone answer that if the citizens who hated Piero made the mistake of not forestalling the methods whereby he had acquired repute with the people, for Piero himself had made the same mistake in that he had not forestalled the methods used by his adversaries in order to frighten him, there was in Piero's case an excuse, for it would have been difficult to do, and such methods were in his eyes dishonest, because the methods they used in attacking him consisted in playing up to the Medici, with whose help they got the better of him and in the end ruined him. Piero, therefore, could not in decency play such a part, which would have meant destroying not only his good name, but the liberty of which he had been appointed the guardian. Nor could he have supported the Medici in secret, and for the time being, since this would have been the most dangerous in his case. For, should he have been discovered to be the friend of the Medici, he would at once have become suspect and odious to the populace, and this would have made it yet easier for his enemies to attack him than it had been before. Men ought, therefore, in choosing between alternatives, to consider the snags and the dangers involved, and not adopt that which may entail more danger than advantage, even though they have the backing of an assembly in what they have decided upon, because if they do otherwise, it may well happen in their case, as it did in that of Tullius Cicero, who, in attempting to remove those who favored Mark Antony, but increased their numbers. For Mark Antony had been declared by the Senate to be an enemy of the state, and had collected together a large army consisting for the most part of soldiers who had espoused Caesar's cause. In order to deprive him of these soldiers, Tullius advised the Senate to give preferment to Octavian, and to send him with the consuls Hirtius and Pansa against Mark Antony, alleging that as soon as the soldiers who were following Mark Antony heard the name Octavian, who was Caesar's nephew and had adopted the name Caesar, they would leave the former and join him, which would leave Mark Antony devoid of supporters, so that it would be easy to overcome him. The result was just the opposite, for Mark Antony won over Octavian, who left Tullius and the Senate in the lurch and joined them. This affair led to the utter destruction of the aristocratic party. This might easily have been foreseen. The Senate ought not to have given credence to Tullius's arguments, but should have borne ever in mind that name which had so gloriously wiped out its enemies and acquired the princedom of Rome. Nor should they have expected to be able to do anything consistent with the name of liberty with the help of its relative and his supporters. 53. The populace, misled by the false appearance of advantage, often seeks its own ruin, and is easily moved by splendid hopes and rash promises. When the city of Veii had been taken, it occurred to the Roman populace that it would be of advantage to the city of Rome if half its inhabitants went to live in Veii, for it was argued that, since Veii was situated in a rich neighborhood, was full of buildings, and near to Rome, one half of Rome's citizens might prosper there, and yet not be so near to Rome as to interfere with its civic proceedings. The project seemed to the Senate and to wiser folk in Rome to be so futile and so likely to do harm that they openly declared that it would be better to suffer death than to agree to such a plan. The result was that, when the matter came up for discussion, the plebes became so incensed against the Senate that there would have been armed conflict and bloodshed had not the Senate been shielded by some citizens of mature age and high repute. And since had not the plebes been deterred by the respect it had for them from proceeding further with its impertinence. Two things here are noteworthy. First of all, the populace, misled by the false appearance of good, often seeks its own ruin, and unless it be brought to realize what is bad and what is good for it by someone in whom it has confidence, brings on republics endless dangers and disasters. Again, when by ill chance the populace has no confidence in anyone at all, as sometimes happens owing to its having been deceived in the past either by events or by men, it spells ruin, and necessarily does so. Apropos of which, Dante said, in the discourse he made on monarchy, that the populace often used to cry, "Long live its death, and death to its life." From this unreadiness to trust anybody, it seems sometimes happens that a republic fails to reach the right decision, and has been said above of the Venetians, who, when attacked by numerous enemies, could not decide whether or not to save the situation by restoring what they had taken from others, for it was this that had led to the war and caused the princes to form the league against them, until ruin came upon them. Turning now to the question of what it is easy and what is difficult to persuade a people, this distinction may be made. Either that of which you have to persuade it looks at first sight like a sure thing, or it looks like a lost cause, or again it may seem to it a bold thing or a cowardly thing to do. When proposals which have been laid before the populace look like sure things, even though concealed with them in the disaster lies hid, or when it looks like a bold thing, even though concealed within it lies the republic's ruin, it will always be easy to persuade the masses to adopt such a proposal, and, in like manner, it will always be difficult to persuade persuade them to adopt a course which seems to them cowardly or hopeless, even though safety and security lie beneath it. What I have said is borne out by numerous instances, Roman and non-Roman, modern and ancient. For instance, it was in this way that a poor view came to be taken in Rome of Fabius Maximus, who failed to persuade the Roman people that the Republic would do well to go slowly with the war against Hannibal, and to act on the defensive instead of attacking him. For that people thought such a course cowardly, and saw no advantage in it, nor had Fabius reasons enough to make them see his point. So blind indeed are peoples in matters concerning their own safety, that although the Roman people had made the mistake of authorizing Fabius's master of horse to attack, contrary to Fabius's wish, and although by the action thus authorized the Roman army would have been routed and had not Fabius had the prudence to come to the rescue, yet so little did they profit by this experience that they afterwards made Varro go consul, not on the score of merit, but because he had gone about everywhere proclaiming in the squares and public places that he would break Hannibal, if they would but give him the command. The result was the battle and the rout at Cannae, which almost ruined Rome. Let me give yet another instance of such conduct in Rome. Hannibal had been in Italy for 8 or 10 years, and had slaughtered Romans right and left throughout the whole of this province. When Marcus Centenius Penula, a low-born fellow, though he had held some rank in the force, came to the Senate and offered, if they would authorize him to form an army of volunteers drawn from any place he pleased in Italy, to present them in very short time with Hannibal, either dead or alive. To the Senate this rascal's request seemed foolhardy, yet in view of the fact that if they refused it and the populace got to know of their decision, there would be disturbances and the odium would fall on those of senatorial rank, they granted it, preferring to expose the danger to all who should follow him, rather than to arouse fresh resentment in the populace, for they knew how eagerly such a course would be welcomed and how difficult it would be to dissuade them. So the rascal went with a disorderly and undisciplined mob to look for Hannibal, and was defeated and killed, together with all his followers, at the first encounter. In Greece, in the city of Athens, Nicias, a man of both weight and wisdom, could never persuade the people of that city of the folly of invading Sicily, with the result that against the advice of those who knew better, they took a decision which led to the total ruin of Athens. When Scipio became consul and was keen on getting the province of Africa, promising that Carthage should be completely destroyed, and the Senate would not agree to this because Fabius Maximus was against it, he threatened to appeal to the people, for he knew full well how pleasing such projects are to the populace. One might cite relevant instances from our own city. For example, when Messer Ercole Bentivoglio, commander of the Florentine forces, together with the Antoni Giacomini, after they had defeated Bartolomeo de Alviano at San Vicente, went to besiege Pisa, this attack was decided upon by the populace in view of Messer Ercole's bold promises, though many wide citizens were against it. Nor was there any way out, since the project had been put forward by the general will, based as it was on the assurances given by the commander of the army. I claim, then, that there is no easier way of bringing disaster on a republic in which the populace has authority than to engage it in undertakings which appear bold, for, if the populace is of any account, it is bound to be taken up, nor will those who are of different opinions be able to do anything to stop it. But if this brings ruin to a city, it brings ruin still more frequently to the particular citizens put in charge of such an enterprise. For the populace, having taken victory for granted, when defeat comes, do not blame it on fortune or on the helplessness of the person in command, but on his malevolence or ignorance. Hence, he usually either gets killed or imprisoned or exiled, as happened to the numberless Carthaginian generals and to many Athenians. Nor does it help such one to have won victories in the past, when for the present disaster cancel them all out. This was what happened to our friend Antonio Giacomini, for when he failed to take Pisa, as the populace expected, and as he had promised to do, he fell into such disgrace with the populace that, notwithstanding his countless services in the past, he owed his life rather to the compassion of those who in power than to any cause which weighed in his favor with the populace. 54. How great an influence a grave man may have in restraining an excited crowd. The second thing to be noted in regard to the incident related in the last chapter is that nothing is more suitable to restrain an excited crowd than respect for some man of gravity and standing who in person confronts them. Hence not without reason does Virgil say, "If then some grave and pious man appear, they hush their noise and lend a listening ear." This being so, a person who has command of an army or who finds himself in a city where a tumult has risen should present himself before those involved with as much grace and dignity as he can muster, wearing the insignia of whatever rank he holds in order to impress them. A few years ago in Florence was divided into two factions, the Fratici and the Arrabati, as they were called. When they came to blows, the Fratici were overpowered, among whom was Pagolantonio Soderini, a citizen of considerable repute in those days. During the disturbance, the populace, having armed itself, went to his house to pillage it. In the house they found, by chance, Messer Francesco, his brother, then Bishop of Volterra, and now Cardinal. On hearing the noise and seeing the crowd, he at once donned his most magnificent robes, and put on his episcopal robes over them, confronted the armed crowd, and by his presence and his words held them up. This event was talked of and applauded for several days throughout the whole city. I conclude, therefore, that there is no surer or more necessary means of restraining an excited crowd than the presence of a man worthy of its respect, who appears before it in person. If then we turn to the aforesaid incident, one notices how obstinately the Roman plebes had taken up the suggestion that they should go to Veii because they thought it advantageous and did not perceive the harm which it involved, and how, when the disturbances arose, trouble would have ensued if the Senate had not, by means of grave and highly respected men, restrained their madness. 55. That it is very easy to manage things in a state in which the masses are not corrupt, and that where equality exists, it is impossible to set up a principality, and where it does not exist, impossible to set up a republic. Though what is to be feared and what is to be hoped for in states that are corrupt has been sufficiently discussed elsewhere, it does not seem to me irrelevant to consider here a decision made by the Senate in regard to the vow which Camillus had made to give a 10th part of the booty taken from the Ventes to Apollo. This booty had come into the hands of the Roman plebes, and since there was no other way of obtaining an account of it, the Senate made an edict requiring every one to bring to the public treasury a 10th part of what he had seized. This decision was not carried into effect, since the Senate later adopted other ways and means of rendering to Apollo the satisfaction which was due from the plebes. It is apparent nonetheless from this decision what trust the Senate had in the goodness of the plebes, in that it felt sure that no one would fail to bring forth immediately all that the edict prescribed. It shows, too, that the plebes had no thought of acting fraudulently in regard to the edict by handing over less than what was due. What they did instead was to get rid of the edict by showing plainly how indignant they were with it. This example, and many others which have already been cited, show how great was the goodness and respect for the religion which then prevailed among the Roman people, and how much could be expected of them. For where such goodness prevails, one cannot but anticipate good conduct. It cannot, on the other hand, be expected in these days in territories which are obviously corrupt, as is Italy above all other lands. France and Spain, too, also share in this corruption. And if in these countries disorders are apparently not so great as those that occur daily in Italy, this is not so much due to the goodness of the people there, for in goodness they are noticeably lacking, as to their having a king who keeps them united, not merely by his personal virtues, but by constitutional methods, which in those kingdoms are as yet not quite corrupt. In the province of Germany, it is quite clear that goodness and respect for religion are still to be found in its people, with the result that many republics there enjoy freedom and observe their laws in such a way that neither outsiders nor their own inhabitants dare to usurp power there. And that it is true of these republics that in them there still prevails a good deal of the goodness of ancient times, I propose to make clear by giving an example similar to that related above of the Roman Senate and people. When these republics have need to spend any sum of money on the public account, it is customary for their magistrates or councils, in whom is vested authority to deal with such matters, to impose on all the inhabitants of a town a tax of 1 or 2% of the value of each one's property. The decisions having been made, each person presents himself to the tax collectors in accordance with the constitutional practice of the town. He then takes an oath to pay the appropriate sum, and throws it into a chest provided for the purpose of the amount which he conscientiously thinks that he ought to pay. But if of this payment there is no witnesses save the man who pays, this is an indication of how much goodness and how much respect for religion there is still in such men, for presumably each pays the correct sum, since if he did not do so, the tax would not bring in the amount estimated on the basis of previous collections made in customary ways, and failure to realize it would reveal any fraud. In that case, some other method of collecting the tax would have been adopted. This goodness is the more to be admired in these days in that it is so rare. Indeed, it seems to survive only in this province. This is due to two things. In the first place, the towns have but little intercourse with their neighbors, who seldom go to visit them or are visited by them, since they are content with the goods, live on the food, and are clothed with the wool which their own land provides. The occasion for intercourse, and with it the initial step on the road to corruption, is thus removed, since they have no chance of taking up the customs either of the French, the Spaniards, or the Italians, nations which, taken together, are the source of worldwide corruption. The second reason is that those states where political life survives uncorrupted do not permit any of their citizens to live after the fashion of the gentry. On the contrary, they maintain their perfect equality, and to the lords and gentry residing in that province are extremely hostile, so that should any perchance fall into their hands, they treat them as sources of corruption and causes of trouble, and kill them. To make it clear what is meant by the terms gentry, I would point out that the term gentry is used of those who live in idleness on the abundant revenue derived from their estates, without having anything to do either with their cultivation or with other forms of labor essential to life. Such men are a pest in any republic and in any province. But still more pernicious are those who, in addition to the aforesaid revenues, have castles under their command, and subjects who are under their obedience. Of these two types of men there are plenty in the kingdom of Naples, the Papal States, the Romagna, and Lombardy, and it is owing to these that in these provinces there has never arisen any republic or any political life, for men born in such conditions are entirely inimical to any form of civic government. In provinces thus organized, no attempt to set up a republic could possibly succeed. To reconstitute them, should anyone want to do so, the only way would be to set up a monarchy there. The reason for this is that, where the material is so corrupt, laws do not suffice to keep it in hand. It is necessary to have, besides laws, a superior force, such as appertains to a monarch, who has such absolute and overwhelming power that he can restrain excess due to ambition and the corrupt practices of the powerful. This argument is borne out by the case of Tuscany, in whose territory, small as it is, one finds that there have long been 3 republics, Florence, Siena, and Lucca, and that the other cities of this province, though in a way servile, yet are of such mind and have such a constitution that either they maintain their freedom or would like to do so, all of which is due to there being in Tuscany no baronial castles, and either none or very few gentry, and to the presence there of so great an equality that a wise man, familiar with the ancient forms of civic government, should easily be able to introduce there a civic constitution. But so great has been Tuscany's misfortune that up to the present she has come across nobody with the requisite ability and knowledge. From this discussion, the following conclusion may be drawn. 1. That where the gentry are numerous, no one who proposes to set up a republic can succeed unless he first gets rid of the lot. And 2. That where considerable equality prevails, no one who proposes to set up a kingdom or principality will ever be able to do it unless from that equality he selects many of the more ambitious and restless minds, and makes of them gentry in fact and not in name, by giving them castles and possessions, and making of them a privileged class with respect to both property and subjects, so that around him there will be those with whose support he may maintain himself in power, and whose ambitions, thanks to him, may be realized. As to the rest, they will be compelled to bear the yoke which nothing but the force will ever be able to make them endure. Between force and those whom force is applied, a balance will thus be set up, and the standing of every man, each in his own order, will be consolidated. But since to convert a province suited to monarchical rule into a republic, and to convert a province suited to republican regime into a kingdom, is a matter which only a man of outstanding brainpower and authority can handle, and such men are rare. There have been many who have attempted it, but few who have had the ability to carry it through. For the magnitude of an undertaking of this kind is such that it breaks down at the very beginning, partly because men are terrified, and partly because it hampers them. With my thesis, that where there are gentry it is impossible to set up a republic, the experience of the Venetian Republic may, perhaps, appear to be incompatible. For in that republic no man may hold any office unless he be a gentleman, to which the answer is that this case is no way conflicts to my thesis, since gentlemen in this republic are so in name rather than in point of fact, for they do not derive any considerable income from estates, their great wealth is based on merchandise and movable goods. Moreover, none of them have castles, nor have they any jurisdiction over men. The name gentleman in their case is but a title, indicative of their standing. It is not based on any of the grounds which lead other cities to call people gentlemen. Just as in other republics different classes go by different names, so in Venice the population is divided into gentlemen and commoners, and it has decided that of these the former alone shall hold, or be eligible for office, from which the latter are wholly excluded. Why this does not cause disorder in that town has already been explained. Let then a republic be constituted where there exists, or can be brought into being, a notable equality, and a regime of the opposite type, i.e. a principality, where there is notable inequality. Otherwise, what is done will lack proportion, and will be of but short duration. The advantages of popular government. 56. Before great misfortunes befall a city or a province, they are preceded by portents, or foretold by men. How it comes about I do not know, but it is clear from ancient and modern cases that no serious misfortune ever befalls a city or province that has not been predicted either by divination or revelation, or by prodigies, or by other heavenly signs. There is no need to go far afield to prove this. Everybody knows how, before King Charles VIII of France came to Italy, his coming was frequently foretold by Friar Girolamo Savonarola, and how, in addition to this, it was said that armed hosts had been heard and seen in the sky above, Arezzo fighting one with the other. Everybody knows, too, how before the death of Lorenzo de' Medici the Elder, the upper part of the cathedral was struck by a thunderbolt, which did much damage to that edifice. Everybody knows, also, how a short time before Piero Soderini, who had been made gonfalonier for life by the people of Florence, was banished and stripped of his rank, the palace was in like manner struck by lightning. Plenty of further examples may be cited, but I pass them over lest I should bore you. I shall mention only what Titus Livy has to say about what happened before the Gauls came to Rome. Namely, that a plebeian called Marcus Cadicius reported to the Senate that, as he was going along the Via Nova, he heard in the middle of the night a voice, louder than a man's voice, bidding him go and inform the magistrates that the Gauls were coming to Rome. The cause of such events should be discussed and explained, I think, by someone versed in things natural and supernatural, and this we are not. It may be, of course, as some philosophers would have it, that the atmosphere is full of spirits endowed by nature with the virtue to foresee the future, who out of sympathy for men give them warning by means of such signs, so that they may look to their defense. Anyhow, whatever be the explanation, there is evidence showing that such things happen, and that after them, in all provinces, there supervene extraordinary and novel events. 57. The plebes united is strong, but in itself is weak. In consequence of the ruin that wrought in their country by the incursion of their Gauls, there were many Romans who went to live in Veii, despite the decree and the orders of the Senate. To remedy this disorder, the Senate, by public edicts, required everyone, within a specific time and under specified penalties, to return to Rome and to reside there. Those against whom these edicts were proclaimed at first made fun of them, but when it came to the point, all of them obeyed. Whereupon Titus Livy makes this remark: As a crowd they were a fierce lot, but as individuals each was so afraid that he obeyed. It would, indeed, scarce be possible to describe better the natural behavior of a crowd in such circumstances than it is described in this passage. For, in criticizing the decisions of their ruler, the masses are often bold, but when they see before their eyes the penalty attached, each mistrusts the other, and they hasten to obey. This shows beyond a doubt that scant attention should be paid to what the people says about their own good or evil dispositions, provided your regime be such that you can hold it if it be well disposed, and, if ill disposed, can see to it that it does you no harm. By ill-disposed, I mean here a disposition that arises from some cause or other than that of having lost its freedom, or having lost a prince who is beloved and is still alive, because ill-dispositions which arise from such causes are more formidable than anything else whatsoever, and to hold them in check great precautions are required, whereas its other ill-dispositions are easy to handle when there are no leaders to whom the populace can appeal, because though in one sense there is nothing more formidable than the masses disorganized and without a head, in another sense there is nothing more weak, for it should be easy to restore order, even though they have arms in their hands, provided you have some stronghold in which to seek refuge from their first onslaught, since, when their ardor cools off a little, each sees that the other is turning back to go home, they begin to lose confidence, and to look into their own safety either by taking fight or by coming to terms. If then an excited crowd wants to avoid these dangers, it should at once make one of its members a leader so that he may correct its defect, keep the populace united, and look to its defense, as did the Roman plebes, when, after the death of Virginia, they quitted Rome, and for safety's sake appointed 20 of their members as tribunes. If this be not done, what Titus Livy says in this passage quoted above always comes to about, i.e., when together all are strong, but when each begins to consider the danger he is in, they become cowardly and weak. 58. The masses are more knowing and more constant than is a prince. Nothing is more futile and more inconsistent than are the masses, or so says our author, Titus Livy, and so say all other historians. For in the records of the actions men have performed, one often finds the masses condemning someone to death, and then lamenting him and ardently wishing he were alive. The Roman people did this in Manlius Capitolinus' case. First they condemned him to death, then urgently wished him back. Of this our author says that soon after he had ceased to be a danger, the desire for him took hold of the people. And again, when describing the events which happened in Syracuse after the death of Hieronymus, the nephew of Hero, he says, "It is the nature of the masses either to servilely to adopt or to arrogantly to domineer." I know not whether the view I am about to adopt will prove so hard to uphold and so full of difficulties that I shall have either shamefully to abandon it or laboriously to maintain it. For I propose to defend a position which all writers attack, as I have said. But, however that may be, I think, and always shall think, there can be no harm in defending an opinion by arguments, so long as one has no intention of appealing either to authority or force. I claim, then, that for the failing for which writers blame the masses, any body of men one cares to select may be blamed, and especially princes. For anyone who does not regulate his conduct by laws will make the same mistakes as the masses are guilty of. This is easily seen, for there are and have been any number of princes, but of good and wise ones there have been but few. I am speaking of princes who have succeeded in breaking the bonds which might have held them in check, among which I do not include those kings who were born in Egypt, when that most ancient of ancient realms was governed in accordance with the law, nor those born in Sparta, nor those born in France in our own times. For the kingdom of France is better regulated by laws than is any other of which at present we have no knowledge. Kings who are born under such conditions are not to be classified of those whose nature we have to consider in each individual case, to see whether it resembles that of the masses. For should there be masses regulated by laws in the same way as they are, they will be found in them the same goodness as we find in kings, and it will be seen that they neither arrogantly dominate nor servilely obey. Such was the Roman populace, which, so long as the republic remained uncorrupt, was never servilely obsequious, nor yet did it ever dominate with arrogance. On the contrary, it had its own institutions and magistrates, and honorably kept its own place. But when it was necessary to take action against some powerful person, it did so, as is seen in the case of Menelaus, of the Ten, and in the case of others who sought to oppress it. Also, when it had to obey dictators or consuls in the public interest, it did so. Nor is it any wonder that the Roman populace wanted Menelaus Capitolinus back when he was dead, for what they wanted was his virtues, which had been such that his memory evoked everyone's sympathy, and would have had power to produce the same effect in a prince, for all writers are of opinion that virtue is praised and admired even in one's enemies. Again, had Menelaus, in response to this desire, been raised from the dead, the Roman populace would have passed on him the same sentence as it did, and have had him arrested, and shortly after have condemned him to death. Though, for that matter, one finds that reputedly wise princes have put people to death and then wished them alive again. Alexander, for instance, in the case of Cletus and other of his friends, and Herod in the case of Mariamne. The truth is that what our historian says of the nature of the masses, it is not said of the masses when disciplined by laws, as were the Romans, but of indisciplined masses, like those of Syracuse, which made the same kind of mistakes as do men when infuriated and undisciplined, just as did Alexander the Great and Herod in the cases cited. The nature of the masses, then, is no more reprehensible than is the nature of the princes, for all do wrong, and to the same extent, when there is nothing to prevent them doing wrong. Of this there are plenty of examples besides those given, both among the Roman emperors and among other tyrants and princes, and in them we find a degree of inconsistency and changeability in behavior as such as is never found in the masses. I arrive, then, at a conclusion contrary to the common opinion, which asserts that populaces, when in power, are variable, fickle, and ungrateful, and affirm that in them these faults are nowise different from those to be found in certain princes. Were the accusations made against both the masses and the princes, it would be true, but if princes be accepted, it is false, for when the populace is in power and is well ordered, it will be stable, prudent, and grateful, in much the same way, or in a better way, than is a prince, however wise he be thought. And, on the other hand, a prince who contemns the laws will be more ungrateful, fickle, and imprudent than is the populace. Nor is inconsistency of behavior due to a difference in nature, for they are pretty much the same. Or, if one be better than the other, it is the populace. It is due to the greater or less respect which they have for the laws under which both alike are living. If we consider the Roman populace, it will be found that for 400 years they were enemies to the very name of king, and lovers of glory, and of the common good of their country. Of both characteristics the Roman populace affords numerous and striking examples, and should anyone bring up against me the ingratitude of the populace displayed towards Scipio, my answer is that I have already discussed this question at length, and have there shown the ingratitude of the populace to be less than that of princes. While in the matter of prudence and stability, I claim that the populace is more prudent, more stable, and of sounder judgment than the prince. Not without good reason is the voice of the populace likened to that of God, for public opinion is remarkably accurate in its prognostications, so much so that it seems as if the populace by some hidden power discerned the evil and the good that was to befall it. With regard to its judgment, when two speakers of equal skill are heard advocating different alternatives, very rarely does one find the populace failing to adopt the better view, or incapable of appreciating the truth of what it hears. While if in bold actions, and such as appear advantageous, it errs, as I have said above, so does a prince often err where his passions are involved, and these are much stronger than those of the populace. It is found, too, that in the election of magistrates, the populace makes a far better choice than does the prince. Nor can the populace ever be persuaded that it is good to appoint to such an office a man of infamous life or corrupt habits, whereas a prince may easily and in a vast variety of ways be persuaded to do this. Again, one finds that when the populace begins to have a horror of something, it remains of the same mind for many centuries, a thing that is never observed in the case of a prince. For both these characteristics, I shall content myself with the evidence afforded by the Roman populace, which in the course of so many hundreds of years, and so many elections of consuls and tribunes, did not make 4 elections of which it had to repent. So much, too, as I have said, was the title of king hated, that no service rendered by one of its citizens who ambitioned it could render him immune from the penalties prescribed. Besides this, one finds that cities in which the populace is the prince, in a very short time, extend vastly their dominions much more than do those which have always been under a prince, as the Rome did after the expulsion of the kings, and Athens after it was free of Pisistratus. This can only be due to one thing. Government by the populace is better than government by princes. Nor do I care whether to this opinion of mine all that our historian has said in the aforesaid passage, or what others have said, be objected, because if account be taken of all the disorders due to the populace, and of all those due to princes, and of all the glories won by the populace, and all those won by princes, it will be found, alike in goodness and in glory, the populace will be far superior. And if princes are superior into populaces, in dropping up laws, codes of civic life, statutes, and new institutions, the populace is so superior in sustaining what has been instituted, that it indubitably adds to the glory of those who have instituted them. In short, to bring this topic to a conclusion, I say that, just as princely forms of government have endured for a long time, so too have republican forms of government, and that in both cases it has been essential for them to be regulated by laws, for a prince who does what he likes is a lunatic, and a populace which does what it likes is unwise. If, therefore, it be a question of a prince subservient to laws, and of a populace chained up by laws, more virtue will be found in the populace than in the prince, and if it be a question of either of them loose from the control of law, there will be found fewer errors in the populace than in the prince, and these of less moment and much easier to put right. For a licentious and turbulous populace, when a good man can obtain a curing, can easily be brought to behave itself, but there is no one to talk to a bad prince, nor is there any remedy except the sword, from which an inference may be drawn in regard to the importance of their respective maladies. For if to cure the malady of the populace a word suffices, and the sword is needed to cure that of a prince, no one will fail to see that the greater the cure, the greater the fault. When the populace has thrown off all restraint, it is not the mad things it does that are terrifying, nor is it of the present evils that one is afraid, but of what may come of them. For amidst such confusion they may become a tyrant. In the case of bad princes it is just the opposite. It is present evils that are terrifying, but for the future there is hope, since men are convinced that the evil ways of a bad prince may make for freedom in the end. Thus one sees the difference between two cases amounts to the same thing, as the difference between what is and what must come to be. The brutalities of the masses are directed against those whom they suspect of conspiring against the common good. The brutalities of a prince against those whom he suspects of conspiring against his own good. The reason why people are prejudiced against the populace is because of the populace anyone may speak ill without fear and openly, even when the populace is ruling. But of princes people speak with the utmost trepidation and the utmost reserve. Nor does it seem to me foreign to my purpose, since I find the topic attractive, to discuss in the next chapter on which more reliance can be placed, on confederations made by a republic or on confederations formed by a prince. 59. What confederations or leagues can be trusted the most, those made with a republic or those made with a prince? Since it happens every day that a prince forms a league or an alliance with another prince, or a republic with some other republic, and in like matter confederations and agreements are made between a republic and a prince, I should, I think, inquire which contracts are the more stable, and on which ought more store to be set, on those made by a republic or on those made by a prince. All things considered, I believe that in many cases they are alike, but in some there is a difference. Furthermore, I believe that forced agreements will be kept neither by a prince nor by a republic. I believe that when they come to be afraid for the safety of their estate, both the one and the other, rather than lose it, will break their agreement with you and treat you with ingratitude. Demetrius, who was called the conqueror of cities, had conferred endless benefits on the Athenians, but when, later, he was beaten by his enemies and sought refuge in Athens, a friendly city which was under an obligation to him, it refused to admit him, a thing that caused him more pain than did the loss of his people and the loss of his army. After Pompey was beaten by Caesar in Thessaly, he sought refuge with Ptolemy in Egypt, whom, earlier on, he had had reinstated in his kingdom, and was killed by him. These events were clearly due to the same cause, yet more consideration and less injustice was displayed by the Republic than by the prince. It will be found, then, that where there is fear, there is in fact the same attitude towards contracts, and should one find either a prince or a republic facing ruin in order to keep a contract, this, too, may be due to like causes. It may well happen, for instance, in the case of a prince, that he is the ally of some powerful prince who has no opportunity of defending him at the time, but by whom he may hope to be restored to his principality in due course. Or, again, having acted as one of his partisans, he may think it impossible to find one of the prince's enemies with whom he can make an agreement or come to terms. This was the lot of all those princes of the kingdom of Naples who espoused the cause of the French. It was also, in the case of republics, the lot of Saguntum in Spain, which saw itself ruined because it has espoused the cause of Rome, and of Florence, owing to her having in 1512 remained loyal to the cause of the French. If all things be taken into account, however, I am of the opinion that in cases in which there is imminent danger, republics will be found to be more reliable than princes. For though republics may have the same intention and the same desire as a prince, they are slower to act and take more time than a prince arriving at a decision. Consequently, they take more time over the breaking of a treaty than does a prince. Confederations are dissolved for the sake of some advantage, and in this republics abide by their agreements far better than do princes. Instances may be cited of treaties broken by princes for a very small advantage, and of treaties which have not been broken by a republic for a very great advantage. This happens in regard to the proposal which Themistocles laid before the Athenians, to whom he announced in a speech that he had taken a piece of advice to give them which would be of great advantage to their country, but that he dare not mention it in public, for if he did, it might spoil their chance of acting on it. Hence the Athenians disputed Aristides to hear what he had to say, and to decide what to do about it according to what he thought of the proposal. Themistocles then pointed out that the warships of all Greece, with respect to which they had treaty obligations, lay in a place where they could easily get a hold of and destroy them, which would make the Athenians masters of that country. When Aristides reported to the people, Themistocles' plan was highly advantageous but extremely dishonest. The people on this account would have nothing at all to do with it. Philip of Macedon would not have acted thus, nor would other princes who in their enterprises and conquests have gained more by breaking their word than by any other device. I say nothing of the pacts which are allowed to lapse through non-observance, since this is the ordinary thing. I am speaking of those which are broken for some reason outside the ordinary, and with respect to these I am of opinion, in view of what I have said above, that the populace is guilty of fewer faults than is the prince, and that, in consequence, it is more to be trusted than is a prince. 60. That the consulate and all other offices in Rome were conferred without respect to age. It is attested by historical records that after the consulate had been thrown open to the plebes, the Roman Republic granted it to its citizens without respect either to age or to birth. In Rome, indeed, no attention had ever been paid to age. What it had always looked for was virtue, whether in the young or in the old. Valerius Corvinus, who was made consul in his 23rd year, bears witness to this, for he said in a speech to his troops that the consulate was the reward of virtue, not of birth. Whether this practice is to be commended or not is open to no small question. It was necessity that constrained the Romans to disregard birth, and the necessity of Rome experience should be operative in every state that would meet with the same success that Rome had, as has been remarked on other occasions. For one cannot put men to inconvenience without rewarding them, nor can they be deprived of the hope of attaining the reward without danger. It soon became expedient, therefore, to give the plebes cause to hope for the consulate, a hope which it entertained for a while without having the consulate. This then failed to suffice, and it became expedient to give effect. Should a state not avail itself of its plebes in any glorious undertaking, it can treat it as it likes, a point which we have made elsewhere. But if it wants to do what Rome did, it must make no such distinction. This being granted, nothing can be adduced in favor of a distinction in regard to age. On the contrary, it is necessary to disregard it, for in appointing a young man to a post which it demands the prudence of an old man, it will be found that, should the masses have to elect, they will give the post to one who has performed some noteworthy actions. And when a young man is of such virtue that some noteworthy deed of his has become a matter of public knowledge, it would be the most harmful to a state could not then avail itself of him, but should have to wait until he had grown old and had lost that vigor of mind and that expeditiousness of which his country at the time could have made good use. Thus Rome made use of Valerius Corvinus, of Scipio, of Pompey, and of many others who won triumphs as very young men. If you're here and you didn't skip, I must congratulate you. There really was no pleasant way to complete that. Anyways, in order to keep playing hardcore, I'll be uploading Machiavelli's Discourses on the second book of Titus Livy next Saturday. I don't even know why I decided that had to be a requirement, it just happened. Now I'm wondering whether that counts as a hardcore challenge. Hardcore Minecraft, but for every hour I play, I have to read classical literature for an hour. Anyways, I'll see you next week where I hopefully sound better. Bye.